instinct that never lies. The target's tattooed between our eyes. Stand and fight under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away, just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. Ignite. There's a power that's underneath, and you can't see it till you believe. On the edge of infinity. Feel the rush under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away, just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. Ignite. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So ignite, so ignite.
You know who it is, coming round again. We want a dose of this, right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad girl, girl, girl. And when I start to talk that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 닿을 수 없는
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force to oblige to a king in his prime.
यस यार गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ एंड आई कैन पे आराम से विद अ 12 मंथ नो कॉस्ट EMI क्रेजी
कहाँ से लिया
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख. शांति.
कहाँ से लिया सॉरी
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
ओह
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए बस 99 rupees में extended warranty plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं ये सब कहाँ से लिया
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the TEC Challenger Series, powered by Amazon. Of course, we've got our partners, the GPU partner Zotac, our gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, we've got laptop partner Asus, and last but not the least, our broadcast partner Loco. Welcome, everybody, to day 2 of the playoffs. We've got a huge number of matches lined up for you today, and all of which are the highest order of actions. It's me, Universe, today, along with Elika, and we'll be taking you through the first series of today. And we're really excited for it. At least I know I am. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really excited. I mean, after yesterday's match, it was a long day, 5 best of ones. But the way how Bleed fought through every match and franchise players, of course, we had the Val Classico yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Eventually ended up in franchise players' favor. So I believe going on towards the first match of today is going to be Bleed versus franchise players, and I believe both the teams are ready more than ever. And Bleed especially already having 2 matches in their bag and leading currently in the group standings.
Oh yeah, them leading the group standings is of course something that I think we should have seen coming. Bleed being invited to this tournament are, proving the fact that they deserve to be invited here. And getting really good start off the beginning itself gives them that momentum to go up against a team that we are going to be seeing, which has been on the top of South Asian, Valorant, now is looking to be on top of the Challenger Series in the VCT official offseason event as well. Whilst we do have these 2 big juggernauts playing against each other, not to forget we've got other matches lined up today as well. Bleed and Franchise go up head-to-head in the first bout. Then we follow that up with Xerxia going up against franchise players. We've even got Fancy United and Estar playing the last game of today. And in between those 2 games, we've even got, the other teams, which is, of course, Bleed playing their second game, which I believe is against Ultragear.
Yeah, Xerxia is going against franchise players. Then we have Revenant go against Xerxia, and Alter Ego against Bleed.
Yep.
Now, yesterday, I should tell you, the performance Revenant put was completely unexpected and outstanding, especially from South Asia scene. This makes them one of the very first South Asian teams to beat 2 Southeast Asian teams and lead on the second at the scorecard currently on the leaderboard with 2-0 in their hands. So I should say yesterday was a hard game for Revenant. They've done comebacks back to back. We had a really good ending yesterday. Anyway, moving forward, I should definitely give it up. All these players are fighting for the main thing. That is the prize pool of $30,000. Walking away with the champions will be taking away $13,000. Second with $7,000 and third and fourth with $3,000 respectively.
Oh yeah, and not to forget, the top 8 teams that have gone here will not go empty-handed. They will be receiving at least a minimum of $500, and they will be looking to at least get to that top 4, which is only coveted through them winning as many games as possible. Then getting to that top 4 is dependent on how many games they can win, how many games that, they can keep themselves leveraging on top, so that the teams that are below them also, going to start giving up space. So that depends on exactly one particular moment. And that is whether or not these best of 1s, not best of 3s, it's a format that is very tricky. Because in the best of 3, you can always go up and down, right? You have 3 maps. You can win the first, you can lose the next 2. There's always a comeback story that can happen with the best of 3. But in a best of 1, you do it, you're done. That's it. You lose, you've lost your points, or else you're going to get it.
Yes. I mean, that is definitely true. That comebacks might not be the best part in best of 1s, but let's have a look at these current standings, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Bleed Esports on the first position with 2 matches in their hands, which they played yesterday. And the second position goes to Revenant, of course, for the God plays that they've shown against Southeast Asian teams yesterday. On the third, we've got franchise players. On the fourth, Estar, who will be playing their first match on the last game today against Fancy United. And we've got fifth as Fancy United losing 1 match, along with Alter Ego, Xerxia losing 1 match. But Velocity Gaming is in huge trouble right now. They're on bottom of the leaderboard with 2 losses continuously. And they won't have any games today. So I believe that their next group stage match is going to be tomorrow. But today is a good chance for Xerxia Esports to climb up to the leaderboard, for Fancy United and Alter Ego along with Estar playing the first game.
Yeah, not to forget, it's also the biggest chance for Bleed to solidify their, number one positioning in this group. Because if they win both the games today, they're going to be 4 wins up. And I think that's qualification right there. Unless, they have a little bit of a difficult situation today. They find it a little bit harder against Ultragear, who, by the way, have been in pretty great form recently, in not just throughout the TEC Challenger Series qualifiers, but also in their recent past as well. They've done pretty good, and I think that with the way these guys are going to be, facing off, which I think right now is the team to beat, which is Bleed. We will find out whether or not Bleed can actually dominate throughout the group stages, and will they head to the playoffs. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 big juggernauts of 2 different regions. Bleed going up against franchise players. Who is going to take the cake and eat it too? What do you think, Elika?
I mean, if you ask me, it's a very not a comfortable position to put me in order to ask Bleed versus Bleed versus franchise, because both the teams are equally good from their regions. But most importantly, today I think I'll be taking franchise players side, because their performance so far has been very strong. And even though they had their ups and downs throughout the qualifiers, and yesterday, of course, against Velocity Gaming, it was almost an overtime coming in through for them. So I believe that they've got their strategies set in this map at least. So it's franchise players for me. And Bleed Esports, with the kind of aggression they've shown throughout yesterday, I believe moving forward, I think they're going to be carrying out the momentum.
Yeah, but let's have a look at what franchise players have got for us. Well, no strangers to us. El Ranger, Kappa, lightning fast skills, and of course the man himself, SK Rossi. The leading men of South Asia are now going up against the top of the table leaders at the moment. It is Bleed to take on these 5, and whilst they had a pretty good match yesterday against Velocity on the map of Bind, which by the way is one of their go-to maps, right now I think these guys need to show their salt worth, because they need to go into this game facing off possibly the best team at the moment in terms of form at least, and show that they can actually, fight up against them and not let this slip away for not just themselves, but also for South Asia.
Yes. And also let's move forward and have a look at Bleed Esports lineup with the recent roster changes yesterday. And I think it has been so great, because we've got strong players like JH and Crazy Guy adding on to the roster and completely changing everything for Bleed Esports. We've got Darion, Retla and Juicy, none other than the MVP of yesterday's games. And I should tell you, Crazy Guy, Juicy and JH, these 3 players are the sole, core team of Bleed Esports. Although JH and Crazy Guy being the recent addition for Bleed Esports, Juicy has been doing a really good job on Jet yesterday.
Oh yeah, of course. I don't know if you guys have seen Juicy play, by himself. He's not just a, competitive demon. He's also a rank demon. He's been in top 20 for I think about a month, 2 months now. He's just been on the top 20 players of our entire region for quite a while, and I think that clearly shows you why he deserves to be there and why he's getting as many kills and deserves to be the MVP as well. And Bleed, of course, they've got pretty strong members across the board, but franchise players, can they actually win this? What do you think? Is this an uphill battle, or is this going to be an even Steven on, of course, both of the team's strongest map being Ascent?
Yes, I mean, for Bleed yesterday, they already held a victory against Velocity Gaming to a 13-7 scoreline. So I believe Ascent is already an ace up their sleeve. But if you ask me, franchise players starting off on the defensive side can be that push that franchise players might need.
Oh yeah.
All they needed to just get as many as rounds possible in the defense side, because either way in attacking they have a better win rate in the map of Ascent.
Oh yeah, it might be a better win rate, which for sure I agree, right? But again, that win rate has been heavily subdued by the fact that they've played majority of their games only in the South Asian region, which is, evidence to the fact that these guys, while they have a lot of experience playing against, the Southeast Asian teams as well, be it not just scrims, but also, them qualifying for different VCT events, it's always been that, franchise players have had a little bit of a difficult time when it comes to certain, situations. For example, playing on the set itself, The last time they actually played this map was way back in the Challenger playoffs, which was 4 months ago. This is their first competitive tournament since that time. They've been on a 4-month hiatus, and them coming back, finding the groove that they wanted, go through the qualifiers with ease, find the win against Velocity, which, you know, is their biggest rival in the region of South Asia. Now going up against Bleed on this map, which, by the way, Bleed also absolutely loves this map. This is a map that they would go for on any day, and because of which I believe that this is going to be a really difficult game for both teams. I think that on defense, Global is one of the most amazing teams on Ascent. I think on Ascent, their defense is really strong given their certain lineups, right? Now, they've played one lineup which in particular has been put into use for 30 times. That is the Astra, Breach, Jet, Killjoy, and Sova. They've played this 30 times, and they've gone over the iterations of it in the recent past, with, of course, the addition of Chamber and SK Rossi shifting onto that role, and Fade coming in as well. So the most recent, they've gone around to play with the KO, Astra, Chamber, Sova, and of course the Breach. So they have a triple initiator lineup with no duelists, and of course a semi-controller, semi-initiator in the hands of Astra. So these guys are utility-based players. They absolutely love it, right? So I'm really intrigued by this. I know you are too. We're gonna be waiting for this, ladies and gentlemen. But to carry this on, we've got really two good, not just casters, but also singers, because they've got songs stuck in my head right now. We'll see on the other side. Here's Grace and Kermer for y'all.
Universe breaking the universal law there of don't leak what happens during our production tests, because we had a fat karaoke session going into this. And I think we're going to be singing the songs of praise for these teams because, of course, we just saw Bleed yesterday play Ascent. That was a very, very strong game against Velocity. This was, of course, in comparison to our franchise players who were also able to beat Velocity. However, that was over on Bind, I do believe. And that has to go to overtime. In terms of going off yesterday's performance, I feel like franchise players were a little bit weaker, but those are small mistakes which can very easily be ironed out. Of course, I'm your Castle Kramer 3. I'm joined by the amazing Grace. Grace, how are you feeling about this one?
Do you know what? Like, I've been sat here for a while thinking about this, and I think Bleed have kind of won my heart a little bit thus far, especially in this group stage. I think that's a really, really strong team. I think there's been a lot of moments where they've kind of had people a little bit on the ropes and caused a bit of a kerfuffle. And I think based on what we saw yesterday from Franchise, I'm just a little bit concerned now that we're going to see Franchise maybe be a little bit wobbly again. It's a very short amount of space to fix those very small problems, yes, but problems that I don't really expect from this team. So if they haven't kind of got back to their kind of foundation of how they want to approach these maps, I think this is going to be a bit of a tricky one for them. Granted, they will be starting on that defensive side, so that does give them a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of a leeway, but we've seen how hyper-aggressive Bleed can be and how they can just go for the jugular when it comes to those attacks. So this is set to be a scorcher, in my opinion. It's probably going to be the most illustrative match of the day to really dictate how the rest of these groups are going to go. Again, Bleed have just come in and been phenomenal, in my opinion. And I think if they take this today, then, I don't know, some spicy predictions to come from me, I think.
Absolutely right. Just saying when you get into our agent select, we're going to be able to see what agents are going to be used to try and uncraft their opponents. Before we do jump into this agent select, though, I want to talk about the support staff from both these teams. They have some incredible support staff. Over on franchise players, they've got one, in my opinion, one of the best coaches in APAC with Eraser. Over on Bleed, they've got some of the other best coaches at APAC, with, of course, Legia being the head coach. This is alongside Godspeed, also known as Jodspeed, on Bleed. You know why he's called Jodspeed? It's clues in the name. It's because he's a Jod. So really, it is going to be really interesting to see sort of, especially on a kind of strategy level, how these teams fare against one another. Something I want to note here is we see Hellranger bring out the Breach, something we didn't see franchise players really get much mileage out of yesterday. So hopefully with the Breach coming out today, this could be the start of something new. Of course, the main head-to-head I'm really looking forward to is between Lightning Fast and JH. Now, JH is bloody good on that KO. We saw him do some incredible stuff yesterday. And Lightning Fast, for me, on the race yesterday, he was actually very good. we're going to see what mileage you can get from the KO now. And for me, that's going to be a really interesting duel of fates.
100%. It's kind of similar to what we were saying yesterday about how that fade utility can play around with the KO as well. It's basically, especially for those tight quarters engagements, obviously with this map, there's a bit of a tiny choke point before you go into an open a space. So it's that idea of, okay, we've got this kind of bottleneck that we have to go through. What kind of util can we use to make sure that that goes in our favor? Again, if you've got a bottleneck that goes into an open space where the defender's already waiting for you, they have their angles lined up. You need that util to not only deal with any overextension from the get-go, which 9 times out of 10 is going to happen, especially between these two. You also need to be utility there to kind of cover or shut down any approach as you get into that larger space. So that's going to be pretty decent on both sides. Again, looking at your utility with the agent selection that they are bringing.
I really want to get into this, frankly. I think Pistol, bear in mind, best of ones, and it's best of ones for the next couple of days. It's not so much a group stage, more a round robin stage, and so because of that, you sort of accumulate points. Of course, I think everyone knows how a round robin stage works, but for those who don't, you get points based on a win, loss, and draw. That then goes into an overall table. You play against everyone in the group, I think, multiple times, if I'm not mistaken. I think they play against everyone twice, and then with those points, that is allowing us to seed what would be the playoffs bracket. Now, for me, because it's best of one, the main rounds you need to keep focused on is your pistol rounds. You win both pistol rounds, you're guaranteed 4 to 6 rounds. And for me, that's really that could be a huge difference maker. A good example is the franchise players versus Velocity game we saw yesterday. In fact, Velocity, unfortunately for them, we are going to have to be using them as the example here. But even in the game against Bleed as well, I believe in that game against Bleed, they lost 13-7. They won both pistol rounds, and they were able to convert them properly. That levels it out. Completely levels it out. You look over to franchise players as well. They had to win their game against Velocity in overtime. They had an extra pistol rounds. We just wouldn't have got to overtime. They just won. Of course, that's enough speculation. Let's head into game. Let's see how these teams are going to duke it out. Are going to brawl this out in this freight train of fun. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Ascent.
Again, this is the interesting thing for me as well, is the fact that we did touch just now on how good Jay has been, but they have been significant, and they're not even the main duelist for that roster either. We have got Juicy there too. Again, we spoke about this. It's the idea that you have a nice aggressive duelist, but if they fall at the first hurdle, you've still got Jay behind you, a gunner in their own right. And speaking of gunners, and speaking of Juicy, look at this, already pushing up mid very aggressively. It has a bit of smoke there just to cover their way, but Daron's the one that's going to get the opening pick for this map. So Kappa falling down nice and early as that Prowler utility is going to really start to apply the pressure onto Lightning. And there we go, beautiful little sneaky shot there coming through from Skills. The call out has come through, but the refrag is not quite there yet. No, it's not even more, because Juicy is going to fall. Jay eventually getting that pick. Red Blur with a 2k there, and it is all left down to SK Rossi. What can they do? The smoke goes down to cover their line of sight from heaven, but the shotty is out, but Jay just too fast with the flick, and now it's round number 1 going in favor of Bleed.
Something I want to highlight from franchise players here is they're running triple initiator. So they really, really are going to have a strong defense here. It's their attack, which I think is where they're going to be left lacking. I think the last time we saw SK Rossi have to also be the entry fragger as at the chamber was when we saw them at the qualifier where they were playing over on Pearl. And Rossi had a really rough map. So if you're lightning fast, if you're Skills, you now really need to step up and make up for the fact that your role is now to trade Rossi rather than sort of rely on the fact that Rossi's just going to kill everyone. Over to Bleed, though, it's going to be a fairly aggressive second round by 3 rifles come out, 2 Bulldogs, even a Vandal in the mix, and no bonus pistols. Everyone has brought into this to make sure that this is going to be as easy a journey as it could be for a second round by Darion, making us foray through mid. He does have the fade as well, lurking through B main, but this is where Rossi will try and get a bit aggressive. Oh, the topic of aggression. Grace, I feel like if Rossi's hitting shots this early on, then, especially with Bleed hitting shots this early on, you could very well have a banger of a game here.
100%, and it's exactly what I wanted to see from these two. Again, we saw how hyper-aggressive Bleed could be. Looks like the rest of the team is going for a full team collapse now onto this B side. Juicy with the pick onto Scrossy is immediately taken down by Hell Ranger Vo. Jay holding this angle so that Spike can start to be plonked firmly down onto that B side. Kappa lurking around this midsection. Going to probably try and rotate through Market, but it's just there on ready and waiting for them. There we go. The teleportation is set up just in case they do want to go for the overextension, but those shots coming through lets them know there's a sniper on the table, and here we go. The KO utility, how useful it can be. Daryl picked there onto skills. Kappa falls too. It's all down to Hellranger. They're like sharks circling, but not away. Yes, they are. Retler. That is very lucky, my friend.
The classic right click is a cruel mistress, isn't she? Well, look at this entry from Rossi. God, just nasty. But Bleed, they recover it really, really damn well. Being able to get back onto that side, being able to get the spike down, and finishing your eco, or your bonus even, keeping 3 players alive, means that when you do go up against this full buy now, you're not having to reinvest too much. You are looking to just pad that economy and build up a little bit of a trust fund, Grace. As the members of franchise players go to their buy, out come the Vandals, only a Bulldog available on Kappa, and there is kind of the utility that isn't there. Kappa's unable to get his Al drone, which may mean that info gather could be lacking for the time being. With Bleed going through mid, it's going to be the Jets to lead the charge in the form of Juicy.
Charge, and there we go. Daron getting the pick there onto SK Rossi, so that's going to shut things down nice and early. But Hellranger, very fast trade to come through. Lightning of the pick onto J2, so that's all that gorgeous KO utility off the board. And this is already looking so much better for franchise. Now that they've got some more powerful guns in their pocket, they're able to actually win out a lot of these gunfights a little bit easier.
I really like how franchise players are so quick to go for the counter aggression as well. Now they've got a man advantage. Look how passive Hellranger's being. This is starting to show the experience. They realize they can't keep consistently pushing into Bleed. They can't just keep kind of headbutting them. They've got to step back. They've got to let Bleed be the players to make the mistake. Now, Redler is one away from us from the Shadow Sip, and I don't believe the old Torb outside of B has been captured just yet. So there is a world here where the From the Shadows is used in a fake. Elsewhere, though, and let's look at franchise players once again. That passiveness may come back to haunt them because there's no early warning system on main here. Kappa's only going to know they're hitting his sight by the time they're already on top of him, and Bleed are going to look to exploit that. Shifting out through main now, and they have garnered so much control. Kappa's objective now may just be to buy time.
100%. Will you go for the pre-fire into mud? Well, they certainly need to now because Kappa's has taken down Daron. The spike is down though, so that's going to allow for a little bit of a retake to try and be attempted. Crazy and Retler, Kappa and Lightning falling. Hellranger, yes, he was passive before, but now he has to go on the hunt. He has to make his way back to site and find the rest of his players, of the enemy with skills. Little pinch coming through from the east of site here, but look at this, the ready and waiting team of Bleed. They know exactly what angles they need to hold, and there we go, Hellranger falls. There we go, skills is followed. Beautiful stuff from Bleed. Again, 3 rounds on the trot. Yep. I did say they have a nice aggressive attack, and their attacks are pretty spicy, but I do think that they're really kind of being, I wouldn't say so much cold, but I will say that they're being delayed a lot by franchise. But of course, we are going to see that this is a very experienced team, and they know exactly, as you say, how to play into it. It's the fact that they get those initial picks, they pull back to safety, they know they don't want to contest it anymore. Very clever stuff on both sides, really.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a misposition from Hellranger to go back over to that A site. Like, the premise was to stack a site and just hope it works. Unfortunately, luck not in the favor of franchise players just yet. Unfortunately, losing it means that they're once again down to Sheriffs now, and the ults are starting to come online as well. Almost the main ults, at least, are franchise players 2 away from coming online. Over on Bleed, you already have that from the Shadows. Darion's sort of fast approaching that Tour de Force. It's not going to be a huge ult dump this round. And I think, bear in mind for Bleed, a lot of these ults are sort of either eco ults or situational ults. But with this utility being dropped in mid, lightning fast, regardless of how strong or weak his weapons are, he really doesn't want to go through the smoke, as the rest of franchise players just make do with the knowledge that this mid position's been lost here.
100%. Again, I love the spacing that we're seeing on the side of franchise players, and as push comes through from Market, the pressure's going to start being applied. We might see a little flankaroonie from that A site from Lightning and Skills, but only time will tell. And the push back to mid, because they don't want to contest how much they're having this, again, aggression themselves push back towards them from that B site. The collapse from window needs to start coming through, and that little whiff shot from Lightning is going to let them know exactly where he is. Redler and Juicy taking down Kappa and Lightning. And now they have Heaven control as well. So any chance of a rotation could be shut down. Daron ready and waiting. He knows where SK Rossi is, but SK Rossi manages to get that pick before they are shut down themselves.
That kill from Juicy as well is going to bring his Blade Storm online. So now Bleed, even though they have a strong buy, even though they have a strong economy, if, heaven forbid, they lose that economy, they still have the ultimates to fall back on. Bleed now are off to a brilliant start. And I actually really like the fact that franchise players are instantly calling the timeout. Yes, it's a little bit of an early timeout, but it's also the same round to bring out the operator, the first operator of the map. Furthermore, you're sort of one away from your Cosmic Divide, your Null Command, your Rolling Thunder. You're about to hit quite a power spike this round, and taking the timeout, it gives you a chance to sort of craft how you're going to wield that power spike. Also want to mention, Rettler hasn't died yet. He is having a really good map thus far, and a lot of this hasn't been flashy plays. He's just been consistent. And right now for Bleed, when you do have sort of younger players like Juicy and JH, and you also have the sort of flary aggression of Darion, having a consistent player who can just act as an anchor ends up becoming a really, really strong weapon in your arsenal. And for Rettler, he's doing his role admirably.
100%, that's what you need, a strong backbone. Again, you know, we talk about the layers within that team on the side of Bleed, especially. You got Juicy, and then we again spoke about how important Jay can be. But Rettler right now, as you say, very, very strong foundation, very strong anchor, very strong backbone for that roster when they're making these approaches. Looks like it's going to be an immediate storm towards this A that at the moment maybe left a little bit undefended. We'll see what happens though, Kramer.
You want to play? Let's play.
Early aggression now through A, and actually with skills being spotted out, this could be a great position from for franchise players here, at least to try and counteract that with a great use of that dagger. Bleed, I think we're probably going to accelerate off the back of that if they weren't able to be suppressed. For the time being, though, 2 stars in place to at least delay a push, but it seems like it was more of a feign towards A, with the rest of Bleed sort of spread out around the map, trying to garner the control where they can, and with almost a fake to how close they are in mid. You see the stars that have now been instantly popped over on this B site. They're trying to drain the franchise player utility, and it's going very, very well, up until, though, Rossi kills Juicy. Nice combo from Yastra as well. JH needs to be careful about being caught out here. Another dagger from that KO is going to alert franchise players to the positioning of Bleed. Here's rotation of Rettler. Spotted out towards Spawn, and oh, that's a rough. That is a rough engagement for him. Kappa takes him down. Aldrone comes out. Do they anticipate Crazy Guy to be logs? It looks like they do. Spotting him out. Kappa now with all the information in the world. He's going to be caught by the concuss. It's a great spot of teamwork there between Kappa and the Breach. And for J8, he now has to just force out a gunfight. Hellranger, utility, not quite timed to perfection. And through the box there, almost finishes off Jay. It is, however, going to delay the plan. And that's all he needed to do. Jay chimes in. Darion now holding market means this could be doable for Bleed. The wombo combo, the 2-man hit squad. Having spoken to the Vandal. Gonna mean he gets taken down. Rossi lands his shot to Jay. The flashes land as well. Jay wins this. Incredible. Good for the second. Oh my god, this could be one. And he does it! A 4K from Jay! And with that, Bleed will make it 5! Grace, where did that come from?
Good. Well, he said he was good, but he's certainly making our words look like honest, hard truth. That was insane from Jay. The 1v4, I believe that was, post-plant.
Wow.
Jod behavior.
Wow. He's like this sort, he's standing as this KO, like some kind of space-aged god. And
I love it. I love it. This is the thing. I love it so much.
He was 20 HP. And franchise players, they didn't play that badly. They swung together, they fought together, and they just didn't matter. Rossi, able to shut down Crazy Guy, is going to provide an opening. However, as we're down to the 5-on-4, franchise players once again down to Sheriffs outside of this tour de force. So they really need Rossi to be their heavy impact for the time being. This is a shot is going to alert him to the position of his opponents, though. Over in main, it's laboured by Darion, but he is still able to get that kill and get that opening over to B. And you see the exodus now made from Bleed. This big rotation over to B main. However, franchise players, they've read it quite nicely as well.
100% ready and waiting. Got Scrossy at the back here, and that could be really difficult. As I mentioned before, we've got this tiny little choke point before a larger space where so many lines of sight can be held towards you. We see their Kappa and skills as well ready and waiting with these crossfires, but the smoke is actually going to block that line of sight, so that's a good use of the util as Juicy decides to get up close and personal, watching that approach from Market, just in case the rotation comes through. Do they know about Kappa? Well, they certainly do now. Juicy takes on skills. Kappa falls too. It's a nice, swift cleanup for the side of Bleed once again, and Scrossy just has to find the heads of these players. Whips the shot a little bit, gets a beautiful shot there onto Juicy Vidaron. Third in the round, and once again, in a 1vx situation. This time, the franchise players, it's Lightning here on the KO. Limited time to work with. They know these crossfires are probably going to be held against them. It looks like they're scanning to see if there's anything that they can use on the floor there. I'm not entirely sure, but there we go. Beautiful stuff coming through from Daron. That was just very clean. And this is what I mean, Kramer. Like, the executes are so clean from Bleed. So clean.
Yeah, they really are. And I want to mention that for franchise players, bearing in mind they only have they only had a couple of sort of force and a few sheriffs. They also had all the ults they needed. But Bleed, sort of anticipating that there were going to be a few ults pop this round, that's when they used the null command. And it sort of shows the effectiveness of having a KO over on Ascent. Really, really damn good round from Bleed there. The one drawback, though, is that now they don't have that tour de force, and they're up against 4 ultimates available for franchise players. This is to be combated with just a single Blade Storm, where that'll be removed the second the null command's popped. So Glass Cannon operator on SK Rossi as well. It's certainly brave, but let's be honest, he's been hitting his shots with this operator, so it sort of makes sense in that regard. With all of Bleed stacked up in A main, it looks like we are about to see just this big grandeur of execution as we get ready for the crescendo of this round. Slightly faster point blank.
Oh! Looked like Juicy just ran through, but Juicy ran through right into the arms of Hellranger. Lightning also falling in retaliation. Hellranger, there we go, has been cleaned up too. Skills, however, the trade onto Rettler. It's a little bit scrappy on both sides, but once again, that spike is going down uncontested. And it's another post one. A little bit better this time, but trade's coming through. Scrossy with another onto Jay. 1 versus 2.
Oh,
there we go. Finally, franchise players, a first defensive round on the board, and that was very good work there. Rossi coming through with some nasty little picks there.
I tell you what, if you wanted to see, if you wanted a reason as to why SK Rossi Glass Cannon operators, that's it. That second shot as well, just the vigilance to instantly switch to the Headhunter after the first kill is just incredible. And once again, it's our Chambers stop fragging. It's a duel between Rossi and Darion. This is going to be real interesting to see how these teams are going to be able to fare against one another, especially once these roles reverse. And Rossi's going to have the luxury of being on the attack and sort of pushing wherever he wants. But now, though, an operator still to be wielded, this time with armor, up against what is a continuation of the myriad of ults over on franchise players. But Bleed, though, this rotation through mid, Darion ready to spearhead that in unison with Juicy. Operator reveals itself, though, aggressive in B, and that's where the Nightfall gets committed. I actually really like that Nightfall usage.
100%. Again, it's really opening up some breathing room here to try and go for these engagements. No immediate engagements on both sides yet. Very well, as I say, of course, Lightning and Scrossy picks each. Darion trades it immediately back before Hellranger shuts him down. Very scrappy now on both sides. That's going to even up a little bit, but there we go. The trade comes through nice and quickly. And that is the important thing, ladies and gentlemen. We want these trades to come through. Skills cleaning it up at the end there.
They absolutely do. And it's a pretty clean round, to be honest, from franchise players. They sort of extrapolate where the execution's coming from. They're able to at least isolate the 1 versus 1s to a relatively strong degree, and they also don't overcommit their own ultimates. They only committed the Rolling Thunder there, which brought them that time, allowed them to collapse onto the market players. For Bleed now, it's the eco ults they still hold on to. They've got to start using them, otherwise they're not going to have a chance to use them for the half, and Juicy's going to show that now, bringing out the Blade Storm. Over on franchise players, they do still have a little bit of a bed of cash they can relax on now. For the first time all map, I'd argue, Rossi able to avoid that huge and very swift play over to this B site. But through, I thought through a strike he'd be able to land that on Juicy. Instead, he's going to be forced back for the time being, with the rest of Bleed getting onto this site. Grace, we have what appears to be a growing trend on Ascent, that being the 5-on-5 B site retake.
100%. It just really shows how aggressive pushes can really just allow you to almost cheese for plant, as I like to call it. Yeah, after those gunfights, just get the spike down. Here we go. And just Fury coming through from the side of franchise players, but again, this is what I mean. It's very scrappy. No one's actually getting a kill just yet. Lightning getting a little bit aggressive with it, sending tons of utility there. The trades across the table. As I say, it's like the stock market. Trades for days, but ultimately Bleed come out on top with the use of that Blade Storm. And goodness me, I don't even know where to begin breaking that one down, to be honest, Kramer.
That's all right. We'll take a crack at it. I mean, trades for days, and like the stock market, all things eventually crash. The one thing I want to highlight in there is the confidence from Lightning first to be able to use that flash drive to get onto site. I like the bravery to literally just gun it to site. He's sort of taking the role as an entry, even though he's on the KO. And what it means is that, also, this is while the Hunter's Fury was going on. It meant that Rossi had the angle on players being forced into him from that Hunter's Fury. And so he's able to damage a few players with shots from that, also quite able to kill them. That was followed up by the rest of the team just collapsing onto that site. Unfortunately, that is where aim failed and Juicy prevailed, bringing Bleed their 7th round off the back of some incredible trades. Once again, Juicy looking to continue that momentum now, already on site with not a single player in the vicinity to try and stop him.
100%. Lightning of the little flanker Rooney, soon to be joined by Skills as well. So the duo push through Fish is going to allow an extra angle of pressure, hopefully, but that plan once again. Spike being plonked firmly into the mud of B. Scossi, beautiful pick there onto Crazy Guy, though. Can it be traded out by Bleed? Yes, it can. There we go, but Juicy is ready and waiting too. Kappa as well. Juicy with another one onto Kappa. The trades, like I say, Kramer, it is like the stock market, and it's like a disco light seeing the feed go green and red, but ultimately only one of these sides can win. And again, franchise players are really starting to fight back now. They've really clocked the fact that these executes are being forced so much that they are really playing into the idea of, okay, we actually have to play the post pattern heavily right now.
Yep. I think that, bearing in mind that for franchise players, they did have to commit the null command that round, which is sort of what mitigated that sort of force from continue to be usage. You also saw a couple of other ults there, which had to be popped. For me, the worry that comes with that is, for Bleed, you need to remember that their effective half is going to be their attack. And so they need to get every round they possibly can. Franchise players, with the amount of info gathered they have, yes, it's a more defense-tailored composition, but with the amount of info gathered they have, their attack could actually be quite strong, provided Rossi is landing these entries. And we even saw Lightning Fast kind of in the 2 rounds prior. Lightning Fast is happy to play that entry role. So there is always that sort of linchpin available for franchise players, which I think is going to become very prevalent when we move to our second half. Bleed calling for their timeout there as we enter the latest few stages of this half, and I quite like it. I think going into the penultimate, there's, I think, money on both teams here, but it's the ult management which is starting to lack a little bit, starting to slip. And I don't think there's too much to be wielded now, which means that aim and general stratagem is going to be all the more important.
Aim and strategy indeed. I just think it's really interesting that, you know, we've seen yesterday how important these timeouts can be. We've seen teams really get this new gust of wind under them as soon as it happens. And I think at this point, I'm becoming almost Pavloved to the idea that immediately after a timeout, we'll see some kind of absolute storm towards side or some gorgeous utility combos. So I'm very curious to see what Bleed are about to do here. At the same time, franchise players, they'll be really trying to, you know, guess what Bleed are about to do themselves. So that's something where you're like, okay, we're gonna have to spread ourselves out pretty wide here to be prepared for anything that might happen.
Now aggression in main. I love it. It's calculated. You see, this is off the back of that fault line. Juicy falls. Yes, it's traded by Crazy Guy, but you need to remember that for franchise players, not only did they get that kill, they damaged Darion, they damaged Crazy Guy, and they also now have the luxury of information. They know that there's at least 2 other players outside of B, and because of that, the Aldro goes in as like a secondary recon, sees that they haven't left, and now, for the entirety of franchise players, this has allowed them to up the aggression. You see Skills now, he's all the way over in Gelato. He's gonna happily nestle here, forcing Bleeds to hit this B site. But Hellranger, thanks to his teammate's position, knows they're coming.
100% ready and waiting. There we go. It's gonna cause a little bit of the rustling of jimmies around Fish Market for the side of Bleed. But the patience here that they're willing to use, especially when you know that there's probably a rotation coming towards you. There we go. The kill feed lights up yet again. A little bit of a rotation there through Rettler as well. And the plant once again, Kramer is going down. It is now another post plant for franchise players to have to contest with. Given that there was a timeout, I think they handled that pretty well.
Yeah, it's a post plant and they're already a player down. They need this first goal, they need it quick. And you see how disciplined Bleed are being right now. They just aren't peeking. They're going to force Rossi to go through this smoke into JH. He can't get the kill. Rettler there on the timing. It's all onto skills. 1 versus 3. And well, Crazy Guy, he'll deliver that killing blow. 8-3 the scoreline now as Bleed start really crafting a lead. But remember, Grace, we're in APAC. And 9-3 Curses, they have this nasty habit of being converted.
Do you know what? Again, I'm going to start sounding like a Bleed shill at this point, but honestly, from the start of this stage, they've just been so on top form. I really think they've been a little bit of a diamond in the rough, to be honest, too, and I don't think, maybe people didn't expect them to come through with the ferocity that they have done, but it's really, really impressive, the teamwork that we're seeing, the fact that they are focusing the objective, they're really hyper-focusing the objective, and that's converting so easily into those round wins.
Just push on Juicy now. He's going to run straight into the judge. But my God, the utility usage. Juicy, he's assisted by 2 agents. Then the other guy dies to the utility. This is incredible. But the no command popped as well. Rossi now can no longer use any of his abilities. He's on just a classic. Dariel's good for 1 lightning fast trades, sure. But look at the position of these players who have died. There's no real way to be able to, well, at least to retrieve a gun here. He's got to use the Headhunter. Juicy punishes that. It's all on lightning fast. Another 1 versus 3. Flash out the smoke. He's going to buy a bit of space. He's good for the first turns 180. Remember, Grace, if he wants to win this, he needs an ace. An ace 1v2. He's only got 3 bullets to do it with. Swings out. Here's about the position of Juicy. Juicy gets ready to rain death from above. He does just that. A 3k of his own. A right click, because why not? He's feeling confidence. And with that, we hit the 9-3 curse.
9-3 curse indeed, but sometimes if the willpower is there, curses can be broken. Will franchise players be able to use that curse to their advantage? Or will Bleed take this away? Again, we do consider this to be slightly more on the defender-sided. I'm just very curious to see how that Fade utility is going to be used when it comes to that defense. Again, ideally what you'd like to see is that overextension or a lot of mid there, especially maybe around like window, kind of market area. That's where we're probably going to see the Fade come through. I mean, look at this head-to-head Kramer.
They're almost neck and neck. Considering the scoreline, that's bloody impressive for Rossi. They're 9-3 down, and he's just staying even with Dariel.
But this is it. It's like every single time. It's not to do with like the round differential. It's the way that these two teams are going against each other. That scoreline does not reflect the quality of play on both sides, the teamwork on both sides. A lot of these rounds are going in Bleed's favor because they're able to get that objective secured and hold for that post plant. That is where you needed to shut them down, really. It's again that delay, that approach. We needed a bit more hyper aggression maybe in the tighter choke points, but I feel like if I keep talking about aggression, people are going to start to get funny ideas.
I want to talk about Rettler a little bit here, with him being on screen. That being, he's consistent. He's good, but, we're in APAC, everyone's good. He's consistent, though, Grace. And right now, he, for me, is, sure, Juicy's doing well. Sure, Dariel's doing well. Rettler, for me, is currently the best player. At least from what we've seen this tournament, he is the MVP of Bleed. From just pure consistency. And as we were sort of talking about earlier in the game, with it being, once you have a guy sort of there as your rock, it can be very easy to justify the aggression. Rettler just encapsulates that. I'm turning into a bit of a Rettler stan, I won't lie. He's really impressed me. I used to be a Rossi stan, but Rettler's pulling me away.
This is it. I just think that roster's so good, genuinely. We consider the people that they've played against already. You know, they played against Xerxia. It was 13-9 on Haven, I believe it was, and then they played Ascent versus Velocity, and that was a 13-7. Like, they are just consistently showing up so far, and this is just another case of it. That's a very, very good roster, and I'm really excited to see the future for them, to be honest.
Here. Asterion once again to draw the opening. There's a trade from skills, though. I actually quite like how franchise players are still sort of fighting for these positions. They're not allowing Bleed to get this position without having to fight for it. Rossi chimes in as well. Skills doubles down. Skills is having a great round now. Once again, it's on both JH and the aforementioned Rettler. JH really proving to be a player to worry about for the time being. Really young player as well. I believe he's only 18, so really showing some talent right now. Same for Juicy, another young gun for Bleed. Okay. Buys a bit of time, makes a bit of noise. This may invite them into Rettler, but Rossi is there to deliver the killing blow. Rettler, 1 versus 3. Let's see what you've got, son. Cross out the first player under Heavens, who's the second generator. It's a clean shot there. Here's the player in main now. Can he win this duel? Can he win the KO diff? No, he can't, at least not against Omen. He certainly can't. As with that, he'll fall, and it will be franchise players to, at least for the time being, keep a very, very solid position.
100%. That's going to put the wind under their sails as they go through these opening rounds for their own attack as well. And I like the way that they were kind of using it. It was like hair of the dog that bit you almost, that aggression on their own of just pushing and getting those opening engagements under their belt, whittling down their defense, and then you go for the fast and furious collapse. It's exactly what Bleed were doing.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that Bleed right now, they're trying to counter it quite nicely. I think that franchise players, because of their agent comp, being aggressive was kind of difficult. However, they've got that on their attack. They have Rossi, and so it's a clean entry. But the flash from Jay is going to distract long enough for him to be able to chime in with these pistols. Now, franchise players, they did only have the Sheriff on Sheriff over on Rossi. So what it means is that they do still have a relatively strong buy, but Darion's Headhunter doesn't care what your buy is. In fact, he doesn't care what weapon you have at all. As until Lightning Fast shows himself and explains the meaning of Spectre. As a 3 versus 3 comes out now, JH ready to flash for the retake. He's clears relatively close to Heaven. There's a counter flash in position there. Lightning Fast is able to get some info off the back of that, but they don't know where this third player is. They don't know where Rettler is. They spot him out of B main though. It's really strong vigilance there from Kappa, leaving us into the 2 versus 3. Swing from Juicy and JH, met with a hailfire of bullets, bringing franchise players their 5th round, and more importantly, starting to pave the way with a, dare I say it, a bit of a comeback. Lightning Fast really starting to rise to the occasion.
100%, but you know, now Bleed are going to be able to get some of that nice gun utility into their pocket, surely. So this could change things up. Potentially some of those gunfights not going in their favor because of what they had in their pockets. I mean, already, if it is just phenomenal looking at some of these scores across the board.
I like how franchise players just changed the pace completely. Huge push now. Crazy Guy does see it coming. The timing on the smoke there from Crazy Guy is disturbed a little bit. Skills actually who fumbled it. But down to the 3 versus 3. You do still have a lurker in mid in the form of Skills. And with that, Bleed now, they actually are already ahead of Skills. Skills needs to really start accelerating back to the site, otherwise he may just be caught out completely. Juicy swings from main, shuts down Kappa. Now Skills really needs to get there in time. He makes some noise in market though. That is going to distract players, but only one of them on site. Hellranger good for 1. There's Skills chiming in for the second though. It's all onto Rettler. 1 versus 2. Omen won't be able to do anything as Hellranger comes from the flank, and franchise players, they not only convert their bonus, but they win a round that for a moment looked like they were going to have some real difficulty in. That's, for me, off the back of Hellranger's great, almost last stand on backside there.
They also timed the aggression perfectly because, you know, in those kind of situations, the defense trying to retake, they're kind of assuming that you're just going to be stood there, kind of holding some angles. But there's a lot of moments, I mean, from franchise players where they're actually willing to push through util to get that kill under their belt to make sure they can shut down that retake as quick as possible. Good stuff.
Once again, some aggression now coming out from Bleed. For now, there's an early swing from Juicy, not quite able to shut them down. As Lightning Fast is able to chime in now. JH from the tree also annihilated. Franchise players seem to have found their rhythm here. Darion back sight, not only gets the first, but also gets the spike. But he knows Rossi's coming from heaven. It's a missed shot, though. Rossi punishes it. Follow-up, though, from Crazy Guy will at least avenge his fallen comrades. But avenge to what's avail, with Crazy Guy looking to continue axing down on some of these members of franchise players. Able to avoid the suppression, though. Able to avoid the flash as well. Juicy chimes in. There's the follow-up. But Crazy Guy whiffs. Hellranger shuts him down. It's all onto Juicy. Now, knowing of the low HP on Hellranger, this becomes doable. The only question is, where is Skills? Jumps down. Shuts down the first. Now it's a lovely shot, though. Only 3 bullets left in the chamber. Switches weapon. It's only got 4 bullets. Not that it matters, though, because Skills only needs 1. Franchise players make it 7. This is now starting to, dare I say it, trouble Bleed a little bit, because the comeback is most definitely afoot, and the franchise players are most definitely finding their confidence, regardless of how clean and how flary and how frightening Juicy's kills may be.
This is it, isn't it? Like, it just hasn't rattled franchise at all. They're like, no, eyes on the prize, lads, let's get into it. 3 ultis up at the moment on their side too, so I'm really wondering how that's going to impact this next round. They do have the timeout that they've called as well, so potentially a little bit of a rustling, a little bit of a rumbling going on in the camp of franchise players. Juicy does have the Blade Storm up too, though, but again, it's that breathing room needed for that ult to really work, isn't it? It ideally needs to be where you have a lot of your team around you, essentially, to enable the openings to go for that. You need, I think personally, Blade Storm works perfectly if you are going for pinches, or you have your teammates using util that's kind of low-key distracting the other players as well, because you have to be so accurate with it.
I'm interested to see how Bleed use that timeout. Even though it was franchise players' timeout, Bleed still have a moment to talk to the coach. They still have a moment to sort of extrapolate what's going on. And I wonder what Bleed's change is. Because it feels like a lot of the time here, franchise players, they're playing very quick. They're getting to these sites, and Bleed's kills sort of come as like a hastily scrambled entry. I would like to see a change in pace, and I think franchise players may be anticipating that a little bit with the tour de force coming out over on Rossi. But he's going to be moving into Darion. Now, the Rossi-Darion sniper duel, I couldn't think of a more enemy at the gates-esque fights to have. With Darion, he isn't shifting the patience on this man. It's just incredible.
No shifts just yet. A little bit of a standoff. Neither chamber willing to make that approach, but it looks like their teammates are willing to push behind them. All of franchise players getting ready to come along with SK Rossi. So, of course, that teleport back to safety comes through. And again, I like it too. Very safe, playing it very well. Utilize the pressure onto that choke point now and try and prevent this collapse, but it is indeed coming through. Crazy Guy desperately trying to find the heads of some of these players as that spike. Frame rate's gone down again.
I really like how Darion backs off there the second he had the Rolling Thunder, rather than risking staying and not being able to leave, but guaranteeing a kill. Crazy Guy now, hoping for a timing. Doesn't quite see the players in main there. He may have just seen the kind of trendils of that coast, but no, it's a great flash. It's a beautiful spot of counter-aggression there. And Kappa just wipes them out. What a flash from Lightning Fast there. And it's all onto Darion to try and save this operator. Skills swings into him. Skills shuts him down. A flawless round against the full buy of Bleed. That flash. Oh my God, Grace, that was good.
100%. Again, that battle down in the fish market was just phenomenal, really. Again, Kappa really landing their shots. But again, the fact that potentially a bit of a whiff on the side of Bleed there. I just think that at the moment, this is where I'd like to see Bleed kind of try and have a little bit more of a different approach. Maybe they try and do a bit of, again, an overextension, but maybe they need wider space to go with. Maybe they need some mid-pressure to start coming underway. Well, Juicy getting immediately deleted from the map from the get-go, even attempting to go for that overextension. It's a little bit of a pushback for now. Again, really impressive to see the way that Darion is using that utility. We've seen it in multiple rounds now.
absolutely right. And look how franchise players have changed their pace once again. Last round they were on site at this point. Now they're all just in their own spawn. They're re-clearing everything. They're making sure that if Bleed choose to change pace, they're going to be alerted to this. And having already killed Juicy, who tried to go fairly aggressive that round, there's no defenders on A. Bleed, because franchise players have backed off, have now assumed that it's a rotation. They've gamble stacked with B sites, and the Cosmic Divide is placed perfectly, because now Bleed don't know if there's still players in B main. Luckily, with Crazy Guy pushing through mid, they're going to be aware of the fact it's a hit away, but at this point it's going to be too late. They're going to have to go into a 4 versus 5 after plant with only Sheriffs and the odd tour de force. And for Crazy Guy, he sees the trademark. He knows he can't go behind them. He's got to hope to go through tree. This is a on the nose attack with pistols, Grace.
Not the most ideal situation to be in. Daron holding heaven though, waiting for someone to pop their head up from hell. Don't think anyone's going to take the bait just yet, though. A beautiful shot there. Jay falling down. Can Daron get this pick? Yes, he can. Espe Rossi falling, but they're going to know that call-out would have come through. And there we go. Kappa ready and waiting. Takes him down. Rettler trades it back, but Hellranger is there to finish things off. And once again, franchise players a dominant showing, and that brings us to even Stevens. And goodness gracious me, I didn't think it was going to go like this, to be honest. This is an incredible approach coming through from franchise players. And Bleed, it's like they're playing it so well. They're playing it very defensively, very safely, I'll say. They're going for extensions. They're immediately drawing back on that initial engagement. I'm just thinking maybe they need to play more into the map control. Maybe they need to delay these approaches and try some pinches.
Potentially. I think, because bearing in mind that for franchise players, because of this 3 initiator setup, they have had such an easy time clearing every imaginable position for Bleed. And so it makes going aggressive really, really difficult. As Bleeds, once again, look to hold, there's a bit of control. They've got the Omen in Wine, but Crazy Guy now is the one to be challenged on short. He backs off. The counter flashes there from both KOs. And you see huge dumpage of ults. This abilities with the ult of Crazy Guy looking to join the mix as well. That being said, though, franchise players, they want no part in this. They back off. JH is going to aggress, but Skills is going to hear all of this. This timing, this setup is just perfect. Skills sees the second player. He dies, sure, but look where the spike is. That may be the killing blow for franchise players. Darion shuts down Lightning Fast, who looks to aggress through mid. There's an overextension, dare I say it. Franchise players potentially getting a bit too cocky. Now a man down. They have a Hunter's Fury, something I imagine they'll be saving for the afterplant here. As Rettler looks to re-smoke the He doesn't want to try and challenge Kappa. He may even go through this here. Through it he goes, spots out Rettler, doesn't land the shots though, while the rest of franchise players look to slowly tiptoe over to this A site with Hellranger sort of teasing aggression here. But once again, when you do tease aggression this much, it's anticipated. It absolutely is. All onto Rossi, a 1v4. We've seen 1v4s be converted this game. This is by all means doable. But let's be honest, the utility isn't making his life easy. Crazy Guy swings out, misses the no-scope, does Rossi. And with that, Bleed, they'll hold their lead. But for how long?
Push a button, save the day.
This is it, though. It's I think one thing I would really be curious to see, and this, might be a bit crazy here, but I'd like to see an overextension from the get-go from Crazy and Jay together as a duo and work that utility together. Because again, I appreciate that they're going for these opening engagements and then they're getting pressured, so they're immediately falling back. But I really do think that utility can be used in the early round, especially to enable that opening engagement. And I think that's really what Bleed need to set the momentum. They need that opening pick to go in their favor, but without any follow-up trade from the side of franchise. And I think that will help set the pace for them a little bit more. Just me being a mad scientist, I suppose.
It's sort of concocting all these strats and giggling to yourself. It's like the room fills with like all these nauseous gases. Yeah,
Lightning.
Pretty much. That's pretty. I sort of imagine that's what the Bleed HQ is like. Like Godspeed's in his corner with all his papers everywhere, and every now and then, like Sirius pokes his head in to check on him. Oh, Godspeed, you alright? And Godspeed, sort of shouts at him and he sort of scurries away. And then every now and then, Godspeed comes out clutching his papers going, I've done it! I've done it! I've figured out how to win Ascent! And everyone goes, wait, really? They all gather around their papers. They take a timeout at round 20. And now we're going to see if Godspeed's theory was correct. Good luck following that up, by the way.
I just feel like, yeah, I just feel like. No, I'm really impressed with franchise players because, you know, as I've said, I've really just kind of sung their praises a bit today on the side of Bleed, but for good reason, for very good reason. They've been one of the most consistent and clean teams so far. For the franchise, having them a little bit on the ropes here is a really, really good thing. So it certainly shows the quality of the region for sure.
Cover going out.
This is exactly what I want to see as well. So much utility being dumped on either side. And there we go. That rotation has to start coming through from franchise because they don't want to risk it. But ready and waiting in mid is Juicy.
Oh.
So this
I think we've lost
could be
Rossi.
pretty huge.
Oh no, we're back. Okay. Oh, crisis averted. We're okay. We're okay. Juicy was attempting to get him through the wall there. The flash, I believe, will just hit Juicy, and he doesn't even risk the shot. Just smokes, gets the hell out of there while the rotation comes through. Crazy guy now. Prowler's going to be what gets the information.
Oh, I love this. They are perfectly. They've been like sheep herders there, perfectly funneling them into that fish market. Juicy and Crazy Guy taking down two of their players. Lightning falling two, so all that co-utility taken away. How they interpret the trade back, but Crazy Guy ready and waiting. A second on the Kappa, and there we go. Kramer, that was gorgeous. Kramer, I'm literally...
Great.
Whew, okay, I'm just gonna... Yes. Okay, so they apply the pressure on A. They make them go back for that rotation, but they already had that setup with Juicy in mid. They felt that pressure. They had to go for the long rotate towards B. And at that point, they're like, okay, we need to apply a bit of pressure towards mid. The smoke covers go down from Juicy, and they're like, yeah, we're not contesting that. The entire team is then funneled, as I say, these all-important choke points. And at that point, Bleed are like, we have them exactly where we want them. The timer is ticking, and they are forced to go through, again, this bottleneck into sight. We can just hold these angles, dump this util. Again, the util dump, for sure, it was on both sides, but... Oh my god, I'm freaking out about that round. I love it. That was...
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And it's positioning that won it for them. You don't need the best aim, you don't need the best utility usage. Just positioning won it for them there, which I was
100%.
really damn impressed with. Really damn impressed with. Furthermore, for Bleed, I imagine Godspeed's giggling in a corner right now because his strat works. The question now is, can Bleed repeat it? Because if so, remember, they're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from closing out this map. Do you believe in the comeback, Grace?
No. I think if that last round, I do, but also I think you know the smell of overtime is lingering in my nostrils, is what I'll say. But
okay.
if the next few rounds are like that one, because Bleed just suddenly turned into a completely different team there. You know, it's been a bit rocky on this defensive half of them, and that was perfect. Like, again, I mentioned how they needed to start getting more of this map control, and they had it to a T there. As I say, they were like sheep herders. It was perfect stuff. That's exactly how you want to be playing these defenses. You want to be making sure that you've got that kind of control. You're the ones that are dictating the pace of the round as the defense, ideally. Yep. That's the thing. You need to be dictating that pace. You need to be saying, no, we're pushing you into this area. Again, the attackers, 9 times out of 10, they have a few steps. They have like a checklist of sorts that they need to go through in order to go for that final collapse. If you are the ones applying that pressure, you're throwing a spanner in the works because you're either overextending, you're extending with some util, you're really pushing them in the direction you want them to go. And again, with a map like this, because you have those tiny choke points, mid is so important. And the fact that Juicy was willing to go for that massive mid overextension, dump the smokes down. You know, granted, they missed their first shot, but it was the immediate util dump that came through that then forced them to kind of have to contest into fish. And that's just classic Valorant goodness, like chef's kiss. Mwah. Like, that's exactly what I want to see. And that's made me really excited.
Yeah, bear in mind as well, the map's definitely not over. Like, we could very well see kind of adaptations of this come through, particularly when you just see the aggression push up short.
100%.
Furthermore as well, we do have a brief tech timeout, hence why we're now on screen. I know you don't have to see us for too long, so calm down. Let's we'll be able to go back anyway in just a moment. But as you mentioned, you said you didn't believe in the comeback. I still do. And the reason I think I still do is because that aggression in mid, it can only work so many times before franchise players then just start fighting for mid. And then you sort of lose that early warning system, which was what was able to craft Bleed such a successful round that we just saw. And furthermore, they don't have to fight too heavily for mid control. It could very well be a matter of sort of leaving Rossi to hold short with mid smoked. And they've just lost the control. And then sort of defaulting as well can be a great way of mitigating this because you can fake quite easily off of a default, especially when you have the Astra for skills. So there is really a lot of wiggle room here for franchise players. And so, well, you may be thinking Bleeder got this. I think franchise players still have quite a bit left to show us.
I see. I mean, yeah, I'm not again, it's no disrespect to franchise at all. I think that so far they've had a really, really impressive attack. I just think that Bleed's usual style of how they play out a round hasn't been there on their defense. That's not normally how their defenses go. That's not normally how they play those defenses. It's been a little bit squiffy from them, to be honest. And I think this really could be a case of them being like, no, okay, we've fully worked out, like we've ironed out the creases here, head in the game, and we can just do Bleed things, I guess. I mean, we could make it interesting here, Kramer. We could make it interesting because obviously there's a Amazon India sale at the moment. So shout out to our sponsors. But I say that if Bleed take it here, you have to go onto the Amazon sale and get me a pair of socks. But if franchise win, I'll get you a pair of socks.
Surely the shipping fee to get it from Amazon India to us is going to really hurt.
Potentially, but I like that. I like that.
Or we just go to India.
That could work too.
We'll just go to India and pick up some socks. All right, I will take you up on that. I have faith in my boys at franchise players. The issue, the one thing that I think may come back to haunt them is that right now they're having to rely on how aggressive Lightning Fast is. Rossi's doing a great job on that chamber, but you need sort of more than one prong of attack, and a lot of the time we are seeing these sites get split, which means the other sort of marauding group needs an entry. And Lightning Fast has been very good on the defense, and even in the afterplants, he's been very good. But I don't necessarily have seen anything too wild when it comes to these initial fights, particularly when we sort of see him going over for control of tree. A lot of the time, he's having to rely on trades to come to support him. I think if we end up getting to a position where he's able to just spearhead and sort of snowplow his way through this defense, then franchise players are in a beautiful spot.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I just love the fact that they're willing to have this patience before they commit to anything. Yeah. It's a very, it started pretty aggressive, but now it's gone to this nice quiet before the storm thing. And again, because Bleed weren't really willing to push out and maintain that map control, they were playing super passive. I don't think that's what they need to do here. If you're playing passive with a team that's attacking by taking their time, you're just giving up map control for free.
Absolutely right, you do. And, well, welcome back to Ascent. 11-9 is the scoreline in favor of Bleed. Flash through mid skills is going to be Team Flash, but that's okay. He can shrug that off. He'll walk it off. I don't know how effectively you can walk off a flashbang, but he's going to find a way to do it. As the flash drive now deployed from JH is going to be able to buy a bit of space, but he's also going to be hit by the Rolling Thunder. Having to back off in time. Does he back off in time? No, he doesn't. Skills gets the opening. Crazy guy, able to trade, and out comes the Hunter's Fury. He's going to attack a teammate, but Lightning Fast doesn't care. Trades back and forth. Crazy guy chimes in. Rettler finished off as Rossi chimes in as well. Still on to Darion. Down to the 1v1. Oh. Headhunter in hand. Does he see Rossi? Oh my god! He does. Annihilating Rossi and bringing Bleed there 12. What a shot.
What a shot. Yeah, I was very impressed with how the skills was actually able to get that opening pick though right there on the corner, because I was really sure that Jay knew exactly where they were. But yeah, what a clutch here from Daron. Beautiful little pick there. Yeah. Oh. The things you love to see. Match point then, Kramer. So
it's pretty satisfying, isn't it? We do a match point, as you mentioned, and you look at the ult management as well. Nightfall available for Crazy Guy over on franchise players. They've got that tour de force, which has been brought out by Rossi. So much so, he's going to use it on Juicy, demonstrating its effectiveness, and turns out it's pretty bloody effective. There is Crazy Guy, of course, waiting behind the soap field. He's going to be able to retrieve the operator. Does he try and fight Rossi as well? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, though, and in case You hadn't missed it. It's peeked me twice in this case. JH, good for one. Another operator now on Darion. Hasn't quite seen Rossi. Hasn't been given opportunity to fight him. Instead, he's going to go very close to this smoke. Flash goes off. He avoids it for the time being. Scopes in. Oh, no! Okay, he recovers it. He recovers it. Still Headhunter in hands. Finished off by Hell Ranger. Oh, that's got to hurt. Rossi on his third. Now trying to make it 4. Finished off by JH into the 1 versus 2. Now, 30 HP. He would have to do something unspeakable to win this, then Hell Ranger will make sure that doesn't happen. 10 rounds for franchise players. For a moment there, Grace, I got worried. But, Darion, that's got to hurt your confidence.
I kind of like
That's
almost
really gotta
have
hurt.
my head in my hand. This is it. Like, oh my god, they are not the moments for you to be having a silly sausage moment, is it? Like,
yeah.
the thing is, it's like standing in a tight angle like that with the op is just not the best of ideas. I'm wondering if that was just a little bit of a flustered play because they knew that collapse was coming through or had come through, and they'd lost a lot of players already, and we're kind of worried about contesting it. Again, I'm worried now that Bleed have changed up this idea of them not really maintaining the map control as much as they previously were. That's what they were doing well in order to pull this back in their favor a little bit, and now it's kind of gone back to this, oh, we'll just wait for them to come to us moment. It could be a massive shot. Yes, it is.
Blinds.
There we go. Juicy once again falling at the first hurdle. Just absolutely able to land their shots. Their shots is SK Rossi, and there we go. Rattler trading it back though. Potentially getting a second. There we go. Skills falling down
That's
too.
clean.
So gorgeous
That's
plays
bloody
there
clean.
to whittle down the attack as much as possible, give you that player advantage. They have to collapse at that slight disadvantage. But think about the util in pocket. Still a lot to work with if you do want to go for an execute onto the A site right now. Kappa at the back, just making sure there isn't a flankeroonie coming through. But looks like Bleed, they don't want to give up too much space too soon. We still have Crazy all the way in B. The rotation will probably come in thick and fast as soon as this collapse is initiated. So let's see what happens. Here we go. That's certainly going to make the call come through, and they can just kind of stampede into sight. Can they get the door down in time? Beautiful shot there by Kappa. Jay falling down. So that's all that KO util off the table. That could really aid them in the post plan, and that spike is firmly punked down yet again.
Down to a 3 versus 3 now. Vandals retrieved. Out comes that null command. I'm surprised that you've seen that null command get popped here from franchise players. Bearing in mind that they are still in a 3v3 and all of their positions, if not known but assumed here. Redler already close sight, swings out from Gen, spots out 2 players. There's the first to fall. Recon Dart is going to ping him, but will it be enough to survive? Paranoia follows up. It's all onto Hell Ranger, finished off by Crazy Guy, and for Bleed, that is a beautiful retake there to be able to just stack up, trade one another, and force franchise players into an uncomfortable position. With that Bleed, they'll be taking our first map of the day, 13-10.
I just love how well SK Rossi was playing with these snipers, to be honest. Granted that it was just too much too late towards the end. But again, that could have really gone in the favor of franchise players then. They really maintained that pressure and that control. And again, as I say, Bleed weren't really maintaining that map control as much as they were. That allowed them to have that comeback. And that was kind of a little bit worrying for me because I was like, you're on match point right now. Do what works. Do what you know works. So I think maybe it was just a bit of a squiffy one from there towards the end. Then ultimately they did get the dub. I'm going to get a pair of socks from you. So I'm happy about that.
I'll get you a pair of Bleed socks. I imagine
there we
Bleed
go.
have
That's
socks,
what I want.
so
I hope Bleed have socks. I will get a pair of Bleed socks.
We'll get a pair of Bleed socks. We'll be able to boast them in our next cards. We'll be able to see, though, how Bleed are going to... We'll be able to see if they can do it consistently, because, of course, they're playing 2 games today. Same for franchise players, who I believe are playing next as well. So they're going to have that shot of redemption. And actually, I think going into their game next, they're against Xerxia, one of the, I would argue, at least on paper, one of the best teams here. For franchise players, if Rossi's continuing to play as well as he is, then this could very well be a good game.
100%. I mean, it's going to get very close again. This is just going to be a day of very, very close matches, in my opinion. Yeah. We do have the best of the best here now. And it is going to get, fear of a time potential. We can smell it in the air. But What I also want to have in the air right now is some beautiful analysis. So we're going to throw it right over to our gorgeous analyst desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Grace, for that nail-biting experience of the entire game. But I should really say, franchise players, they almost made it to that overtime. And Bleed Esports yet again stand undefeated so far in the group stages, taking down the third map in their hands. And let me tell you something. Franchise players have fought this map all the way from 9-3 down to a 10-13 scoreline. And their comeback had a lot of assets which completely stood me amazing, because I didn't expect them to go for such a long comeback in the first place, but the way they altered their strategies against Bleed, that was very impressive, Universe.
Yeah, it most certainly was. And I really think that, after the first half, because the defense is where, the franchise players actually thrive the most on the stand. When they went down 6-0, when it became 6-1 finally, was when I finally thought that, it could be a little bit more, okay, you know what, they're getting into the game. But instantly, Bleed put the metal to the pedal and they hit down to 9-3. The cursed scoreline, as we all see, does have its effect, but only until a certain point. It does not go further than 10 rounds, and that is the most that they were going to make out of it. Let's head into what we saw overall in this entire game, ladies and gentlemen, because franchise players, they tried their real best, but there were certain rounds that, did really, really an impact on this game. Let's go to round number 5 and have a look in the first half how Bleed absolutely tore through this. Now, let me just break this down for you. You can see that there's a split approach currently coming in towards the A and the B side, whilst it is a little bit of a passive hold towards B, but it is going to be ending up towards a B. The A side is just a little bit of a fake that they're going to be selling at the moment. They're trying to hold on for as long as possible so that they have global esports, freaking franchise players make a mistake, which is not going to happen because globally, they are just holding the entire line. They're not moving into positions that they know they shouldn't be in. There's a lot of recons, there's a lot of utility being thrown across, and while Xerxia does find Juicy towards the A site, it still bleeds around to play. They have a lot of information, which is that there's 3 players at the minimum on the A side, and instantly they rotate. And Retla, even though he loses his life here with his amazing positioning, Kappa with the awareness, it was all on to the last 2 players who are going to be left in this round, which is Darion and JH, because even here, Crazy Guy is going to be detected. He goes down with a good combination, and this was looking like a first FPS round, right? No, absolutely not. The utility a little delayed. Hellranger comes through with a little bit of damage, but nothing more. He's holding on his position, and that's what they need. But Darion, he goes on the aggressive. JH finds a free kill because it's a 1v1 duel. He's not going to lose that. And it's suddenly down to a 3v2. He's got a Vandal to work with, but it doesn't matter. He's done the job. And on 26 HP, JH finds one, gets the second, and puts down the third as well. Xerxia was on a roll, but that just did not go through. Those were 1v1 duels given to him. They did not swing together. They were going in for that duel one by one, and that is where Bleed absolutely dominated the first half. They got control, they got the utility. Even if the utility wasn't working, their aim, like we just saw, was right on point. 26 HP, 1v3 clutch. But here's where the game completely shut down. Let's go to round number 17. Now in this particular one, well, I can't really say much, but this was where FPS kind of gave the comeback that we were expecting, that we were longing for, that the South Asian region was longing for. It didn't come through. There was a pretty long standoff between Darion and Xerxia towards the B site, but there was not really much contact until the last minute, because at this point, franchise are still thinking about where they want to end up. They're slowly gathering towards B. They've got all their players there. And the only reason that they actually win this round or survive this is because in this particular moment right here, Darion doesn't fire his bullet. He just teleports away. Because if he had killed Skills there, it would have been a whole different game. The ultimates come through with the breach and the entire site is cleaned up. And FPS find the site beautifully. They positioned themselves in a great position, in pretty great positions. They find the crossfires. They've got everything that they need. Utility as well. a little bit of over peeking might have come in from skills at right this moment. He almost went in to take a peek right there. Crazy Guy just about missed that, but after this, it was just the B main play that came in with the KOs. And this flash, perfectly timed, double peaked, well done from FPS, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to push them across the line.
Yep. Well, I should say franchise players had, I think, more than 3 times where they could have actually got the round, but eventually ended up in Bleed's favor, since their anticipation was going very right in terms of where each and every player was going to walk out, like from which angle franchise players would most certainly take a peek on towards. So Bleed's read on towards franchise players was flawless, and I should say they might have lost some rounds, but franchise players lacked a lot of crossfire setup today. But either way, it's going to be the MVP king, SK Rossi, walking away with the MVP with 283 average comeback score and 23 kills with 4 assists.
Yeah, well, he did do the most of the running for his team. He was, of course, the engine of the train that he was, you know, the captain of as well. Unfortunately for his team, they just couldn't keep up with his pace and his skill. And even though he is the lone person who's given as much as he possibly could in this matchup, he was up against Darian. Both of them were going pretty head-to-head until a certain point. I think that there was no difference in their kills until a certain point. I think they were about 18, 17 kills where both of them are going head-to-head against each other. But SK Rossi just a little bit, you know, on his better side today. He was on top of his game. A little bit disconnection in between. Almost lost his head through a wall. But he still was able to find himself on top of the leaderboard. And as you can see it is both the Chambers who are absolutely on top of things here. And SK Rossi, 8 first kills. Absolutely insane stuff. But in the bigger picture, Elika, it just does not fall through for him or his team.
Yes. I mean, no matter how many efforts SK Rossi puts in, until and unless they get the round advantage, it's difficult for him to, you know, make it all worth for his team. But coming back, Darian is going to be the MVP coming in from Bleed Esports as a Chamber, and I believe that it's the very first time I'm watching him as the MVP, at least from in the group stages. But Juicy has done a great job along with Crazy Guy, Redline, and JH, and I should tell you, the combination of JH, Juicy, and Crazy Guy completely stands out. Like, they are these, you know, threatening trio that they form themselves into a group, and whenever they execute a strategy, they always make sure they have each other's back. So I think that's one way how Bleed Esports stands out. And Juicy and the Chamber, the Radiant, both of them, they have their own individual play style, since Jet cannot depend or take much of support since he's going to be the first entry, and Chamber being the lurk most of the times. But Darian still made that he was doing all the job and giving support for his team. That's what matters the most, I believe, for Bleed Esports, and their game style has changed a little bit from yesterday. Yesterday, I saw Bleed Esports was going all aggressive. They were very confident with the way how they're taking things. But today, against franchise players, they let their guard down multiple times. But it was aim that was working out and very well for them, and the economy, of course.
Yeah, well, the economy did go a little bit, you know, around the place for, of course, FPS. They did have a little bit of trouble in the beginning itself. Every round was just, you know, a push of a buy eco, because they were losing consistently. And finally, on round number 7, when they got their first round, they stabilized it a little bit, dropped down again when they kind of give up their rounds, you know, when they dropped down to 9 and 3. And in the second half, it picked up majorly. They put down Bleed where they were in the first half, won 6 rounds in a row, did exactly what Bleed did to them in the first half. They got revenge, but only for that certain portion. They found only the 6 rounds that they had lost in the first half in the second. Post that, it became really difficult because that one round, I think, which I believe was round number 19, which completely sealed the deal for Bleed Esports going forward. They just, you know, took control of everything that was there. They made sure that they took a little bit of aggression towards FPS because they were playing pretty aggressively themselves. And yeah, well, that's been pretty much how we expected it to go down. And in first kills, even though it was most of the times it was FPS, almost double the rounds, it has been opening duels, winning for the side of franchise players, which half of which has been Xerxia himself. He's got 8 out of those 15 kills, and my word, that one player took his team so far, but even though they get the first kills, it's only about the last kill that actually matters. Because if you are in a 1v3 and all you got to do is kill a person who's down to 26 HP, it's all that matters, because it doesn't matter if you got the first kill, you got the second, third. If you get all the kills, that's what goes through, because in the end, that's all that matters. Because as we can see on the scoreboard, it is 13-10, and it is Bleed with a little bit more of a team synergetic performance compared to franchise, because I don't think Kappa had the best of games. Hellranger too was good with his utility, but his aim at times, was shining, but at times was pretty blunt in our faces as well. Pretty cloudy day for franchise players today. Xerxia, the only one, finding the, that one particular area where he could shine. But yeah, how do you think that FPS could have done better? What do you think they could have done better?
I mean, when the map started, I already mentioned that FPS already had a better win rate in the attacking, and I think that's where they did most of the comeback in the second half when they were in the attacking. But I think their defense setup could be much better in order to the Asian composition they are working with. Or maybe it's just that they had to build different strategies against Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports is a team who takes more of aim deals rather than the map control, which is directly a huge advantage for franchise players to farm on, keep those, avoid or use alarm boards in order to take more map control and suffocate Bleed Esports at one corner at A-bomb site or the B-bomb site. And this is the team performance coming in from the map of Ascent. They had total of 11 plants and 2 diffuses. This explains how aggressive Bleed was in their attacking and where franchise players were a little offside on the defense side.
Yeah, well, they did have a lot of aggression on the B side, as you could see. They had one defuse on the B side, which was the clutch that we saw from JH in the first half. Only 2 diffuses because, like you said, that is exactly the, evidence of the fact that they were really aggressive. They did not let the side of the attack go into the side, get the plant, because they were more focused on stopping them as soon as possible, stopping them from getting that plant, stopping them from getting extra money as well. So I totally believe that it is going to be a little bit more difficult for them when they face off. I think, when they go to face off against Alter Ego as well, because I think even they are pretty strong in Ascent, which is going to be happening in the days to come. Not yet, though. For now, franchise players, they've got one man shining, and they need him to shine in the next game as well. It is going to be Xerxia going up against this man and the rest of his team again in the next match coming up, ladies and gentlemen. And if he's going to be performing the same way and hopefully his team picks up a little bit of momentum, he's going to be pretty amazing, because as you can see, his ACS, his average kills is just consistent. He's got everything in control. He's making himself as much utilized as possible from his team. But the problem is the rest of them need to keep up. And I think that the one thing that they need to do is maybe let a little bit more aggression come through, and that maybe could come if they choose to let Lightning Fast go into his previous role where he's played the Rays before on this map. They had a composition where they played a couple of times, about 7 to 8 times, where they have Xerxia on the chamber, they've got Lightning Fast on the Rays, and he's the one who does the entry fragging along with Xerxia. And because Xerxia is such a good operator, I think he should be a secondary help for the main duelist who can cause a lot of damage. But as I speak about it, KO is, of course, an S tier agent, and he is a must-have on pretty much every map, especially Ascent. Not only to find out information, but also to disable as much utility as possible. And while Lightning Fast did that quite a bit, he is known for his aim. His name is Lightning Fast for a reason, and I think that he needs to come into a little bit more free role of going and taking fights head on, which with the KO was a little bit depreciated. But I think in the next game, we don't know how it's going, because we're going to have to see which map it is.
Well, so far, Darren has been that one asset to the team who's outperformed today, of course, being the MVP with the chamber in his hands. He's got total of 41 kills so far in group stages with 75% attack win rate, 43 rounds and 14 out of 17 post plans. And the heat map definitely depicts that his control was overall towards the bomb sites completely focused. We did have a lot of market control coming in there, but there's nothing much he could do. Highly depends on the side he's playing on, actually, the attack or the defense. But coming back, overall, I should say Bleed Esports, today they had a better grip in attack compared to yesterday because they were a little low on the attack yesterday. And you know, Bleed Esports is known for not being able to be very consistent on their defensive side. And I think that gave a very good chance franchise to once again, you know, go out and push, get those rounds. But the way how they dealt with this was most part. I've seen Bleed Esports not take the peak. They gave the bomb site for free. Of course, they let them plant. And this is what CCV has also mentioned yesterday, that what Bleed Esports tries to do is after they plant the spike, now the attackers become the defenders for the spike. And with the duelist, it just gets easier for Bleed Esports to attack and take the retake on the bomb site. So they plant themselves as the attackers. They go to the bomb site with so much less area for franchise players to work with. It just gets easier for Bleed Esports to do that. And I think this is one of the reasons how they made their comeback possible. And they also gave up a lot of post-plan scenarios in their attack side.
Yeah, well, while all of that is true, it is, you know, pretty much what they're going to have to digest. They had one win yesterday, pretty convincing, 13-7 against Velocity. But today, they're going to have to take a little bit of a hard loss against Bleed. They're not, of course, they're not on the running yet. They've got a lot of more games to go through, a lot of teams to face off, a lot of different teams with different playstyles to face off. Are they going to put themselves on top? They've got another game today. Franchise players will be playing against Xerxia. Will they win? That is the question. What do you think? Do you think Xerxia is going to be prevailing, or is it going to be franchise?
If you ask me, Xerxia Esports started off on a very bumpy start with Bleed Esports losing against them. But today I feel like with the kind of momentum that franchise players had against Bleed, if they go out and play against Xerxia, there's a very good chance that franchise players can win. Now, franchise players are the ones who got qualified from the qualifiers in South Asia. Now, Xerxia is an invited team, which almost makes them one of the best teams in Southeast Asia. But we don't know how good they are at Ascent. But so far, I think the win rate in the attack for franchise players is looking good. It also depends highly on which map is Xerxia Esports going to face against FPS. And now let me tell you, if it's a map like Pearl, if it's a map like Ascent or Bind, franchise players have highest advantage. And Xerxia Esports is a little low when it comes down to the close quarters map. They're very good at maps like Icebox, Freeze, where they have a lot of area to work with, because Xerxia Esports is one of those teams who loves investing in their duelists as well as their initiatives. So their Sentinels is the secondary area that they focus less on.
Yeah, well, while that might be true, we can't forget the fact that Xerxia has just gone a huge change. And it's a pretty quick change as well. And to adjust to it is definitely something that is going to be difficult for them. And that's kind of why they kind of, faltered up against Bleed, I believe. Well, they did have a, training match, which I think that they were going to expect that whether or not they win or lose it, they're going to try to figure out how they are playing as a team right now. They've got some pretty strong hitters still. They've got, of course, Scary and Surf right there. But will they be continuing, this training regime for longer is the question, because you can't just get into a tournament and have a little bit more of difficulty moving into, different regions. And of course, you having 4 or 5 different players, right? You're having 4 or 5 different players getting into it out of nowhere, coming, overnight. So it is going to be difficult. Let's see how they face off against.
Yes, but before we switch down to the next match, ladies and gentlemen, me and Universe are going to take a short break. We'll meet you right back here.
Moving too fast, life is moving loving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. My Benz get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the grind, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 내 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LG Ultragear presents the Challenger Series, powered by Amazon. And of course, we've got our beautiful partners who've got some amazing products. We've got our GPU partner, Zotac. We've got our gaming partner, Intel. We've got Crucial as our memory and storage partner, our laptop partner, Asus, and of course, our broadcast partner, Loco. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got map number 2, game number 2 for the day coming in, and it is franchise players going up against Xerxia. Just off of a little bit of a tough loss for the side of franchise players, they're going to be going up against the other invited team of this series. And I am not too confident about this. I still think that while they have an upper hand in terms of, you know, the opponent team being newly formed, they have a huge roster change coming just days ago. I still think that Xerxia have pretty good players who have played with each other before, even though the players who've come in right now are players who have been in contact. They're good friends, so they have experience of playing with these players. But I'm not gonna throw out FPS completely. I think that is, again, gonna be something close. Again, at 13-10, 13-11. But I think it could tip in either way.
Well, if you ask me, I believe that franchise players have got a really good chance of winning this match against Xerxia Esports. Well, Xerxia's Esports group stages matches have not really been that great, and the fact that they lost against Bleed Esports the very first match yesterday in Haven, their momentum is on a low note. And of course, with a lot of roster changes coming in through, I think they'll be able to handle properly this time. And it is Xerxia Esports going up against franchise players. And yesterday, Xerxia Esports had a really good chance with Surf and Scary, both of them in the team. And of course, Scary being the very scary duelist in their roster. I think he's done most of the job for the team, him being the MVP, of course. And we've got new additions. And one of those very exciting addition in Xerxia Esports is PTC.
Oh yeah.
Now, he's playing a sentinel role and also switches up according to the map. But I really believe that this man has a lot of potential that he can discover in the map.
Yep.
But when it comes down to Xerxia Esports, they're not really a team who alter their strategy according to their opponents.
Yep.
They build their own strategy and they make it as a defending strategy. They would not like to maybe change, but franchise players are totally dependent on altering the ways they approach the opponent. They wait till they read the opponents completely and maybe then, like, change something about their play. And anyway, all the best to Xerxia Esports and franchise players. And I should definitely say that it's going to be a second back-to-back match for franchise players. So the first game could just be a warm-up and this might be their actual victory.
Well, that could be the case, which I really hope it is, because I think that they really need to pick up the pace here. And whilst we see both the teams' players come up over here, we've got, of course, Xerxia with Surf, Fluky, PTC, Cigarettes, and Scary. PTC being one of, Xerxia's ex-players. He was in the squad way back when, and whilst the roster changes were happening, PTC was also the IGL of this team early on, and he's got pretty good success with this team. Of course, this team made it to multiple Masters, champions as well, and they've got him back again. And under his leadership, I believe that they could do something better, because he was the person who took them quite some distance in not just the APAC region, but also the international stages as well. So I am looking forward to what this team can do, but can they do it against the players of FPS who, whilst have come back on the back of a loss? Let's have a look at their lineup as we talk about them, because FPS, they need a boost of confidence, and they need a boost of everything that they can get to win this game.
I mean, they already are looking quite good in terms of the kind of match they've showed against Bleed Esports. They're confident. Yes, the victory was not theirs, but the way they held that comeback was completely outstanding. So, franchise players, we've got Hellranger, Kappa, Lightning Fast Skills, and of course the MVP stealer, SK Rossi, who's been currently the top contender for MVP. Back-to-back, every match he played, he was the MVP for his team. Now, it highly depends on the type of map that both of these teams have chosen to play against each other, and of course, who's starting on what side. I'm definitely waiting for the map veto, because in order, if you say SK Rossi, if they had a chance starting off on the defense side, they might not be at the bright side. But eventually, let's have a look at the head-to-head strategies we have here. SK Rossi going up against Fluky, being the chamber again for Xerxia Esports. Chamber versus chamber.
Of course, yeah, it is. It has to be, because we had Darion the last time. It's got to be Fluky this time. He is pretty good at what he does, of course. Insane headshot percentage, by the way, 34% headshot. That a third of his shots are basically, every third bullet that he shoots is practically a headshot, right? Yeah. So he's got insane ACS as well. So I really believe this is going to be another duel for, our audience to have a look at for. How Darion and SK Rossi had, things going on in their favor. We're going to have a look at how Fluky and SK Rossi head up against each other as well. It is really interesting how these chambers just knock up numbers that we have never seen before. Let's have a look at the map as we talk about it, because it looks like it's going to end up on Ascent again. There we go. We've got Ground Zero back. I know you're not too happy about this, but what do you have to say?
I mean, I have been watching Ascent back-to-back for quite some time now. Now that franchise players, I think they should be more than happy than anyone to play Ascent back and again. It's like they are getting a second chance for themselves in the map of Ascent. And let me tell you, franchise players actually have a good win rate in the map of Ascent, and of course one of the best maps. But the best part about franchise players playing in Ascent today, right now in this match, is they're going to be starting off with the defense again. I mean, this is something I certainly didn't expect coming in through. Xerxia were the ones who chose to be on the defense. But if eventually FPS decides to go on defense, then bumpy start. But if FPS had an attacking start, I think they could have just carried the momentum all the way from the first match against Bleed to the match against Xerxia Esports. But let me tell you, there's no way that franchise players is going to let this map go. Once again, they've got a chance against another best Southeast Asian team and another invited team similar to Bleed Esports, but in the same map. They just finished playing Ascent. So I believe that franchise players are already in the mood and set ready. They're all good to go in the map of Ascent. And speaking about Xerxia Esports, I think they have had a good run in the roster changes. So not so many bumps coming in their way, but I guess that this is also a good opportunity for them to win their first match in group stages.
Yep, that is for sure. We do have a pretty interesting matchup in front of us here, ladies and gentlemen. Ascent being yet again chosen, and FPS, well, it's no stranger to them. They have got defense yet again, which is their better side of choice when they come to this map. They do have a better win rate on the defense. They have but last game didn't seem like it. They eventually did make it back, but hey, I want to know what our casters are thinking about it. Kremer and Grace, what do you think? What's going to happen?
Yep, but before we switch it down to Kremer and Grace, I want to give out a prediction. Who do you think has the higher chance of winning this match? But if you ask me, I'm totally down for franchise players. I know that Xerxia Esports is one of the best in the Southeast Asia, but let me tell you, I just watched franchise players totally make an insane comeback in the map of Ascent.
Yeah, well, I think that we could see a comeback happen if at all it does go down to a 9-3 scoreline again. This time, I hope it stays a little closer in both the first and the second half. Well, let's move on to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Kremer and Grace, over to you.
Welcome, 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 as Xerxia is going to be taking on Bleed. Now, Bleed, I do apologise, franchise players, that's a great start. Something I want to highlight is both these teams have come off the back of a loss to Bleed. That's where we got Bleed from. So we're going to have a sort of interesting battle to see if the same mistake is going to be made against Bleed. Now, one of the things to highlight is, once again, we're on Ascent. Now, Grace, I understand that you've never cast this map before, so you may struggle a little bit with some of the call-outs. I don't think we've seen Ascent at all this tournament, really. So,
what is
it could
this
be a bit
map?
hit and miss. We could see some new strategies. We could see something we haven't seen before. On a serious note, though, I think that for franchise players, seeing their game against Bleed earlier, I'm feeling pretty confident about them. They've seen a very clear improvement from how they played against Velocity yesterday. So I'm looking forward to seeing what franchise players can bring here. For Xerxia, in their game against Bleed, they played pretty damn well. In fact, I would argue Xerxia didn't make many mistakes. It was just Bleed just popped off yesterday. So this could really be a almost test of form, so to say, if Xerxia can keep the quality they had yesterday, or if Bleed can keep the quality they had in our last map.
I think this is it. I think it's going to be quite a nice one for Xerxia because unlike the high progression of Bleed, they've got more of a stable approach on the side of franchise players. Yeah. It's a very slow and steady burn from them. The thing to keep out for here is whether or not Xerxia are really going to play into that map control. If you're doing the counter analysis, that's where your focus really needs to be, I think, in my opinion, when franchise are on the table. Again, the fact that we're going back to Ascent 2, I think this will be quite nice for franchise. They've already got nicely warmed up and the muscle memory going into it already, having just previously played it against Bleed. So that's going to be quite a nice one for them. Maybe it's more of the same that we'll see from them. And Xerxia too, it's this idea of, okay, how are we going to counter what we potentially just saw? Again, I'm not sure if they were warming up as a team or if they were actually watching the matches, but I would assume that the support staff would have been keeping a close eye on things. So there's a lot of discussion to be had within that team at the moment going into this map indeed. I think it's going to be another barn burner on the cards, to be honest.
Very well could be. So to highlight as well is I believe Xerxia are playing with their previous roster and they're not playing with Cigarettes. That's tentative though. We'll have to see once we get to the agent select if that's still the case. But I want to highlight Cigarettes yesterday played pretty damn well. I believe he was playing the Fade and was pretty good at sort of just setting up the rest of the team there. Whereas over on over on their sort of previous roster, sort of the same roster they went to Champions with, is Xerxia were a lot more aggressive, and I think that probably comes. So we'll see if that sort of transfers over, depending on what roster they're fielding today. For franchise players, though, I think that bearing in mind, local to South Asia, sort of South Asian playstyle's fairly aggressive. In fact, no, it's not fairly aggressive. It's aggressive. It's just aggressive. So I think that for franchise players, they may actually inadvertently be very experienced when it comes to dealing with aggression. Something that may end up playing against Xerxia here.
Well, no, 100%. I think you're absolutely hitting it on the nail there. Again, it's this idea of if you can combine that aggression with the maintenance of that map control as well. Again, we saw so many times in that previous game how much they were willing to take the engagement, fall right back on both sides. Both Bleed and Franchise were doing this. Franchise can do it very comfortably as well. And it's also the fact that they're willing to bait out util almost from their opponent. And I think that's a really important thing to look at too, because when it comes to, again, the execute in those post-plant situations, you ideally want to still have some util in pocket to kind of set up a very successful post-plant for yourself. So getting into agent select, however, KO
like
on the board yet again.
Also to highlight, Cigarettes is still playing. Cigarettes is still playing for Xerxia, and he's back on that fade, which I quite like. The two players who I think are going to have a sort of hard time duking out against one another now is going to be Skills and Scary, because Scary is really good at that Astra, and I think that for Skills, he may be challenged a little bit here. Skills, credit where credit is due, you to play well against Bleed. But now he has to be consistent. Same for sort of Rossi and Lightning Fast, who both had good maps. I mean, Rossi, even when 9-3 down, was matching Darion, which for me is damn impressive. But Rossi needs to keep that consistency, and I think for Rossi, for a good while, he's sort of been hyped up as the poster boy of South Asian Valorant, and you put him against pretty much anyone, he's been pretty good. The issue is, though, and this is one of the big problems Rossi's faced, is consistency. If he was able to stay consistent today, beating Xerxia would be a great name to sort of put under your belt to say, yeah, we've beaten them in an official match. And it also is going to go a great way to sort of figuring out how you place against the rest of APAC.
Yeah, 100%. Going back to the Astra pick on Skills, I believe it was, we saw how well they were using that utility on Ascent previously. Again, cutting off any lines of sight to almost bait the defenders into thinking, okay, maybe they are collapsing here when you're the other side of the map. And I think that's going to be a really good piece of thing to have in your toolkit, really, when you're approaching this. Again, we do have Franchise starting on the attack here, and we saw how well they were able to perform on their attacks previously. Could be a pretty decent one from them.
Yeah, absolutely right. And as we get into this game, it's going to be Xerxia, the Tide Titans, starting on the attack with franchise players on the defense. Vice versa, do apologize. Franchise players going to be on the attack. Early bit of aggression now. Great main. Flash out from Hellranger, trying to garner a bit of control, but Surf at point blank. Gets a shot off, rings a shot off before dashing away, and the timing actually favors Xerxia here. The aggressive main the second, Rossi backs off here. It's going to be a clean kill from Fluky and Surf in unison. Skills is able to trade for one, but only for one. Rossi, Sheriff in hand, not quite able to trade the follow-up aggression, and Skills is going to attempt to do the same thing, spotting those players at A main. Remember, Skills has the spike here. He needs to really keep his life, because if he falls, that's the round. Yes, he's wounded, but he does get away. Lightning Fast now, the next player on the docket. He does have the chamber trademark to worry about, so he needs to rely on the aggression of Cigarettes. And Cigarettes looks like he may oblige him now, especially with that Astra Star going down. Cigarettes knows a push is about to land on him. For Lightning Fast, caught out from behind, executed by Cigarettes now, as the rest of franchise players look to hit this B site. It's a clean shot from Rossi. Rossi actually able to double down to the 2 versus 2. Rossi, we asked about consistency. I think this gives us our answer, and he makes it 3. It's all on Scary. 1 versus 2. And oh boy, if Rossi is going to keep this up, this could be one of his highlight reel games. The Scary makes his way through main, trying to garner a bit of information, but franchise players, they're not peeking him. They don't want to risk giving the 1v1s, unless you're Rossi, at which point a 1v1 is almost a done deal with that Sheriff. A 4K from him, and a hell of a way to start your second run on Ascent.
This is it. I think the overextension through Fish coming through from Xerxia was a really good idea. That's exactly what I want to see people doing on that pistol round, but yeah, just ultimately franchise players, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and as soon as it got into that post-plant situation, again, they knew they had all the space to work with. They just had to line up their angles.
Looking at the investment now from franchise players as well, it's quite a heavy one. Kind of 3 bulldogs. It gives you a bit of teeth to your buy. Also want to mention, Rossi stays onto the Sheriff. Frankly, I can't blame him. That last round was just nasty. So if it's not broken, why fix it?
For free!
Xerxia, they gamble the stack on B. That's the issue with the gamble, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. When you're on eco, I quite like those. I quite like the call to stack. Unfortunately, this time it just doesn't pay off.
Absolutely not. That, you know, that intel dart going through from Kappa just pretty much let them know, yeah, we can just go for this full collapse. Look at all these angles that are going to be held now. They know the approach has to come from heaven, so all that util is going to be dumped down nice and early. The aggression for the window by Rossi. Lightning taking down Fluky. The Xerxia is ready and waiting to take down a Rossi in retaliation. A little bit of a back and forth 4 versus 4, but the timer is ticking. Able to, oh, actually no, Surf is going to shut down Lightning. That's gorgeous shot there. There's a second onto Skills, a third onto Hellranger. Kappa taking down Cigarette, so 1 onto Surf. I don't think they have time. It's going to be a bit of a ring around the rosy, and there we go. They win the round, but a lot of heavy casualties on both sides.
Yeah, that was a perfect round for Xerxia. The fact it went that close when their investment was, I think Classics, there may have been the odd Sheriff in the mix. By no means should franchise players allow it to get that close. You see the full buy comes out now, and for Skills particularly, how does he buy into this? You know, it has to be a Spectre, same for Lightning Fast. This isn't what you want going into your 3rd round, especially now that you know your opponents are in a position to be reset. That reset potential is now back on you. And so for franchise players, it's a dicey predicament to be in though, but they're going to respond with a very fast assault to this B site.
100%. Fluking in the pick there onto Lightning is certainly going to open up some breathing room for the defense, and they know where that collapse is coming from, so the rotation can start to come through. Fluky gets 1 to Hellranger, but it's immediately traded. Beautiful positioning from the side of franchise players. Kappa with 2, Scrossy with 1 down to Xerxia, and it's all left down to Scary now to try and go for this retake. Spike hasn't gone down yet, so that's going to rustle for Jimmy, so to speak, to get that pick onto Rossi. They know about the player in mud. There we go. Kappa falling down. Can they take down Skills and get that diffuse off an Astra versus Astra situation? Sometimes it's what we want to see. There we go! Scary, beautiful pick there. 3K on the round, and they're able to clutch that out for their team.
We said the Astra duel is what you have to keep an eye on, and for bloody good reason. What a performance that was from Scary there, and same for Fluky actually to get that first kill. Fully blinded, by the way, so the communication from Xerxia had to be insane there. He's fully blinded. He gets the kill, instantly teleports, which means someone had to be looking at the kill feed to go, you've killed him. Instant teleport from Fluky on the reaction there. That's great trust in your team, in your teammates, and then great reaction to the communication there. That is, for me, that was insane. But now, franchise players, though, they move to the tour de force ready to be brought out on Rossi. For everyone else, down to just mere pistols. But we've seen what he can do with this tour de force. And I think that for Xerxia, bringing out the Blade Storm on Surf is their sort of way to try and counteract the effectiveness that comes from this big, scary French sniper.
Scary French sniper indeed. I get a little bit of a quiet before. So as I say that, Surf gets a nice little ulti kill onto Lightning. Can this be traded back out? There we go. Scrossy is going to fall down. I think they are aware that this approach might be coming through from the A side. There we go. Scary gets to pick onto Cap before putting those smokes up, and that's going to really start to push these attackers into mid, where Surf is ready and waiting for them. Look at this pinch come through on all sides. Skill gets 1 onto Fluky. Can they get a second? No, they can't. They're shut down, and there we go. A nice little pinch cleanup from the side of Xerxia, and that was very, very good stuff. Again, herding the attack into that mid where they were just ready and waiting like sharks in the water.
Absolutely perfect. It is absolutely perfect. And I quite like how Xerxia, then they're not scared of going aggressive. Even though they know they're against pistols, they know the pistols want to draw them in. They still push it. They just have such great utility usage, and each member holds the same angle, they hold one another, means that it's so easy to get these early kills. It's so easy to trade one another. It's one of the reasons that Eco runs so well. Now that franchise players move out to a full buy, though, this is the first proper full buy we're going to see. There's a null command available for PTC, scary one from the Cosmic Divide, as is Fluky from his tour de force, but that pales in comparison of the Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide, and one from the null command over on franchise players. With this myriad of ults, it's going to require every iota Xerxia can muster to try and stop this.
Off your feet!
And once again, a little bit of a quiet before the storm, before this collapse starts to come through, leading with that utility, a very safe teleport back to the back of site, coming through from Fluky, not willing to take those engagements too soon. They know they have to go for the retake now, and there we go, Spike is plonked down. This rotation needs to come in thick and fast from the side of Xerxia, and here we go. Xerxia waiting ready and patiently to join the rest of their teammates before they start to make their entry, but the Owl Drone coming out is going to give a lot of information. They know that there's at least some pressure coming through from Market, and there we go, the Sova ult coming through. Scrossy gets a pick onto Surf. Very, very heavy pressure being applied in this post-plant by the side of franchise players. That's even more pressure with those picks. The Cigarettes has something to say about it. Halvane just shutting down Scary. Cigarettes once again in a 1vx, and there we go. A beautiful collapse from franchise players.
I love it. And as we mentioned, there was going to be that sort of good dump of abilities there. I like how for franchise players, they don't over-invest. They still now go into this next round, I believe, with the Cosmic Divide and Null commands, which is going to give them that extra oomph required to sort of push Xerxia closer to that reset mark. For Xerxia, the silver lining is that Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury are the two heavy afterplant utilities that franchise players have. You've now sort of removed them from the equation for the next couple of rounds, so going into retakes is going to be considerably easier for them. But out comes the tour de force on Fluky. Going to back off for the time being after being pinged, but that is just in response to franchise players now going for a very fast hits away. Out comes the null command, beautifully timed by Xerxia, but will it be able to stop them? Flash is effective, but not quite the aim, as eventually gets the first. It's Fluky, though, who makes up for that lack of aim in buckets. 2 quick kills. Hellranger now alone backside. Concussed, flashed, pushed off the angle. It's all on Kappa. 1 versus 4.
And there we go. Fluky on an absolute tear there, getting their third on the round. Absolute menace in that round, can we just say as well. We were trying to hold back the defense of the site, and you've just got Fluky absolutely popping off there.
Absolutely. And, well, there you go, Rossi. You've got an opponent. Someone else rises to the occasion. Rossi's still top ranking the server, but now he might have a challenger on hand to grace. And for me, I think that bearing in mind that Fluky did so much with the tour de force that round, when do we see the operator come out for him? Well, that answers that. Out comes that operator.
100%. Be on a 1 KPI is always good when you get to the midway point of the first half, but a 1.33 is certainly decent for that chamber player. Bringing some significant dirty shots. Speaking of dirty shots, we're seeing a gorgeous one there by Skills for pixel angle to take down Xerxia. And that trade can't come through. Again, isolating these players, it's what you want to do. It's a good way to whittle down the defense as easy as possible. Util being set up and expecting this collapse to start to come through, but they're just not biting yet. Looks like the spike's going to get rotated there through the spawn as the Astra ult comes out. There we go, the Cosmic Divide to try and cut off any kind of defensive line of sight, and that's going to give so much breathing room for them to just get in and maybe try and go for a few cheeky approaches with this util. But there we go, Xerxia ready and waiting. They know that this collapse is probably going to be attempted at the A, but it is not, because this has been the perfect bait and switch of dreams. Look at that. We're going to see the spike get punked down there by Kappa as Skills gets the pick onto Fluky, and this retake is going to be very, very difficult now for the side of Xerxia.
This is absolutely perfect. What a call from, I believe, either Skills or Hellranger there, based on that kind of instant kill that lightning fast got. And it's sort of these grand strategies, these sort of masterful machinations of the mind, which are giving franchise players that edge. However, when it comes to point-blank fighting, Surf certainly isn't going to shy away from a scrap. counter Cosmic Divide comes out now, and this Cosmic Divide is actually perfect. Xerxia is going to be able to get to the site. He's going to be able to tap this spike with no one in position to try and stop him. Scary pops through the smoke at the perfect timing, but Lightning Fast punishes it. Cigarettes now alone backside trying to play for time. Unfortunately, time is not his savior. It's instead going to seal his doom. As he's finished off, he'll bring Lightning Fast with him. But for franchise players, that's the lead, and I would argue a much-needed round.
100%. I mean, that was a dirty... I can't get over that initial shot. Like, goodness me, the pixel angle, the second veil onto Fluky. Little bit of a moment there for Skills, to be honest, in my opinion. And then ultimately, again, we end up in this situation where the time burn was just ticking down constantly. You don't have time to go for that defuse because you have no idea where your opponents are. You can't even take these gunfights, take these engagements.
Looking at Xerxia now, this could be... This is sort of their turning point. Bear in mind, they dumped the Cosmic Divide, they've used their Tour de Force, the Null Command's a good distance away. They really need their weaponry to be their killer now, and considering how Fluky's using a Bucky, it sort of shows that there are cracks in this economy. Overall franchise players, though, no ults to speak of. Hellranger one away from that Rolling Thunder, though, but they do have the firepower advantage now. Getting ready to hit this A site. It's going to be down to one very lone KO who's in position to just be caught out. The flash is perfect, but the counter flash, lightning fast, has been so good with these. And Skills is able to get that kill. Yes, they're hit by the Nightfall, but there seems to be no follow-up past that Nightfall. The Scary being alone on site. Good for the first, though, but he is in serious danger of being caught out. Not that he cares, though. Doubles down onto lightning fast, swings out. Oh, and he makes it 3. Rossi falls on for the 4th of Hellranger. What can he hope to do against Scary? Takes him down. There are many players to support him, though, as Hellranger's left on 4 HP. Scary on just 5. This is a horrible position to be in for franchise players, and off the back of the heroics of Scary, he shuts down franchise players single-handedly.
Really good. We spoke about, those Astra players and how spicy that was going to be, but on their own individual plays, not even against each other, it's really getting nasty on both sides now, and I'm 100% here for it. The util use is on point, the mechanics is on point. Rightly so. Scary leading the way too, with Surf as well just behind, so really lovely to see those two play around each other, especially when it comes to maintaining that pressure on site.
Right now, and with Xerxia now in position, really aggressive stance towards main here. Rossi, the only one in position to try and stop him. The jump spot, hasn't seen anyone just yet though. As franchise players go for this rotation through short, and I tell you what, considering they've only got pistols, they have garnered a lot of control of mid, despite the weaker armory. Xerxia continue to just dig themselves in on site. Surf spots out the first, and more importantly, he spots out the spike. He knows there's going to be more. Scary, continuing to be a marauder. Finishes off Hellranger with Rossi good for 1. He knows there's a second to worry about. Fluky on the jump spot shows that he's still in position to try and hold it. Unable to remove the trademark either. With Kappa close to tree. Finished off by Scary. Scary, man, he's just so good. Finishes off Skills as well. It's all on Rossi. 1 versus 4. Swings out. Meets his maker. Xerxia continues to go blow for blow with franchise players, establishing their 5th round and regaining the lead. But if this trend is anything to go by, Grace, for how long?
It's just some of these shots that are coming through. It's my it's the pixel peaks every time. It's like my life energy, honestly. I love to see it. Again, yeah, how long is this momentum gonna keep building for Xerxia now? Franchise players need to start having a little bit of a rustling amongst themselves, maybe go for something a little bit more aggressive. Again, it's a team that are willing to take their time. Speaking of taking your time, you're not willing to engage just yet, but knows that push through fish is at least being attempted. So we might see an overextension now from Surf and Scary at some point if they do decide that they want to rotate and start to apply that pressure. Fluky ready and waiting for the approach of Rossi and co. And now no one willing to engage. Missed shots on both sides, and that Astro Smoke is gonna go down. Again, cutting off those lines of sight. Surf really waiting for that approach around A as well. But is this going to be a little bit of a solo kill? There we go. Skills falling down. Rossi to follow. Cigarettes getting one there with their team. Beautiful cross angle. Scary. Another one to Kappa. Lightning trades it back before being shut down by Fluky. Hellranger all by themselves in a very very uncomfortable position. They're all the way trapped at the back of this site, and there we go. An op to the face, and that defuse can come through.
This is where things get a little bit interesting. Xerxia are slowly pushing a lead. Slowly but surely pushing a lead. And I can't help but think that now that things are getting interesting, this could be where franchise players may be in a little bit of trouble, especially if they don't find a rhythm, because their rounds have come after sort of just trading. Now Xerxia have got kind of 3 on the bounce. They've started to build an economy. Scary's playing out of his mind. What do franchise players do in response? And it feels to me that Xerxia have sort of mitigated mid-control quite a bit. I would love to see franchise players try and up the antics, accelerate a little bit, and go for one of these kind of fast market dives or a fast hit to B, for instance. And it looks like a fast hit is going to be the plan here. The cigarette's forced out of position, goes through the smoke actually, and catches out Skills beautifully. Surf does the same, and once again, Xerxia, they stop franchise players, they halt them in their tracks.
Ulted indeed. Another one there. Scary taking down Rossi. Can they get Lightning's head taken off? Looks like they know that this player is trapped there. The duo play might come in. There we go. Flashes out. The Kappa is waiting to back up their teammate. Kappa shut down by Fluky before there we go. Scary taking out a Lightning. The gunplay on both of these sides is getting absolutely phenomenal. The teamwork as well, the duo pinch there into Fish on both sides, to be honest, as well. Look, we saw them try and go for Lightning, and ready and waiting was that crossfire from Kappa as well. But yeah, Xerxia starting to take it away a little bit here.
They absolutely are. And for Xerxia now at 7-4, sort of enter the final round of this half. Franchise players, I mean, hey, the 9-3 is no longer an option, so what the comeback they're able to make against Bleed may not be able to be repeated here. Xerxia look to try and end on a high this time, fighting for mid this time, with taking this early peak. And bear in mind, this is a double op setup for Xerxia here, so they really heavily investing into this, and it pays off. Lightning fast falls, however, there is a trade there by Skills. The question is, where's the follow-up? There's going to be a swing from the KO, but Skills is able to double down. Now we're starting to see the Astros both really step it up here.
100%, and that's going to certainly have Xerxia on the ropes a little bit, because again, look how spread out they are. Going to see a little bit of a duo push from this Fish market again, but it's only Cigarettes holding on to that B site for now, and at least the Prowler kind of pushed them away a little bit, kind of got them a little bit second guessing themselves here, but again, time is ticking.
You are divided.
Starting to set up where they want that ult to go, and there we go. They've split off the sides again. More of the same, where you're just allowing yourself that breathing room to sneak in and try and force that objective.
Ooh. Absolutely right. It's an instant shutdown from Rossi onto Scary there, but Surf is still center sight. Surf is still hitting his shots. Okay. This Cosmic Divide actually working against franchise players pretty hard here. And now Surf, he's able to avoid the outdrone as well, just by sitting back a generator. Kappa, does he get the tail end of Surf? No, he doesn't. And Surf just keeps marauding. 10 seconds left now. Surf, he doesn't even land the kills now. He just needs to buy time. And buy time is exactly what he does. In the corner, not quite able to get Hellranger, but I don't think there's enough time. They're cutting it mighty close. But just like that, Xerxia, they end the half with 8. And for franchise players, left with just 4, regardless of how close these rounds are turning out to be.
That was by the skin of their teeth, though. Again, it really did come down to the last second. I mean, obviously we're going to swap over now. Sides will switch, but I can't predict how this is going to go. Again, the round differential isn't dictating how well these teams are playing together. The teamwork and the duos are absolutely on point. They're knowing exactly when to try and push each other. They're covering each other's crossfires perfectly. It's really, really good high quality stuff on all sides. I love the way that the Astro ult's being utilized as well. Perfect stuff, really. I think we're going to have a little bit of a halftime head-to-head, so that's going to really start to set the story here, Kremer.
You're absolutely right. And I think that for Fluky and Rossi, they have been relatively evenly matched. For me, Rossi, he's like the god of multi-kills right now. If he gets 1 in a round, he's going to get 4. Whereas Fluky seems to be killing a lot more frequently, but without this kind of huge, big, elaborate kind of 4Ks that we've been seeing from Rossi. And sort of complementing how well Scary's playing, for instance, it feels like for Fluky, he's utilizing his team a little bit more, whereas Rossi, and I think we saw this in the pistol round, sort of goes and kills. And like it's like the FPS strat is Rossi, kill, and Rossi, you know, sort of the hairs on the back of his neck sort of stand up, his pupils dilate, he just whispers yes, and then goes and kills.
Is that the plan? Go kill.
I think for a long time it probably was. Granted, the competition in this tournament is very damn high, and so I think for FPS, considering sort of how they've been playing reactionary to Xerxia quite a bit, I've been pretty impressed from them so far.
Yeah, 100%. I also think, again, just the way that this kind of momentum on both sides is going to translate across now the sides. Our switching is going to be really interesting to see. Again, we saw how well franchise players were at being able to approach things on their attack. But when it comes to the defense, it's like they were kind of struggling a little bit with any form of hyper aggression that we saw in previous maps. So if you're Xerxia right now, you're thinking, we need to hit them hard and fast, because that can be where they're maybe a little bit in need of adjustments, in my opinion. Unless it's the idea of hair of the dog that bit you, where we're going to see franchise players suddenly bring this very hyper-aggressive defensive structure. Again, we want to see the overextensions. We want to see the maintenance of that control in mid as well. It's something that we've seen a lot of times. And I just think it works so well when people do things like that, because it kind of, again, sheep herds people. It sheep herds your attackers to where you want them to be.
Yep. Absolutely right. For franchise players, they have a push through mid to worry about here. There is a trademark to make their life a bit easier. And Surf, I think he's aware of its position. It's shot down by Cigarettes, and that's going to invigor this push through market now. There is a bit of utility from the Astra to try and buy a bit of time, but that's going to be darker straight through. Rossi now backside Headhunter. 4 bullets, 5 players. I'm sorry, lads, something you're going to have to share. It's only good for one, though, before he backs off, and this is going to allow Xerxia to get the sight. They get the sight, though, but at what cost? Skills in mid. It's a laboured fight with Scary. Actually, Scary being swamped at all angles is eventually finished off by Kappa, but look at the HP of franchise players. All of them are so damn low. It's a quick 180 from Fluky. Good for the first. Not quite. Oh, he does get away in time, and he's even able to double down. Rossi falls. Kappa trades down to the 3v2. Cigarettes also on just a little thimbles full of HP. The Surf goes ready for the swing. Good for the first. Sees the second. Able to double down as well. It's all onto Kappa. The HPs are so damn low. Good for the first. Can he find the second? He knows Cigarettes is close. He's hit by the horn. He swings out. Cigarettes! 12 HP! Is able to make it 9 for Xerxia off the back of a nail-biting pistol round.
Just kind of, I'm slightly upset here, I must say. I don't know if any of you noticed, but Lightning went for a full rotation from A all the way through attacker spawn to Fish, and I was like, is this going to be some kind of big brain play? Because I think it was Fluky kind of waiting around Fish, and I was like, oh, they're going to suddenly flank behind them and kind of catch them and have a bit of a bamboozle, but they immediately swung out towards that site, and Fluky was ready and waiting for them, essentially. Having a little bit of a pop-off moment, to be honest.
He truly did. He truly did. But lightning fast. Let's see what he can do here with Surf. The man to worry about. Peeks out with that Sheriff, trying to get a bit cheeky, trying to get an early kill. I actually quite like the thought process behind that. Unfortunately, they're not quite able to garner anything just yet. Really well-placed concussion, though. And there's a push from the members of franchise players. I love that, but it's punished by Scary. And Scary's reaction there is perfect. Instantly drops the gravity well off the back of the stun from the breach. They know an attack's coming. Out comes Gravity Well. Scary shuts down the remaining players. And then it's down to the players in mid to be able to get the trade on that first killer. Great reactionary play on Kappa now. Shorty in hand. 2 players to worry about. Surf is low HP, but Surf doesn't care. The laws of physics, the laws of health don't apply to Surf, as it's left all on Rossi. 1 versus 4 on the wrong site with no armor and naught but hope.
Naught but hope indeed again. It's one of those areas where you could try and contest it the best you can, maybe get a few exit frags, but it's like the idea for the team to maybe also have a bit of a chat amongst themselves, but Scary, ready and waiting. Difficult situation to be left in there, but so many shots that were being landed. This is just a a really good game actually for highlighting the quality of the mechanics of this tournament as well. We've seen some disgusting picks here, there, and everywhere on both sides. It's really impressive stuff, genuinely.
It truly is. It truly is. And, I mean, Xerxia, they're just not well. Interestingly enough, these rounds have looked pretty close. There have been some very, very close rounds. It's just that, Xerxia just win it when it comes down to the kind of final one, final two players. And you see that reflected in the scoreline now, 10-4. This game doesn't feel like a 10-4 here. Scary, looking to push through mid and looking even to make noise in mid. And look at the distraction he's pulled from franchise players. Scary spotted out by Kappa. He's going to back off, but it's pulled a player to tree. It's pulled 2 through markets, whereas the rest of Xerxia, they're ready to hit this Astra, who the skills could be really caught out now, especially after the Prowler reveals his position.
100%. Beautiful shot there by Hellranger, ready and waiting for Scary to go for the swing. Kappa gets one onto Fluky as well. They're having a little bit of a back and forth here and is ultimately taken down by Skills, but there's a beautiful trade there onto Kappa. Cigarettes with one onto Skills as well. A lot of breathing room now for this spike to be plunked down, but it needs to come in quickly or these kills are going to start coming through. There we go. Rossi one on Srisha. It's all left down to Cigarettes yet again. A swift cleanup there by Lightning. Very much needed win there for the side of franchise players.
Yeah, and it's a really nice utilization of that mining utility. Hellranger set up 2 really strong kills there. Firstly, from that aftershock in mid, it just forced Scary out into the open. He gets eradicated. And then that little concuss at the end there. This makes Lightning Fast's life even easier. 10-5 the scoreline, though. And I want to mention, Scary and Surf, both on 18 kills. It's the duelist Astra. And for franchise players, I mean, yeah, Rossi's doing all right. So is Kappa, so is Skills. But it sort of pales in comparison to the godlike performance we're seeing from them. Storm comes out early on. Surf is going to dive back sight with that. And through the smoke, Rossi's going to be caught out. A myriad of shots. A wall of lead is going to lead him to his death. And now into the 4-man retake for franchise players. In terms of ult management, they've not got anything to work with. Kappa's close to his Hunter's Fury, but that's just not enough. Other ults to worry about, though, is going to be Cigarettes close to being able to summon. That's Nightfall. Hellranger finishing off Fluky, though, is going to announce the push coming from the flank. But Xerxia don't care about where the push is coming from, because they're all playing from sight.
Aldrin going out to try and work out if any of these players are on the immediate approach, and that's going to give the call out that they're all just into the midst of the site. Scary, ready and waiting for Skills. He's going to take them down. Lightning goes for the trade on Surf. Scary, once again, ready and waiting. Before being traded out by Hellranger. And it's like a disco ball with how much the kill feed lights up like that. Goodness me, that was chaotic. I think that's the issue, though, isn't it, Kreber? Like, you've got such a small amount of space. You know, if the call-out comes through because the owl drone shown you, there's no players on the immediate entryway towards there. And then as soon as you get into that B site, it's just hell in a cell, essentially. I'm surprised that, you know, we didn't see Scary get out a steel chair at some point and start smacking everybody with it.
It's a good chance, right? It's a good chance for franchise players. They've only got so many chances left. They've only got 1 buy after this. If this doesn't work out, you know, Xerxia, they're paving the way to 12. And actually, franchise players in going for a sort of weak buy, almost eco here, you're allowing Xerxia to hit match point. And for Hellranger now, cowering on site, he is the lone defender now of this position. And, oh, out goes that flash. Doesn't quite hit Hellranger. He times it well, but Cigarettes is able to deliver the killing blow. It's all onto Skills. There's a flawless round. And for Xerxia, they only take about 20 points of damage. That's how one-sided this is starting to get. It's like someone's kicked a snowball down a mountain, and it's turning into an avalanche.
100%, and, you know, and Umbrellas are not gonna save you from that avalanche right now. They need to pull out something bigger. They need to pull out something so spectacular here to really delay it. It is match point. And even if they win this next round, there's 6 more rounds on the trot to try and pull it back to overtime. The pressure certainly is on for franchise players now. They've put up a hell of a fight, but Xerxia have just been absolutely on fire here. Here we go, the immediate aggressive collapse. The full team swipe as well. The Kappa is there, ready and waiting, shutting down the aggression. Risha and Cigarettes falling. Scary with the trade there, as is Surf, and goodness me, a 3 versus 2. A lot of casualties on both sides of Skills takes down Scary, but that spike is going to be stuck. Can Kappa make this work? They send out a shock dart. The owl drone goes out to allow them some info for a little bit of a free fire here, but there we go. There is one. Can they get any more?
I imagine they did. Oh, no, they didn't. It's still down into the 1 versus 2. The KO swings out. He knows the general location of both these members. Good for the first. Not even good for the first. Great shutdown from franchise players there. Something I want to highlight is this round here from Fluky feels a little bit shaky. Really does feel a little bit shaky. He sort of peaked before the spike had gone down.
It's a little bit risky biscuits, isn't it? Like you're fair enough. Like you need to prevent any, prevent the objective not going in your favor, essentially. But it's calculating that and working out when is the appropriate time to do that. 100%. Franchise players, though, to be honest, they've managed to claw that back by at least 1. 6 more to go. Jobs are good, and question mark.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be damn tough. And, well, so far for Xerxia, they've looked absolutely formidable. With a small push through mid now to worry about. We are seeing a few shock darts get deployed by franchise players. With Hellranger now shouldering it from tree. Doesn't want to risk a fight just yet, though. Instead, backs off. Takes his time now. And for Xerxia, this is where things get interesting. Only one player's been spotted in mid. But is it more of a false negative now? Rossi, does he dare go through this smoke? It would be bold to do so. The Prowler going to make him hesitate. The Rolling Thunder going to accompany this push, and out comes this push with it. SK Rossi swings down, spots out the first, shuts him down, but Fluky instantly trades, and there goes the operator as well. Skills has been spotted going into this smoke as well on A. He tries to leave it, and he does so. Surf falls. Skills able to double down now. Well, the KO, he runs into the crossfire. It's all on Fluky. 1 versus 3. Good for the first and the second. He'll be on for the ace to win this now, and with the spike, dare I say it, this is doable, but Lightning Fast is hoping for a timing. The timing may favor him beautifully here. Touches to the corner, swings out, gets a clean shot. Franchise players make it 7, and the operator gets retrieved.
As I say, the pressure is on, but sometimes diamonds are formed under pressure, and certainly franchise players off to a good start to try and go for this retake thus far. Love the fact that Lightning was just ready and waiting in the darkness for that swing to come out. Very good stuff indeed. And again, it's just it's interesting to see how well they are performing under what it literally is such substantial pressure right now. Can they push this to 12-12 though, Grammar?
Let's play.
It's going to be difficult, that's for sure. It's going to be very difficult. And with a little bit of early aggression now from franchise players. Lightning Fast very close to main here, almost trying to aid to the peak of Rossi. The flash is pinned. A flash drive ready to be lobbed straight into the awaiting arms of what could potentially be the opposing Jets. Instead, Fragment is going to draw players out. Rossi, though, holds firm. It's all on timing now. Elsewhere, Xerxia as well, they're sort of gearing up to fake this A push as well. This may be just what's needed to pull Rossi back. Prowler's readily available for the fade as well. The Prowler isn't even used. Surf just dry peaks it. Rossi punishes it now, and now the Tour de Force tries to get out on this A site. He's good for the first, he knows the second's in position. Misses that shot though, but through the spike, Fluky chimes in now. And this is where things get interesting. Oh, and he'll make it 3. Hellranger just gets eradicated. That A site now swings open like a door in a gale. And Fluky, he's not done. He's going to go straight into Rossi. Rossi will end his rampage there. 3 versus 2 for franchise players now. Lightning Fast doesn't anticipate. Oh, he does anticipate the flank of Scary. He's trying to bait it out, but he's been unable to invite it for the time being. Rossi now needs to be that main point of contact. Scary does a lot of damage to Lightning Fast. Even finishes him off. It's on Rossi. 1 versus 3. The poster boy of South Asian Valorant. Can he show us why? Operator in hand. Drops down. Hits the first. Switches to the Headhunter. Accidentally jumps though. And he'll be punished as Xerxia take ascent. 13-7.
13-7. That is an incredible score to have. But I mean, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it has been such a scrappy one on both sides. Ultimately, though, Xerxia, again, a lot of those rounds going in their favor because they were just able to have so much control fall into their pocket so many times. Again, once the momentum started to shift in their favor, it was just like a runaway train at that point. And I feel very sad for franchise players because I feel like they were really starting to pull it back, but it's the difficulty, isn't it, of being on match point for so long. The pressure's to spare, and it's a scary thing to deal with because the slightest mistake and it's game over. The slightest mistake. So very good stuff on both sides.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Commiserations to franchise players who unfortunately will fall yet again on Ascent here. And for Xerxia, I mean, Fluky, hey, he played out of his mind. You got to give credit to the guy.
Oh, yes.
Especially that final round, just one man rampage through to that site, and no one was in position to stop him. However, let's see if there was anything franchise players could have done. We'll hear from our analysts in just a second with the amazing Universe and Elika.
Well, guys, that was quite a game. Honestly, it really went around the entire map for Xerxia, but not so much for franchise players. It could have been a lot more better because they clearly had a better performance against Bleed in the second half as compared to what they had here across both halves. Franchise players now 2 losses in the same day against both of the invited SEA teams. This is going to be a difficult one. What do you think, Elika? It's a tough one to take.
I mean, personally, I was expecting franchise players to set out different strategies, and since they're already starting off on the attack, I thought they will have a good run throughout the first half. But I think Xerxia Esports did their homework before they started their match against franchise players. I think every move that Xerxia made against franchise players, it was like they already knew what kind of a strategy was gonna come from franchise players. And yet Xerxia Esports, it didn't matter to them that franchise players were winning few rounds. They did not lose their morale. Yes, there were rounds where they gave away a 2v2 going in the favor for franchise players. But still, I think Xerxia Esports did their default setup where they mostly spread out their arms, but I think franchise players lacked out a lot on crossfires. Even though they had better trades, they had lack of map communication and lack of map presence because they didn't have map control and they were already predeterminedly pushing one bomb site A or B. So this gave a chance for Xerxia Esports to, completely take mid over in their defense. If you saw, so many times we saw Surf take the mid control through market, peek out, take a wide peek on towards outside B mains, and he immediately scored as much as he can.
Yeah, that kind of was, pretty much the summation from Elika as to what happened in the entire game, or at least, a basic summary when they were on the, attacking side. But overall, I think that Xerxia, the way that they had control of making sure that they took down all the utility members, especially this guy right here. With his name, he's sticking true to what he knows to be best, which is being scary. 23 kills, 11 assists. As an Astra, this guy is the MVP, and he definitely is one to be afraid of. He can play any role that you require him to, and he clearly can, play to the best. He's got 190 damage per round. That's basically a kill a round that he's got.
Yes. And I should say, the number of matches that Scary has played and the role he initiates in his team is the controller, and has been, I think, great support for the team as well. He had more than, I think, 5 assists. And speaking about assists, another player I would like to, point out from Xerxia Esports, PTC. This guy was playing KO and he took all the assists as much as possible. He was giving so much support for his teammates. Eventually, they ended up taking 1 kill and then moved back because they know it's just not a game of trades, it's just not a game of frags. There's a lot much more than that in Valorant. So if you saw in one round, Jet got 1 pick. It's an eco round for franchise players. They still got 1 pick against them, but still they moved back instead of going in for another kill. So this explains the amount of balance that Xerxia Esports was trying to maintain over here. And most importantly, I become a huge fan of the way how they put the picks and peaks.
Well, let's have a look at who is going to be facing off against SK Rossi. This time it has to be Scary, of course. SK Rossi is going to be, again, the main man for his team, but again, not enough to get him through. And whilst he does have just about 16 kills lesser than the last time, he will not be getting his team what they deserve. And yeah, I think that Xerxia deserves praise, but this is Scary's game.
But you know, in the beginning of the match, we saw Xerxia versus Fluky. Even though he's not the MVP, let me tell you, the last few rounds, the performances shown was amazing. It was breathtaking kills. So back to back with his headhunter, with his Stude Force, or his operator for any reason. He got those frags back to back, and he was that one person who was fearless in Xerxia Esports enough to push against in the base of franchise players. So I think Scary, yes, rightly in head-to-head in MVP terms, but Fluky has also been a very good chamber.
Yeah, this head-to-head can be determined across multiple players. I think you could have another two, players put right next to each other and have this conversation. But overall, I think that this is FPS's wake-up call. They've got 4 more games left. Yeah, they've got 4 more games left, I believe. And with those 4 games or more, whatever, that they have got to play in the days to come, I think that they really need to get a grip on what they can do. Because if they're not able to find themselves the groove that they need to work with, they have beaten Velocity, but coming to ACA, they've had a bit of trouble, a lot of trouble for that matter. They've still got a lot more opponents to go through. Estar Esports, Alter Ego, Revenant Esports, all of these, and Fancy United as well, all of these teams are going to be really, really difficult to predict because everyone has got a different playstyle. They might have faced off against Estar's players, a couple of them. They know how Revenant play, yes, but Revenant are also at times called the Demon Slayers. They are called the King Slayers for a reason. They take out GE every, at least 2 in 4 times. Half the times they're able to take them out. And this one takeout here from Xerxia, which they did with pretty much a lot of ease, to be honest, is a huge, huge upset. And of course, even though Scary has got no first kills, he is absolutely on top of the board, playing the support, playing the pivoting role of the team. And yeah, I think that this calls for a lot of work for franchise players.
And I should say, franchise players, what they've showcased in today on Ascent might not be the best of the plays they had. But I guess it also reminds them to work more on Ascent. So it's just like a learning experience for them. They already have 1 win against them in the scorecard. But 2 losses, it's okay. We've still got matches to play. But coming back to Xerxia Esports, I should say they have a really good win rate in the map of Ascent, a total of 76% win rate. So this shows how strong Xerxia Esports Ascent is. And one day, if there is a possibility, I would like to see Bleed go up against Xerxia in Ascent map. Well, last time, I think the first match we even had in group stages was Xerxia against Bleed. It was a map of Haven, and tell me, it was a very close fight for Xerxia. But Bleed Esports, being the kings of Haven, they walked away with it. But let's have a look at the economy and determine where exactly franchise players were lacking in terms of buying those guns, because I've seen franchise players go out on an eco back-to-back basis.
Yeah, that kind of happened a lot, as you can see from the graph as well. Every time it's been a down fall, it's been an eco coming in for them or a semi-buy of sorts. And you can see it's more of a graph trend that happens towards the later stages of the game, of the first half and the second half as well. As you can see, it's mostly towards the mid-region, right? The later half of the first half and the beginning of the second half, because that's exactly where they were giving away the round control, not having proper usage of utility to stop Xerxia from coming in, and that's exactly where they lost all of their money. And that happened especially in round number 9, where they kind of lost control of their entire situation, and they went ahead to give Xerxia the win of the first half, 8-4. And with that, I really believe that it is Xerxia who basically control the entire pacing of the game. They were aggressive from the beginning. They did not let go of the pedal at all, and they made sure that FPS felt that okay, we've got something to hold on.
Most importantly, bringing back franchise players, the way how they started this map. They started this map with a high note of 0-4 score, completely, getting that map control. They were very confident about their place in their attacking style. But Bleed Esports, they strike them once and they kept doing the same thing throughout the map, and it worked for them. Xerxia Esports, they got the win. And on the other hand, let's have a look at the team performance. We've got Xerxia Esports with 11 first blitz, 5 out of 5 post plans with 2 clutches in their name.
Yeah, they pretty much got everything in the attacking side that they wanted to, right? That's every time they run for the post plant, they won it. And that's a 100% record that they will be really proud of. And given that, they also had the, more number of first kills as well. 11 to their name. FPS, again, they are trying. But what I think seems to be the problem for them is the same thing that I pointed out the last time. Lightning Fast is just not able to keep up with the controlling method that KO has to be played with. He's more of a free-feeling guy. He's played the Astra before, he's played the Omen before, he's played the Killjoy before. But Lightning Fast is a guy who, according to his name, is actually really great on his reflexes. And that reflex is actually pretty great on a raise. They had pretty decent success, FPS, when they had Lightning Fast on a raise. But they went for this no duelist comp because they wanted more overall control with utility, which, according to the 2 matches that we've seen so far, has just, been going down the hill.
Yep, but most importantly, in the attack, I think the way they approach the game has improved a little. But coming back, I mean, a no duelist setup is always a go-to setup because even Revenant is getting crazy in the map of Ascent with a 100% win rate so far in this tournament with just a no duelist setup.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at one of the best players of this tournament so far, who's been, at least in his own right, consistent to the mark. He's kept himself pretty healthy. He's kept himself pretty awake. For his team, at least, he's been the star player as the Chamber across the last 3 games that he's played. He's had a plus, 23, 25 in the first 2, and this game, unfortunately, not able to come up to the mark that he would have wanted to, but still good enough because he was the one who was finding the kills. Started off with a flashy 4K in the pistol round itself with the Sheriff that he had, but unfortunately, just did not go enough all the way for him to find himself and his team a win. SK Rossi needs to now focus on talking to his teammates as to how they can also contribute together, because they now really need Lightning Fast to show up big time, because we all know he is one of the best players of this region.
Yes. I mean, it's usually SK Rossi previously going in for the duelist pick, but now that he has switched down to Chamber and he's been really good at it and confident at it, it has given an opportunity for Lightning Fast to pick up that duelist in certainly other maps. We've seen him play Raze and Bind and he's really good at it. Their agent composition works out very well with Hellranger on the sky. But when it comes back to Ascent, yes, Ascent doesn't require initially a duelist when you have SK Rossi being the entry, Chamber / entry, and also a duelist kind of play style coming in from Rossi. They put Lightning Fast on KO, and of course it was previously working very well for them, but I think this no duelist composition needs few little changes or maybe agent changes which can add up to their profile.
Yeah, well, while that is true, I think that, Lightning Fast, forgive me, Xerxia had a pretty intense control because you could see that they were really aggressive. We just did not see them, stopping anywhere at all, except for certain times when they lost man advantage. And that was happening only in really rare rounds, especially in the last round of the first half, where they lost 2 players towards mid when they were on the defense, and they completely shut down for a second. And after that, they allowed Global Esports to make a move. But with the amount of control that they were getting, you can see that their entire concentration for at least 75% of the map has been towards the B site. And the number of kills that they've gotten as well has been more concentrated on the B side than the A side. And you can see the duels that they take as well. It's so evenly distributed. It is so evenly distributed. They find every single corner. There's nothing that they leave unchecked. They get the initiator to do as much of the scouting of the region as possible. And they always, always check their corners.
Yep, that is definitely there. I mean, the way the heat map indicates that Xerxia Esports has not left any stone unturned. They've checked every corner, and I should say in defending side they had such good map control over towards the mid region that they got most of the kills on towards the top mid as well as outside B main control. So I think that's what gave them a chance to come back into the game when the score was 0-4 and eventually picked up the momentum. Now, Xerxia Esports versus franchise players can be a really good example of how one can take your momentum completely off, and maybe like franchise players, how they dealt with the situation when they eventually moved to defender's side. I think they started looking at how Xerxia Esports was executing. It was not many wonders, but it was just a basic strategy. But I think the way Xerxia looked at the game was very different. They were looking always at their team's support, then taking the aim deals. Of course, their individual kills were really good, but they always made sure they had a crossfire setup before they take the peak. And now that's what makes franchise players in Xerxia Esports different.
Yeah, you know, the one more thing that does make them different is the fact that both these lineups have pretty much similar agents, right? But the one thing that differentiates them is that both these SEA teams had a chamber and jet combo. It was Juicy along with Darian the last time. This time it was Fluky along with Surf, exactly. Forgive me, I kind of lost my mind there for a second. But you can see the difference between those two, right? If SK Rossi has another player who could be a Raze, could be a Jet, could be a duelist who dives into the spaces for him to distract the opponent so he can take up an angle that can, you know, fire, for example, towards A main. If, you know, he's holding down the operator, looking towards heaven, there's somebody dashing into the side, they're going to think, all right, the Jet is inside, we need to focus on him because he's the most troublemaker in this, you know, entire situation. That's when SK Rossi, I think, can be even more dangerous than he already is. So I hope FPS consider a little bit of, you know, maybe agent changes around their entire lineup, because I think it would really help them, because it would free up the team a little bit more in terms of attack power.
Yes. So far they've been on top of South Asia's leaderboard, but now fighting off against Southeast Asian teams, they have to just step up their gameplay. But before we switch down, we have 3 more games for the day. We just finished with 2 games. And we have a lot coming in more, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, me and Universe are going to take a short break and we'll come back with third match.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. For the summit, visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your sport out, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you having my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your sport out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you having my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘噼啪着，时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you having my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
Coming at you live, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do. Never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break the rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddies do.
I'll melt your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 달리 you도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, 'cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아, 말할래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye, 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high, 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아, 나는 boss. 간지위 또 sauce, 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you live, real, real wild.
news, no, it makes you sad. Live for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. More the night that I hit, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mad. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one that would while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that build this town. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that build this town. From dust.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ultragear presents the Challenger Series, powered by Amazon. Zotac Gaming as our GPU partner. We've got our gaming partner Intel. We've got Crucial as our memory and storage partner. A laptop partner Asus, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. 2 games down, 3 more to go. We've got a lot more action left. While the FPS players have sort of gone down the drain in today's matchups, they still have a couple more to go before they can call it a day. And now we've got a lot more of action coming in from the Southeast Asian teams, whereas we've got at the moment Xerxia going up against Revenant.
Yup. Now, Revenant Esports, that one team that has been, shaking the servers, I should say.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, they became the first team successfully in South Asia in order to win 2 matches against Southeast Asian teams.
Yep.
And now they have their 3rd game against Xerxia Esports. They've already won against Alter Ego, then they went ahead, got their victory against Fancy United. They have to still play against 2 Southeast Asian teams with, Xerxia going up against now, and they also have a Bleed coming up in future very well. But I should say, Universe, I am really excited for this one particular match even more, because Revenant Esports, with the kind of meta changes they bought in, double controller setups with a Viper on bind that we rarely see, and a no duelist setup on Ascent, and a triple initiator on few other maps. If you ask me, Revenant Esports, they don't only have new strategies, but also altogether a different roster, with Bad Love coming in for addition and Blackhawk completely taking over the initiator role, with Logi left out on the controller, and they have 4 main controllers in their roster, so there's no problem.
Yeah, well, they've got a bunch of versatile players, but not to forget, Xerxia is not a team that you can take down pretty easily, as we've just seen the evidence to that fact. Xerxia have got a ton of experience, even though they have a roster change that's just gone through. We just saw what's Surf, what's Scary, what's PTC can do. And yeah, I'm just excited to see what exactly is going to be happening.
Yep. And I believe that, Xerxia Esports is also ready to take their match against Revenant Esports. And Revenant, so far in the tournament, they're looking very good. And they've become this underdog team who kept fighting through the qualifiers. And now they're in group stages and they do not want to give a single chance. They do not want to take this chance away. They're not going to give it to their opponents. And Xerxia Esports, they've had one win against franchise players, a South Asian team, and they've had one loss, that is against Bleed Esports, a Southeast Asian team. Now, being an invited team, there's a lot of credit that Xerxia Esports hold, as in their benchmark of the gameplay. And now Revenant Esports coming through underdogs. And now they've become a very good established organization in South Asia. And with such kind of gameplays, I think they're just making more inspiration for all the teams who are gonna be, playing in VCT off-season, all the other South Asian teams. We've got Estar Esports, for an example, will be playing their first game in the last match today. Now, they're also an underdog team. So, Revenant will be that inspiration for upcoming generations and teams.
Indeed, Revenant have got some pretty great players who've been in the scene for quite some time now, and to get to this level, they've done a lot of work. They've put in a lot of effort, and these 5 players deserve the credit that they've gotten so far, but the journey is still afar. It is a huge, huge gap that they will be needing to cover in the days to come. They might have got their first 2 wins, ladies and gentlemen, but they've got 5 more to go. Whether or not this is going to fall in their way, we will find out in just about a couple of minutes. Xerxia is the monster that everybody has been afraid of so far. Bleed has been a pretty good force as well. And Xerxia have also got a lot of changes happening, which seem to have not been bothering them much.
Yes. I mean, even with all those changes coming through, I think they perfectly blend together as a team. And they play off each other. I mean, they play off on more of their support rather than actually going in for individual kills. We've got Serve, Fluky, PTC, Secrets, and Scary. And Fluky being the MVP and with insane chamber skills. And we've also got Scary, who's a deadly controller.
Yeah. Well, these players are definitely really good in their own right. But Revenant, they're also a team-based a team-based, team play-based kind of a squad. They know exactly what to do. They know exactly how to play around each other. So I think Xerxia do have a bit of a competition on their hands. Whilst FPS were, more focused on how they can get SK Rossi to be the best of himself. In this team, they've got a star player, which is Paradox. But to follow him up, he's not really the main pivot that they work around. Everybody has got something to offer. Logi as a sentinel slash controller is really passive, but such a strong pillar, right? So Revenant probably going to be the biggest competition at this point, it seems like, for the Southeast Asian teams, because clearly of the 2 wins that they've got.
And I should also say, Xerxia Esports stands strong for their chamber plays, and yet Revenant does not have a chamber so far, unless it's Bad Love, of course, going up straight to head on against Scary. Now, Bad Love and Paradox are 2 of the duelists that usually pick up from Revenant's side, and we've got Bad Love going all hell with his initiator play, Sova. He pulled off a 30 kill yesterday,
that was
all
insane.
in his hands, with over of 23 average kills, 60% win rate for his rounds, 32% headshot, and a total of 246 average comeback score.
Yeah, Bad Love has been pretty amazing in the last couple of months. His rise coming in from, back when he was playing with his friends, to come into Reckoning, stay there for a while, get his experience, get his skills, honing himself, and then chiseling to become that sharp knife that he is right now, that is not just carved out of experience, but also pure aggressive skill. He knows how to work that chamber. He knows how to play the KO. He works the Sova, dropped the 30 bomb yesterday. He absolutely is turning out to be a profoundly well-rounded player. But on his other opposite side is Scary, who, like his name says, is absolutely devastating. Let's have a look at where they're going to be playing, ladies and gentlemen. The playground to be decided. It looks like we might not be... No, we are ending up in this set.
Oh my god.
All right, it looks like it's a pretty ascent-y day today. We are going to have another climb, another ascent to get past. I'm just going to leave this to you.
Yes, it's so obvious that Revenant Esports have 100% win rate. Yesterday, especially, they made such a strong comeback against Fancy.
Oh, yeah.
They took that victory walk in Ascent, making them undefeatable so far in VCT off-season, qualifiers and group stages. Now, this is just a sweet cakewalk for Revenant. They are already enough confident about their lineup in this map. Without a duelist, a triple initiator, and they've got really good coordination on this map. And speaking about Xerxia Esports, one of the strongest maps is also Ascent. We've just seen Xerxia Esports go up against franchise players who walk away with that victory. But what is happening today? 3 back-to-back Ascent matches. Looks like all these players are coming back to the basic drawing board where Ascent was one of the most played map in Valorant.
It is a best of one, right? So they try to go for the most comfortable pick for, you know, either one of them. And who is not comfortable on Ascent, right? Everybody is pretty much comfortable on Ascent. And I think that with Ascent coming on for the 3rd time, hopefully the last, I think, for today. I hope that this is the last of the Ascent. I hope we have a little bit of a downfall. We have a breeze that can take us through, or a fracture, which unfortunately we will be waiting to see. Let's find out if Grace and Kremer feel the same about Ascent. Do you guys?
Well, at least it's one of the more entertaining maps to have constantly, right?
Yeah. Could be worse.
Xerxia have shown that they're good on Ascent, and then they showed again that they were good on Ascent, and now they've shown again that they're quite good on Ascent. So I can't help but think that Xerxia are having quite an easy day at the moment.
This is it.
That being said, I won't lie, Revenant have shown up to this tournament. They have done bloody well. Currently, them and Bleed are the only teams that haven't lost yet. And very well, it's not like Revenant have had easy games. They had to play against Global, and then yesterday, of course, they're against Bleed. This is a pretty good team, and so actually, I'm going to push it out there to say, on paper, it would be an upset, but I think Revenant take this.
Do you know what's really interesting about Revenant? They're actually willing to push the boat out a little bit and think outside the box a little bit more. They don't really go into the standard compositions that you'd see. As an example, as you may have just heard the analyst desk say, Paradox is usually their main duelist. But what we have noticed recently is in some of these agent compositions they're bringing, Paradox is actually falling onto the Fade, and they're entering with Fade. Now, consider this. The duelists usually, they have that utility to just go fast and furious, get a ton of damage from the get-go, get those entry kills under your belt. When it comes to Fade's utility, it's really focused around finding those people so you can follow it up with the kill. No duelists really have things like that. You've got, maybe, things like the flashes, the Leas, things like that can kind of stun them a little bit so you can take the kill. But for accuracy, Fade works really well despite not actually being a duelist. So I think that's something that has given Paradox a little bit of an edge here because they are willing to be creative with how they're bringing these compositions as well. I'm very excited to see how they do against Xerxia actually, because again, Xerxia, we've just seen them have a real good run of it throughout pretty much, again, this entire tournament. They have had an absolute barn burner fest. And I think, again, fresh off the fact that they've just played against franchise players, they're nicely warmed up. The muscle memory's there. It's going to be a pretty nice one here.
Yeah, I would argue that, bear in mind, Surf's been pretty good, pretty consistent. But in that last map we saw, it was Scary who was playing out of his mind. You wouldn't usually associate the Astro with being the heavy hitter, but hey, what goes, right? And Scary really did have a really strong performance. This was alongside Fluky as well, who also did an absolute wonderful on that chamber the last couple of rounds as well. We're going to get into what agents like, though. We're going to see if Revenant are going to be bringing out, I call them Buki strats, and if there's going to be any changes to their setup. Paradox umming and ahhing about the raise makes me think that, okay, we could be slowly bringing it back to normality for Revenant. or is this all just a big debate?
Maybe. Again, you do. Paradox usually is on that raise anyway.
Oh, it is!
Oh, there we
It
go!
is a debate. And it's over as well. Right, out of the window. Not even trying to predict Revenant to win this. I want them to win this. I want this to work. Bear in mind, Xerxia also, usually when we see a Phoenix, right, you would go, oh, Xerxia being the ones who are being a little bit experimental. They're the ones who are trying to, figure out some new strategies. That pales in comparison to the setup Revenant are going for right now. I love this. And whoever's getting onto a site is going to be terrible. There's flashes, there's recon darts, there's the Killjoy utility. This is going to be hell for Xerxia. They're not going to enjoy. They're not playing this game to enjoy it. They're playing this game because they have to. So Revenant is going to be an early bit of aggression over in mid. We've got Wimp and Blackhawk able to chime in to respond to the initial falling of Paradox. As you said, they entry with a fade, so losing that fade is going to hurt. But they've also been able to remove some of that Killjoy utility on A. And Xerxia, they're so focused on trying to kill Wimp that they've lost control of this A site. Spike will go down into the 3 versus 2 retake. Bad Love and Blackhawk are low on HP though, making this very doable for the members of Xerxia.
100%. Blackhawk being taken out is going to at least give them the information they need to know that rotation is coming through. So rightly so, we're going to see Logi bump themselves up into heaven to wait for this approach. Cigarettes as well leading the way. A bit of a whiff there as Logi falls down, but Bad Love ready and waiting. Shock dart in hand. This could be pretty opulent from him. Cover going out. Might need to stick the plant here, so it could be a bit of an interesting one. Beautiful use of utility. That is exactly what we like to see, but the defuse is being stuck. They're going to have to push it. There we go. That was so nice from Revenant. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. The creativity, the way that they're using the utility to win out these rounds. They know the post plant, I could try and swing the angle. Currently, I'm at a player disadvantage. I'm just going to use my shock dart. I'm just going to use that and make sure that that's doing the damage so I don't have to. Really well played by Revenant there, and exactly, I think we're going to see more of that going forward. They're using that util in that midsection. They know how important that midsection is. Mwah, chef's kiss.
It absolutely is. And sort of playing the lineups when you know you're on a pistol and you know your opponents don't have too good at HP or armor. It's like this mean, meticulous, masterful way of playing that final round. And it works beautifully now. Xerxia down to a couple of pistols. We are seeing the shorty out on cigarettes, but that's mainly mainly just to help at point blank. And Xerxia, they're going to their sort of standard strat of stacking for an eco. I really like this. Unfortunately, once again, they may have stacked the wrong side. This all depends on how confident Revenant are feeling off the back of this push through mid, in which it's going to be the Phoenix laying in wait.
Laying in wait indeed. No casualties just yet. Just looking for a little bit of an opening. There's an opening that you could need. Surf falling down, and potentially that could be used to bait a little bit of rotation here. Yes, indeed, Scary is on the approach. They think it is an attempt to take this site, but looks like this full collapse is coming in now. Look at all the utility. Yet again, the intel dart going out, going to allow not only for them to get any information as to anyone on site, but also any approach from heaven is pushed back. And that spike once again is down. We're in a post plan.
Deploying drone.
I love kind of clears most he can here. Reveals that Xerxia are playing relatively passive, all things considered. They're playing back from tree. Revenants once again set up for these early setups on A now. All instantly destroyed. Getting through this door is going to be difficult, and well, it's going to be Fluky who's really going to take the damage now. Low HP, swings out regardless. Paradox finishes the job, and when it rains, it pours. Xerxia slowly being whittled down and melted away. It's all onto cigarettes, sheriff in hand. He might be able to get a mercy killing onto Blackhawk. Plans for his own life. It will be finished off by the spike. 2-0, Revenant now lead, converting their bonus, or converting their eco, and now playing the bonus with 3 Spectres readily available.
This is it, right? Xerxia, they're gunners in their own right, but when you've got that much utility coming towards you, when the pushback, especially again, we saw how much the Sova utility on Bad Love was really preventing any delay to that collapse going through, because you don't really want to risk your position being shown, so you kind of do hold back from approaching that heaven way. And goodness me, this is exactly what I'm talking about, the utility use being absolutely just so big brain on the side of Revenant.
and I like this aggression from Xerxia. They realize that they need to find an opening and they need to find it fairly quickly. However, with Bulldog in hand, Patricia's able to trade onto 2 with Surf chiming in. But Revenant, they seem to have just collapsed around the map. Logi, despite being flashed, is good for the first, though. However, with both members of Revenant having their positions sort of well telegraphed to the rest of Xerxia, Surf now is going to have to try and defend this attack. Luckily, with the smoke is still alive, it's going to buy a bit of space, but those smokes aren't brick walls, and because of that, Bad Love is going to be battered through the smoke, and the aggression of Bad Love's punished by cigarettes. All on Logi, nearsighted with just a mere Spectre to assist him. We'll have Surf deliver the killing blow, and just like that, Xerxia will put themselves on the board, preventing Revenant from converting the bonus, as Revenant continue to lead, but it's only at 2-1.
I think this is their thing as well. Like, as even then, you know, we saw a very awkward post plant that was potentially going to come through from Logi, but they were still willing to quickly go and try and play some utility. Granted, the swing came from Surf, but it's this idea of Revenant. Again, they're a team that heavily rely on the utility they have in pocket. They play around their utility more than those crossfires, you know? And I think it's kind of an interesting one because when you think, how do I counter-strat a team like this? Maybe you bring like the KO, things like this, but you know, you've got again a setup on the side of Xerxia, which is really aimed towards heavy hitting more than anything. Speaking of heavy hitting, a lot of util going out on both sides, and I think the Jimmies of Revenant have been slightly rustled here. Potentially some aggression. We see this overextension here from Surf. We also see it along on the A site too. There we go.
Such a clean shot. Such a clean shot. And now look at the rotation from Xerxia. Like, they realize they need to fight for mid here. It's going to be Patricia to lead that. The flash is good, but the trade is better. Paradox is able to follow it up. The swarm grenade instantly used by Fluky, though, means that it's going to have to be Bad Love to lead this charge. Cigarettes takes a fair bit of damage in mid. There's a follow-up swing as well. Paradox finishes the job. The flash is even better. Surf just gets out of there despite his low HP. Blackhawk's able to chime in as well. Revenant, they're able to fight their way out of this despite being cornered and despite coming out punching. Xerxia, their lead, it's only one man. Now, Paradox and Surf are both very low, so this could still be a little bit unpredictable, particularly when you have the Killjoy alarm bot set up in tree. There's still the early warning system there in place for Fluky.
100%. They are going to try and pressurize this A site. And here we go, the K utility doing its pang, as we like to see, shutting down a Fluky a little bit. They're going to have to rely on their gun mechanics here. There we go, there's one onto Paradox. All that Fade utility is taken away, but the trade comes through finally. The swing out from Blackhawk. Once again, this spike needs to go down thick and fast. Surf from the approach from Heaven right now. Looking to shut down the plant. Doesn't quite get there in time, but based on that util, knows that someone is at least potentially lurking in hell. And I guess, ladies and gentlemen, we can 9 times out of 10, that is going to be the case. So looking to try and make a bit of an approach here. Gets one down to Bad Love, makes it look so easy. The kill onto Blackhawk as well, and that defuse can go down.
How did that work? It's just 30 HP. Not a single bullet from Revenant lands on them there. And I want to highlight that first kill is a great off angle. You're able to convert it. I'm very surprised the Blackhawk committed to the swing afterwards. Instantly punished. And with that, we're going to see an equalizer at 2-2. For the members of Xerxia, though, this is where things get a bit interesting, because in both the rounds they've won, the spike has gone down, and they've gone down to just a handful of players. In the last one, only one player left standing, which means that their economy is still getting beaten. And with that, you know, you see all of them able to buy. Fluky's down to 400. Surf has to commit his ult. Over on Revenant, though, their force buy, I say call it force buy, it's almost a half buy here, comes at a bit of a risk. That being said, though, Late Storm's been forced out. They do still have a lockdown to allow them to execute here. Meaning timing is going to be everything.
It could be a bit of a cheese moment, but there we go. Paradox getting that pick onto Surf. That Blade Storm is shut down, but the trade comes through from Xerxia. Bad Love falling down. And going for the aggressive swing there into mid just to make sure there's no contention there, but I think everybody has started to got his number. The pimp is going to come through. There we go. Wimp is the one to finish the job there. Fluky pushed back all the way back to A, where potentially Logi will be ready and waiting for him. Here we go. The smoke goes down. A bit of a shimmy into hell just to apply a little extra bit of a cross angle, and there we go. There's that lockdown. Cigarettes and Scary though, 1 AP. So again, we think about how important this. Well, there we go. The lockdown has been destroyed, so he's all down to Paradox now in a very uncomfortable position. He managed to get one there onto Scary. Send up the Prowler. So maybe a little bit of
30
the old bait
seconds
and
left.
switch, maybe baiting them thinking that rotation may come through the doorway. For now, though, no immediate approach. This plant does need to go down. Very little time to work with. Aware that they're definitely in hell, and they're going to be aware that this swing out is going to come, so these angles are going to mean everything. There we go. Beautiful duo work there by the remaining players of Xerxia.
The caliber of this match is insane. We're seeing real teamwork come from both of these teams now, and particularly from Xerxia there, realizing that once they've been hit by the C's, they just double up. And what it means is because they're so close to each other, from the perspective of the Fade there, Paradox, he only sees one strand of that C's. So he only expects there to be one player. That's a really nice bit of stratagem from Xerxia, and they just play the close angle. They trade one another. They do so beautifully. Revenant, remember, that was only a half buy, though. The Vandals come out, and once again, because Xerxia are left with one player, their economy is continuing to just get pummeled into submission. Patricius comes out from... They use that running back as the surf in mid, but look at that wombo combo. All the members of Revenant, they peak in unison, really starting to damage this team now. You can see the drop of the hot hands from Patricius, though, trying to buy a bit of space, and a bit of space it will be able to garner, but it won't be able to restore equilibrium in the man counts. As Xerxia is back off from mid, and they cut their losses, not going into the buyer's fallacy now, as Revenant instead return to their defaults and see where this next pick may be able to be found.
Absolutely. Putting those lines of sight in case the approach comes from Fish, but once again, this mid pressure is being maintained by Paradox. Logio, the beautiful pick down to Xerxia, but are they aware of Scary being around the corner? This could be a little bit risky biscuits, but there we go. Scary is actually taken out by a Bad Love.
Revealing.
They do.
Spike planted.
Let's see what they can do with a difficult position ahead here. Cigarettes, I love the aggression, but what control does it garner? I mean, it's just a chance to save here. Revenant, 5 players left alive after that execution. Bearing in mind as well, Revenant, they're all playing on boot camp, so tilting ain't going to be a thing. Being able to sort of listen to your coach and really understand what he's saying is also going to be absolutely prevalent here. I'm really liking Revenant. Revenant's chances, not just in this match.
100%. You've got a perfect position. You know, you've got some very creative strategies. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I feel like, you know, these really nice. They got obviously which is amazing because you get the team synergy. You're able to kind of turn toward each other, give each other. It's the mental pressure is so much nicer when you're in a boot camp situation. You know, you're with your team, you're vibing together, you're having a good time, you're practicing. It's all very focused. And again, when it comes to a team like Revenant, where you have got this creativity, you have got this outside of the box thinking, you need that synergy, and that's exactly what they have, and that's why they're doing so well in this tournament.
Yeah, it truly is now. Paradox on the close angle. Able to do a little bit of damage, Gould. As instead, Revenant, I like how they're faking the aggression. Back off for the time being. Remember, Xerxia, their buy's not great, so they have to go aggressive. That'll be a 4-3 lead. Absolutely phenomenal.
Incredible round from Logi for there. But it was just so too much, and it was a very, very close in there.
Small tech pause, I believe, while we do try and fix the... Unfortunately, yeah, smooth... It's sod's law, isn't it? Yeah, we have 2 very clean games, no internet issues to speak of, no production issues, we'll start on schedule, we're on time. And then, of course, what do you think the gods are going to do? Probably and he just goes, that's too much fun. Way too much fun, we can't be having that. A smooth tournament? Absolutely not. And he's now decided that we are going to have some small issues. Hopefully we'll be able to sort them momentarily. Unfortunately, as you know, sometimes equipment can be a little bit dull. So you're going to have to bear with us just for the time being. We may go to it right now. It's all a bit...
I just felt like how, you know, you've got 2 teams with completely different styles, and it went back and forth.
Welcome back. We do apologize about the brief delay. However, we're back underway. We're back in the action. We're back with Xerxia tied 4-4 with Revenant. We do apologize about the tech issues. Sometimes it's just out of our hands. However, thank you all so much for your patience. We're glad to be back. We're glad to bring you game 3 of the day as the undefeated Revenant look to take on what appears to be the kingmaker of Xerxia. We'll see if they can finish the job with what they started and continue their rampage through today's games, or if Revenant, playing from their boot camp, are going to be able to chime back. Of course, I'm Castle Coma 3. I'm joined by the amazing Grace.
Hello, 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 hello. Very even Steven scoreline for two teams that are essentially perfectly matched in terms of their approaches, and ultimately I think this is going to be a real close one. Once again, gorgeous util dump coming through around that midsection, just blocking off those lines of sight, preventing any immediate ruckus to come through. But look at this line of sight being held, and gorgeous shot there from Surf. Paradox falling, so that's all that fade utility taken away from the side of Revenant, who really do love to rely on it to clear those corners.
Scary, able to chime back in. Remember, this isn't a great buy from Revenant here. This goes badly. They're going to be handing the lead back over to Xerxia. Unfortunately, damage may be the only objective here. Now, Flash is going to allow Patricius to continue his rampage. Patricius just tears through all of them. That'll be another round on the bounce now for Xerxia as they take the lead at 5-4. Revenant, they are able to invest though. They are able to keep fighting and potentially keep this half even closer. But for Patricius, dare I say it, that round may show that he's still feeling it and no delay is going to stop his resolve.
Absolutely, and once again, Scary looking scary, currently leading the way in terms of kill count for the side of Xerxia. Paradox, of course, as expected. For those of you who missed our little chat earlier, you often see Paradox on those duelists, on those entries, but they do often go onto this Fade, using Fade as the entry encounter as well. I mean, look at all this util being dumped down now as a full execute. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Xerxia need to read in the fact that this is definitely the collapse coming through right now. Ready and waiting is Scary. There's one bad lovers immediately trade out, but Fluky with the 2K make that a free K as Watchy falls down, and Spike is firmly in their control. About to go for the swing. There we go. It lands it perfectly, but Surf and Fluky. Gorgeous little up shot from Surf there. It's the things you like to see. In the way now, 6-4.
What a round. And now for the members of Xerxia, they're going to try and extend that lead, try and extend it further. I want to highlight the difference between their bottom and top fragger, just 2 kills. And for Grace, what's even more interesting to me is that Xerxia, they've shown, they've played their hand, they've shown they've got 2 compositions on Ascent. 2 compositions which they can play effectively, and 2 compositions which they've clearly practiced on. That's terrifying, because bear in mind, Ascent is the favourite map of the tournament. There's no coming... There's no getting around them. There's no anti-stratting on Ascent.
The favourite map of the tournament made me giggle. I was like, really? Is it? For those of you just tuning in, this is the 3rd time we're seeing Ascent today from all of these teams. I wonder if we're going to see more, but for now, this Ascent is where the action is happening. As you say, Xerxia really showing their hand, showing they have multiple approaches, and that creates a lot of diversity within a team. Easily able to adjust to whatever Revenant decide to bring to the table here, is whether Revenant themselves are prepared to be as fluid and flexible and show adjustment of their own, or will they be static? Only time will tell. With the lockdown on now, though, that could be pretty useful. Again, we've seen them try to force the site with just a ton of util, and it's been working beautifully so far, but now Xerxia have taken the lead because they clocked onto it.
Absolutely did, and look at how Xerxia are positioned as well. They're trying to... It's not quite full aggression, but it's aggression to try and force Revenants into an area they want to fight on. You know, they're sort of choking out any push into B main. Same for A here with the Phoenix already sort of fighting, shoulder peeking gear. Means that Revenant, they have to go through mid, which is already labeled by the alarm bots. And that's going to mean having to run into cigarettes once that smoke fades, or even having to worry about being crossfired from both defenders spawn and from mid. Out goes the lockdown to buy both mid and tree control. But the aggression is already it's already there. There's already counter aggression from Surf, who's awaiting the rotation through Link.
this is it. I think Scary very much giving that call out, but they're trying to collapse now towards this A site, so we should see a rotation start to come through, but there we go. Xerxia, beautiful pick there onto Bad Love. A second one for Logi. Scary onto Paradox, but is immediately traded by Wimpin. It's getting a little bit scrappy for Revenant now. 2 versus 4. We need to make their shots count, but not like that. The shots counting right now is for the side of Xerxia.
I will admit, it was pretty laboured by Scary, but recovered very nicely. I like how Patricius, the second he realizes that Scary's taking like a couple of seconds too long on his fight, just swings back from main, supports him, gets the kill, they back off, and are able to take the fight in main. Really, really solid stuff. For the members of Revenant, though, they go down to a buy, sure, but the buy's not great. You know, Bulldogs, there is the odd Spectre in the mix, and with such a huge ult dump last round, they've got nothing to aid them in this round, at least in terms of big kind of sweeping abilities. For Xerxia, they've still got From the Shadows, they've still got that lockdown available on Fluky as well. And for Patricius, he's playing quite a wide angle. He knows it's Bulldogs and Spectres now, he's looking to punish that.
Oh, speaking of punishing, beautiful shot there by Surf. Can we get a second one here? Yes, they can. Logi falling down. Smokes goes out. Bladestorm ready to be popped, ready to be sent towards the players of Revenant. And speaking of sending it, Bad Love about to send it. No, Bad Love actually gets shut down before they can cause any ruckus. A beautiful tight angle being held there by Xerxia. 2 versus 1 at the back of sight here. There we go. Black Hawk opening up a lot of breathing space now for the side of Revenant to start to try and make this collapse. But Surf ready and waiting up in hand. This can get very nasty very quickly. Oh, but actually Tor gets denied. Paradox though, the pick onto Surf there, and again they're in a tight corner, but well, there we go. Fluky is able to punish them for that. Now it's all left down to Black Hawk in a 1 versus 3. Difficult situation to be in, but perhaps a duo swing about to come in. They're trying to bait for that swing from him himself. He's not quite going for it just yet. You push me. I'm not risking this. I want these 1v1s.
Look at that line of sight from Xerxia. Every single member is just going to wreck Black Hawk the second he moved past that angle, and he's picked off from it. Great rounds there from Xerxia. And great round from Surf as well with those 2 entries, and instantly brings out the Bladestorm because they have that point-blank presence, which I will admit, Xerxia couldn't really, Revenant, couldn't really match. Now the half switch comes in, and for Revenant with their agent select, their defense should, in theory, be quite good here with the amount of info gather and utility they have, which they can just lob at Xerxia. That being said, this is where P2C and Surf come alive, and more importantly, with an 8-4 lead, if Xerxia can take the pistol round, they're going to be in a really good position.
100%. I mean, it's gonna, again, if they do get that pistol round on the board, I think that's where it's going to start to get real nasty for Revenant. Again, I really love the kind of creativity they're bringing, and I don't want it to kind of be a bit of a stomp now. I think that would be a real big shame. Player head to head about to hit our screen, so let's have a little look here, Kremer.
Wimp and Surf. I quite like the comparison. You've got the Killjoy versus the Jets, and for me, Wimp's had a really good job at sort of having this afterplant presence. That was mitigated in the last sort of half of that first half by Surf. And once Surf had that operator, it feels like it was just able to seek out Wimp. So I am quite impressed with Surf's performance, especially in the latter stages of that first half. Now going to the defense, he's going to be able to reign supreme with that operator. And I think that these stats are just going to get better and stuff.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Again, the thing is with those like kind of snipers as well, it's about using those lines of sight, using those pixels, but also sometimes you can really, again, go for a nice duo play with your teammates for utility, herding your opposition into those lines of sight that you're holding with that nasty, nasty util.
Absolutely right. Now, in just a second, we'll be able to plunge straight into our second half. We'll be able to see if Revenant have what it takes on their defense. For now, though, it's going to be a tough old position. Tough old position for Revenant. Bear in mind, best of 1 puts so much pressure on this pistol round. They need to make this work.
Absolutely. I really think it's going to be interesting to see how Revenant are going to use that util, especially in terms of, you know, the Sova, the fade from the get-go. I'm wondering if the Sova is going to be used kind of in that mid-section just to get some early round knowledge as to, okay, how much pressure are they willing to put on mid at the moment? Is this going to give some leeway? We could even follow it up, you know, the intel dart goes out, we have someone like Paradox shimmy their way down mid to try and get a few of those entry kills under their belt. So that's what I kind of want to see. Want to see where people are going to be positioned. Want to see where the action's going to be from the get-go.
Yeah. On topic of action, we're about to get underway. 20 seconds before the second half starts. I still stick by Revenant. I think the comeback's possible. What about you, Grace? You on the Revenant bandwagon, or are you shifting over to Xerxia?
I don't know. I think it depends how much the momentum has gone now. I think, again, depending on how this next 2 rounds go, will probably cement it for me.
I like how aggressive Revenant are in mid here. Great 3-man setup, and Xerxia running straight into it. This is a beautiful anti-strat, and it's the Lambs to the slaughter! Oh my god!
Oh gosh.
That was a massacre!
That's exactly what I wanted to see, though. That's exactly 100% what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that Sova and Fade in mid together. Granted, not a lot of util went down. They were just holding the crossfire. That is... Ooh, chest kiss. That worked so perfectly. Again, I considered that would happen based on the utility and how well they play into each other. But the fact that those two are willing to duo just with the crossfire, and as you say, Lambs for Slaughter, Xerxia just fully fell into it. And that's going to put the wind up Revenant's sails, that's for sure.
My god. That was horrific. And, well, Xerxia, dare I say it, maybe they've run this composition before. It feels like that was an anti-strat. That feels like that was a very heavy anti-strat. Considering Xerxia didn't run that against Bleed, looks like the Revenant management team are digging deep into the echelons of compositions from Xerxia. As Fluky shuts down Bad Love, it's a bloody clean shot. Unfortunately, it's in a position where we won't quite see the Spectre retrieved as of yet. Instead, Xerxia are going to hold firm and see if Revenant are going to re-aggress to try and equalize the man count.
Sure, and again, that util going out from Paradox just to make sure there's no approach trying to be made, but smoke's going down as well to cover up any lines of sight. So no initial gunfight can take them by surprise, but again, the delay, the patience, we've seen it before. Xerxia willing to be so patient. Smoke goes out, they start to collapse in, and there we go. Not a lot Paradox can do right now. They have to desperately shoot that door out, but the gunfire to hold back Logi as well. It's a really good setup coming through from Xerxia right now, but there we go. Blackhawk and Logi are able to shut down at least some of it, but that spike is down. We've seen how this Pope's flank goes for Xerxia, but Blackhawk shutting down Surf. That's certainly going to put a spanner into the works, and once again, the usual going out, but Fluky in a really powerful position right now, potentially. No, there we go for shutdown. Revenant, a clean retake there of the side.
You're right, that'll be 6. Xerxia, that lead mitigated to just 2. I am damn happy with how Revenant have sort of bounced back. And it's all off that pistol round. That was so fast that the tempo change has left Xerxia caught flat-footed. Now the buy comes out, and if Xerxia are able to sort of use this as a way to kind of regain control, to go back to narrating the pace, we could see things get a little bit closer. But until then, Revenant on the bonus round now, looking pretty damn happy with themselves, and frankly, for good reason.
We're back and forth on a short as the pressure towards Fish is it's come to a bit of a standstill right now between Bad Love and Fluky, but Blackhawk ready and waiting in the smoke. Again, the quiet before the storm. It's kind of what we expected all of the rounds to go like between these two. The patience that Xerxia tend to bring on their attack, and God, Revenant aren't baited in using so much of their utility. Still a lot in pocket to work with. Wimp though with the fire there onto Sarisha. Logi to back it up too, but it looks like Surf and Cigarettes want to get stuck in. Wimp being pushed back to the back of sight there. The Prowler going out, and again, the absolute util dump on both sides to try and delay / create this collapse. And beautiful shot there through the smoke. Surf getting taken out though by Logi. A 3 versus 4. Can Xerxia try and force this plant? Scary taking out Paradox is certainly going to lighten the load a little bit. There we go. Scary taking on Logi as Cigarettes is out to a 2 versus 2. Time-wise, they're kind of low-key forced to plant here right now, but it's all the way in a long still. They might try and go for some of these engagements, but that spike needs to be picked up and plonked down.
Blackhawk gonna have to be the sort of linchpin of this attack now. There's only a couple of seconds left, and as that door gets closed. Blackhawk, does he go through it? Oh, I think he does. He actually catches out a Killjoy. That's a beautiful kill. And now knowing where Scary is, there's only 10 seconds left. Scary in such a dire position now. Does he have time? He's got to stick this plant. Oh, he's out of time. He's out of time. That's won by Bad Love. Absolutely incredible. And I love them. I love how smart Bad Love is there to realize he doesn't need to fight this.
This is it. You can't just be passive. You know, if a spike hasn't been planted, you can just chill a little bit. Like, you don't have to play hyper aggressive. You don't have to risk losing that gunfight. Especially, you know, you're in that powerful position. You're all the way in heaven. It's kind of like, you know, it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. It's like one of those moments there.
Truly is. And, well, for Xerxia, they've been sent reeling a bit. Unable to convert the bonus now. They do have a Phantom there on Scary to sort of give you a bit more firepower. But the reality is they still have to sort of fill the ranks with Sheriffs, with a Spectre on PTC. Now, PTC does have his run it back. So he can risk sort of overextending a bit with this, with Spectre to try and get an opening. Nonetheless, Revenant such a strong position now. Oh, he spotted out the turret from the Killjoy as well. That's going to just continue buying a bit of space now.
Bit of space and a bit of a quiet before the storm. And 5 versus 5. Not a lot of time to work with, but still time to try and gain more of this control, more of this pressure. There's a lot of defensive structure there around that mid from the side of Revenant yet again, and it's almost forcing them. There we go. Scary getting the pick, Scary falling rather, is going to really start to put the pressure on. A second one down to Cigarettes as well, and it's all kind of being torn apart right now by Revenant.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
it really is. And there's no follow-up from Xerxia. For Fluky and PTC, the spike in mid, it's got no angle of attack onto any of these sites. They're going to have to gun it down tree, but Wimp's in position. The turret's already there as an early warning system. But and even a cheeky fadeaway shot onto Patricius there leaves Fluky in a 1 versus 4. Spotted out. Logi gets the killing blow. Revenant, they equalize at 8. This is worrying. This is very worrying. I also love this position from Blackhawk here. It's like Revenant. They are very calculated with when they go aggressive, and it consistently works for them. Interestingly enough, Xerxia, as they now move to their next full buy, the ult management now is going to become very interesting, because, for Revenant, they already have such a weird composition. Having these ults, each and every one's going to have some serious impact. The no commands available, and it's at a perfect time. Yeah, the run it back, the lockdown from the shadows, it could just be nullified. And this is while we're waiting for the Nightfall and the lockdown to come online on Paradox and Wimp. For the rest of Xerxia, their aim needs to be what gets them through this round. And surprisingly enough, the utility on paper may get them into position, but the executions are just going to get nullified instantly.
100%. Fluky, not willing to risk it just yet for a chocolate biscuit. The Prowler going out towards mid-row is going to start to help them guess whether or not this execute is going to A, and at this point they can safely determine no. So we're going to see the flank around from Paradox. You start to apply some pressure into mid, but it's very much in the control of Xerxia right now. And there we go, Surf with that pick on the Paradox as well. All that control, all that pressure that could have been applied has now gone. Xerxia running away with it. Wimp, however, getting the pick onto Surf. That's going to lighten the load yet again. But this spike can potentially go down, especially... Well, actually, no! Because a lockdown comes through. Xerxia there with a pick onto Bad Love, though. That's going to certainly lighten the load again. There we go, lockdown finished. Scary with a pick down to Logi, can now safely rotate through that market and potentially get that spike down yet again. Wimp ready and waiting. It was a little bit of the old bait and switch. Now they know there's one player at least at the back of this site. They do take down Xerxia, take down Scary too.
Oh
take
my
down
God!
Fluky! Can they get a fourth one here? Can they take down Cigarettes? No, they can't. There we go. But as you say, look at the time. Cigarettes, very little to work with, and there we go. A Blackhawk going to finish that off. I mean, goodness gracious me.
What? Wimp, he wipes the floor with Xerxia. And bear in mind, with only 20 seconds left, he knows he only has to play for time. He just needs to survive. So he picks one angle of attack, shuts down Patricius and Scary, and then just starts bouncing around the angles. He does like a few kind of fadeaway shots at Cigarettes, but at that point, it's too far gone. even if we saw Blackhawk just leg it, just go back into spawn and wait, he still would have won the round on time there. Revenant, they call their timeout. The first timeout we've seen all game, by the way. And for Xerxia, they go a round down. Blaze available on Surf, which is probably going to aid the eco a little bit here. They do have a Nightfall, they do have a Lockdown. I doubt we'll see them used with pistols. Over on Revenant, though, that Nightfall is there for the retake. That Null command could just ruin Surf's day. And Logi's about to get a Cosmic Divide set up for the retake.
It's going to be a scrappy one this next round. I can feel it in my jellies. I can feel like it's going to be a fast and furious approach from Xerxia. Potentially they'll try and cheese it a little bit here. And it's just going to be a full util dump on both sides. I don't know. It's This is getting too close for comfort right now.
Get out of my way!
Yep, it really is. But now, a lot more utility is continuing to be dropped here. As it looks like Xerxia was sort of attempting to fake some early control, but they are going to be able to spot out the Phoenix. They are going to attempt to run, and with that, Xerxia's sort of initial attempt for a pick hasn't quite been converted. Surf fully blinded, is just about able to get behind his smokes in time, but I think the C's just about misses as well. But behind all of this, there was a peek up from short. Xerxia, they got a man down.
That's the issue too. Those smokes have been used just to try and actually escape, not to actually aid the team in any way. And Wimp's going to shut you down anyway, Surf, so it doesn't matter too much. But your team needs to come back with a trade of your own. You're only going 5 versus 3. A lot of pressure being applied here now. This A site isn't really good for the taking, but they're going to try and potentially take it anyway. Logi ready and waiting, though. They definitely know that they're trying to push now from Garden, and Smoke starting to go down. That's going to hopefully lighten the load to this defense too. It's going to be chaotic. There we go. Whip onto Fluky. Can Logi get this pick off here? Yes, they can. There we go. Cigarettes falling too, and we're edging closer and closer to match point.
Such a clean... Even when some of the duels are a little bit less clean, and some of the duels look like they're labored, there's always a teammate there. And now look at the ults. Oh my god, look at the ults, Grace. Revenant, all of these ults can have some serious impact in these executions. Over on Xerxia, bear in mind you're not running the KO, so you have no way to mitigate these ults. All you have to do is just tank them. And with a Nightfall available on Cigarettes and a lockdown for Fluky, there is the attempt here. There can be an attempt to try and shut this down, but right now they currently have lost 6 rounds on the bounce on their attack, having not won a single attacking round.
There.
100%. There. Again, I really would like to see a bit more pressure from the defense in mid. They don't even need to. Blackhawk and Paradox just really popping off. Again, dodging and weaving around their own utility. Really is phenomenal stuff. The Owl going out just to let them know that mid is a little bit safe, but potentially it isn't. We do see Scary on the lurk a little bit. But that's going to alert Paradox at least to know that some pressure is being applied there. And this is where it gets risky for Xerxia, because again, if Scary dies and that spike gets plonked down in mid, that's a long way for Cigarettes and Fluky to try and get back and pick it up. Timer is ticking, and we've seen them lose out to this timer multiple times. Blackhawk, there we go! That spike is down in no man's land, and both these players now having to go for these 1vx's on their own sides of the map, and it's going to be very, very uncomfortable indeed. This is such a strong positioning for Revenant to be in. Paradox falls though, but that call's going to come through. Actually, Blackhawk falls too. Can they get a third here onto Logi? The smokes are going to be applied. Cigarettes falling. There we go. Another round on the table for Revenant, and goodness gracious me. Things are certainly starting to hot up now.
That teamwork is just insane. Like, even though we see a little bit of a push from Fluky, yes, he catches out 2 players, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, because elsewhere, everyone is just collapsing. 11-8, Grace. Revenant right now on a flawless defensive half, and Xerxia seem a little bit lost. I wouldn't mind seeing Xerxia call for a timeout. 2 more rounds and they're out, and they've only just about able to buy here. It's sort of half investment to try and at least do a bit of damage, but when your objective is damage, when you're this far down in both tempo and round count, the alarm bells are going to start to ring. I mean, there's Patricius already low on HP. They've lost a teammate elsewhere as Scary plucks out of the A site, and now the players in B main, yes, there's a lurker mid, but this B main push may become their only hope. Nightfall's about to be committed, but Revenant seem ready with a lockdown already.
There we go, the lockdown does have to come out, but it's a double lockdown here, and that's unfortunate. Whip with a pick round to Xerxia. Bad level to serve. Cigarettes and Fluky trading it back out, though. Can Cigarettes and Fluky get more on the board for themselves and try and pull this into their advantage? Paradox takes down Cigarettes, and it's a 1vx for Fluky. What can they do here? It's such an uncomfortable position, and there we go. Match point for the side of Revenant, and wow, they deserve it right now. They are on fire, Kremer.
Revenant. This is insane. I think Revenant win the entire tournament. Like, if they, no, seriously, Grace, if they can do this consistently, they've won. If this is consistent, they've won.
It's gonna be an interesting one. Again, I say that, yeah, they're definitely up in my top 2 favorites in a moment. Again, not to be #biascaster, but I think Bleed have put on a phenomenal performance, and so have a Revenant here, and it's just really glorious to see that happen. Upsets could still be on the card, so Kremer. We've seen it happen before. There we go. Speaking of upsets, I'm just going to be a little bit upset about that opening pick, taking them out, taking them off the board nice and early.
Look at the ability still available for Revenant. Radlove sees this push coming his way. He's able to avoid it. He's able to buy time. I mean, Nightfall is going to land in time. There's Bad Love just shutting down the push. And look at the rest of the players from Xerxia. They can't fight this. They have to delay their attack. Bad Love does whiff a little bit here, but this has bought time for the rotation. Look at the KO and the Omen in the back line. Blackhawk. Oh, the flash is time to perfection. Scary falls now. And Bad Love's still alive back sight. How? He brings out the classic. He just needs to buy time. That's all he does now. Fluky on logs is going to be able to bring out another kill now. It's all on Logi, 1 versus 3. Surely this is Xerxia's first. Surely.
Potentially, unless he's about to have the clutch of his absolute day. Skeleton, there we go. It is indeed Xerxia's first attacking win on the table.
My God. We finally see. We finally see a round that goes in favor of Xerxia, but I don't know, Grace. For me, it feels like that's a consolation prize. It's a death rattle almost.
I feel like, can we just discuss the fact that, like, if you're able to get a team like Xerxia on the ropes like this, you are doing a great job.
You're doing very good.
You're
doing very good.
Here is your crowd, like.
Yeah, exactly. And look at this. Look at this position from Xerxia, right? Rotating back through mid. They're trying to garner this opening again because once they had the man advantage, they did very well last round. But you see the change of pace from Revenant. Just not even peeking. You're completely passive. They know with an ult advantage, they just want Xerxia to be the ones to make the mistake here.
Yeah, and again, Xerxia, we've seen him be patient before, but that patience could cost him if that ult comes out, if they delay it too long. A little bit of a pre-fire from Fish here, and they're going to be a little bit more passive again. Attempt to get the ult orb there as well, and again, the delay, the burnout of that timer. Time is the 6th defender, and we've many times said that she could be a cruel mistress for these attackers. Surf starting to find their way into mid as well to try and apply some of this mid pressure. Does look like they're going to try and set up for a full B collapse, and here we go. Blackhawk getting pressured pretty badly. The collapse is actually delayed massively. Where is this Cosmic Divide? There we go, Bad Love with the ult. Xerxia and Cigarettes falling down, and there we go, that Cosmic Divide fully blocking off B side there in such an uncomfortable position. Fluky falling, but Surf is there to trade it back up, but again, they have to push in blind, and not the most comfortable situations to be in, but gets a shot there to Bad Love. That is massive. It's all left down to Blackhawk now, hiding here, but as you say, the timer is ticking. There we go. Can this spike go down in time? Yes, it can. Wimp getting the pick there onto Surf. Can they get the last one here on Too Scary? Yes, they can. Do you know what? If I was wearing a hat right now, I would take it off and I would throw it. I would just throw it, Kremer.
Rightfully so. Revenant just played out of their minds. That was the best Ascent map I've seen in a good while. I'm really on such a weird comp as well. Like,
I love
your
it, though.
fade
This
is your
the thing.
entry?
No, I love that. I love that so
Absolutely.
much. I'm completely here for it. Like, as soon as
Yep.
it's just so good. You get your duelist player and stick them on an agent that has so much like hunt essentially util there. You're literally finding them. It's that constant information. Oh, they're just around the corner. It's aggressive. It's so aggressive, and that's what you want in a duelist. But again, normal duelist utility is that idea that you have the flashes, you have the things to just allow you to be aggressive. Less about the information game. With Fade, chef's kiss. That was just phenomenal from Revenant. Whew.
That absolutely was. I'm also really impressed by the fact Xerxia. It's not like Xerxia played badly. Like you saw Surf in that last
Absolutely
round.
not. Absolutely
He's just
not.
clicking on heads. It's just Revenant. I would argue a lot of the time Revenant were being out aimed. It's just their utility usage and their teamwork to be able to bounce off one another was so strong. There was no follow up. Xerxia couldn't do anything. They're being shot in the side of the head, the back of the head. Hey, they're finally being shot at the front of the head, but at that time they're taking a fight when they've only got 20 HP left because they're getting bombarded with every bit of utility and the kitchen sink, which Revenant have been able to scramble.
No, that's exactly it, isn't it? It's this idea of we don't have to take these, full engagements. Maybe we're not as comfortable to do that, but the fact that they're able to use a util, even if we saw so many glorious post plants from that attack as well, and the util that really, again, not needing to peek in a 1 versus 2, relying on the shock dart to just shut down that diffuse, and then you get that 1 versus 1. It's like proper good Valorant. Like, oh my gosh, yes, all about that. But we could talk here for ages and ages about how excited that has made us, but I know 2 other people that are probably going to be just as excited to break this down for you. So I'm going to fling it across to the analyst desk.
Well, thank you so much, Grace. But let me do something before I even say a word. I am currently bowing down to the way how Revenant are making their comebacks. They are the new masters of the comebacks in South Asia Valorant. They are the only team to beat 3 Southeast Asian teams back to back. And they just have 1 more Southeast Asian team to beat, making them on top of the leaderboard. They have a 3-0 win. And what was that comeback? 8-3 all the way from there to match point and eventually a victory.
Well, this has been a series that I have been looking forward to ever since I saw Revenant take down the 2 SEA teams that they have. This team is so profoundly well-rounded in every single aspect. They've got everything in control, including kills, the way they use their utility, the teamwork that goes around it, everything top-notch. And we're going to have a look at it through the scoreboard as, my word, Revenant, you, like I said, take a goddamn bow. You deserve every single bit of it, because not every team has got the skill and the power to take down a juggernaut like Xerxia when they have just come back off of the same map with the same component of team play which came against them, right?
Yeah.
Because they were playing against a triple initiator in the previous game, and now they're playing against a triple initiator again. The only difference being that there is a Killjoy instead of a Chamber, and clearly that made all the difference because Wimp, my guy, is an absolute god.
I'm sure that everyone's so proud of Wimp right now. All the chat, everyone's supporting him.
I am so proud of Wimp right now.
It's the first time that this man has rose to that support where he became the MVP with 22 kills and 17 deaths, 2 first kills, a 273 average comeback score, more than Surf. I mean, he has just not become a sentinel or an anchor for a bomb set, but also on and all, he became that first defender for his entire team. So this tells that how much of an improvement we can see in Wimp's gameplay.
Oh yeah, it's not just Wimp. To have that much of control, they knew that going into this game in the first half, they're going to have a little bit of a difficult time, given that they have a triple initiator, they have no duelist to run back of, Paradox playing on the Fade himself. They took their approach slow. They kept it toe-and-toe in the first 8 to 10 rounds. Then they kind of slipped the boat. They fell off, but they did not give up their tactics. They did not give up their basics. Their protocols were right there. And with every step in the second half, a flawless one until the last round, they did give away 1 round. That's it. 1 round was all that Xerxia could have for themselves in the second half. And ladies and gentlemen, This is Revenant at their peak. I don't think I've ever seen them this good, but honestly, I am so excited to see because I think they're going to qualify. I really think they are.
I mean, definitely at this pace, just 4 more days and they can totally hit it off to the semi-finale and eventually the grand finale. Who knows? I mean, if they have the capability of having set benchmark players at that level, defeating them, now that's a big deal for Revenant. And imagine Revenant going up against next South Asian teams, like in forward in the group stages. It's going to be a cakewalk for them.
Indeed.
I mean, all they have to do is just concentrate on how they're walking their strategy. And so far, it's the map of Ascent, so it's been easy. But when actual maps like Icebox, Breeze, Pearl, they start coming out, things start getting a lot tougher for the teams.
Oh, yeah. And that is going to be happening after we are moving into the playoffs. That is the top 4 qualifier. Revenant look pretty strong contenders at the moment, beating pretty much everybody in sight. They've got a lot of South Asian teams left to fight, who are usually the ones that they, falter against. But will they do it? We'll find out, ladies and gentlemen. Until the next game, though, Bleed and Alter Ego coming your way for game number 4. We'll see you there. But for now, take a short break. We'll be right back with the Challenger Series.
There's a fire that burns inside. It's an instinct that never lies. The target's tattooed between our eyes. Stand and fight under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away. Just just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. There's a power that's underneath, and you can't see it till you believe. On the edge of infinity. Feel the rush under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away. Just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options, win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. Ignite. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So ignite, so ignite.
You know who it is, coming round again. We want a dose of this, right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blade, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. And when I started talk that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my glow, 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 glow. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 level. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this? Let's go. See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you running it, I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LG Ultragear presents TEC Challenger Series VCT off-season official event, powered by Amazon India, GPU partner Zotac Gaming, gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, laptop partner Asus, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. We've had amazing games that we've had for the past three matchups, and now we got to focus on match number 4 and match number 5, which will be Team Alter Ego, who will be going up against Team Bleed. And I've got to say, this will be an amazing matchup to look at. I'm your caster for today, Baba Gusta. With me, I have my co-caster Aggressive, as we are here to talk through everything what's going to happen on match number 4. So, Aggressive, talk about match number 3 between Revenant. Man, what a match!
I'm just pleasantly surprised of how it really went down, dude. At the end of the day, if you ever told me that that is how the game is gonna go, Wim gets a 4K single-handedly by himself to turn things around, then just everything falls into place. Bad Love gets a perfect ultimate kill. I was watching from the back end. Like, we have our own back end voice chat. I was watching from there. I could not believe my eyes that this is how the side of Revenant were playing. And now, if this is what SA has to offer, SEA, they need to step up their game immediately. Yeah, of course, they took down franchise players right off the bat on the second game, but is that really going to be enough if you have another super team rising up to the challenge from another region? Yeah. These two invited teams, they have to get their mojo back in together, and this is their chance once again to do so. Alter Ego going up against Bleed will be a match that really will test how Bleed will perform moving on down the line, because this is a team from their own region. This is a team that they have scrimmed and faced off against quite often. And Alter Ego, we have seen them to be a squad that can go the distance, but at the same time fall a little bit flat on their face when they're not careful. As we head on down over onto the team versus team screen to see exactly who will be playing and how the teams are going to be looking, I honestly do believe, Baba, this match will be one for the books.
Oh, yes, it will be Aggressive. And I mean, we still have 4 more days left of non-stop Valorant action, which is going to coming up, which will come out right in our screens. But for now, let's just focus on this matchup: Alter Ego versus Bleed. So talk about Alter Ego's matchup when they went up against Revenant Esports. They did end up losing 13-5, and now they're here to make amends, where they have to go up against Team Bleed Esports. Now talk about Team Bleed. My goodness, they are looking so strong. 3 wins, and they haven't lost a single match just yet, Aggressive. And I just got to see whether if... I'm pretty sure that Bleed Esports won't have any problems dealing with Alter Ego, unless and until once we get to see what kind of maps, once we get to see what kind of play styles we get to witness, we might be able to see some changes. But for now, let's just go ahead and take a look at the rosters on the side of Team Alter Ego. Adrian King, Del B, Huxley, Kush, and Noxy will be going up against Team Bleed.
Alter Ego's roster looks as scary as it ever does. Delve, of course, being one of the, let's say, highlight players that we've been looking forward to for the longest time because of the way that he plays. His skills on a duelist is just unmatched. But then again, we have to talk about Kush. Kush is just that X factor that you cannot really, factor out at any moment. Primarily for one particular reason, the way that he plays the Initiator as a fragger, it's just unmatched. It's unrivaled. The man drops 30 kills with a 400 ACS on an Initiator. And Bleed, they have to worry about him, but at the same time, the members of the opposition, Alter Ego, they need to worry about Juicy, JH, and then Darion. Darion probably being one of the highlight players that we always talk about, but crazy guy as well. This one man has single-handedly taken over the entire game on his own back, even when Darion is not playing.
Yeah. And also when we did get to see them, go up against Team Velocity Gaming in our first matchup, they went 13-7. And let's not forget, they even did go up against Team Global Esports, that they did end up winning 13-10. A dominating performance, as we did get to see from these from the team right there. And now they have one more matchup left for today. And also we'll take a look at the map videos itself to see which map do we get to see between these two teams. And it will be Icebox, surprisingly Aggressive, because most of the matches that we did see, it was, most of the time it was either Ascent or Bind, and now Icebox will be picked up. So what do you think is going to happen here, Aggressive?
Especially in these best of ones, you can't really get a feel for your opposition right off the bat when you are facing off against for the first time. Again, Alter Ego versus hasn't really happened here at the bare minimum. They've played against each other in the past. Alter Ego has gone through a couple of different iterations and changes. Plus, Bleed, this is another brand new roster. This is not what they had for the longest time. So you fall into that dilemma and in that place where you start to consider something quite crucial to play things out. Icebox, a map that really does award a team for the repetition factor. A map in particular that really showcases what a team can do once they have seen what their opposition are capable of, maybe done a little bit of anti-stratting, some planning, and when you put that to the test, it doesn't really always go as you plan, because that Viper player in particular is possibly the biggest nuisance on this map. We always talk about the Viper being pretty much the drop dead thing. If you have a Viper on your team and if he is cracked out of his mind, Icebox is almost unwinnable if that Viper starts off on the defense. You can guarantee at the bare minimum of 10 rounds, but looking at the agent selection, Viper will get picked up. But I do believe the funniest thing and the most interesting factor will be a double Sentinel going up against a double Sentinel. Now, this is a composition that we don't see often, but the Viper's getting picked up, very standard. But without a Sova on Alter Ego, is this plan really going to work? Because without the Sova, the aggressive push is on towards A.
Yeah, but so
Could be
which
difficult
means,
to get into.
yeah, I guess the only thing that Alter Ego can rely upon has to be the suppression knife from the KO, and that's, I believe, that's where the counter strat. I believe that's exactly where the counter strat comes into play, especially when you have the Hunter's Fury, and also when you have the Viper's Wall, which you could block so much lines of sight on a map like Icebox. Once you catch a hold of it, once you suppress the Viper, then that means it would be easier for them to push in towards the side without even focusing towards Viper themselves. So once the suppression is present, you could say this whole entire map relies on Adrian King's suppression knife. If he gets it right, if he gets the initial pick, then it would be easier for Alter Ego to proceed with that push.
True. I guarantee you on that. But getting a lot of value out of that KO really does depend on, first of all, getting that first bout of information, maybe through a jiggle peek, maybe just by utilizing a tiny bit of utility where you can hear a couple of the footsteps, and then you can utilize the KO utility to get a lot of information and brute force your way in towards the side. The primary thing differentiating both of these teams, one side has a flash and the other one has a vast amount of information to play around with. There is a reason why Sova has been a staple in the meta when it comes down to this particular map, because you need information to play it here. The Jet cannot dive into a site without any info of where the opponents could be. Someone could be sitting behind server, someone could be sitting behind screens, a player could be sitting up in towards heaven where the recon bolt even doesn't catch them, but the recon bolt does pressure them enough to force them back, allowing your Jet to have some space to play around with and set himself up for victory. But with a KO, that's not really the case. You get general information, a flash that maybe affects them if you line it up properly, but you're throwing a blind flash. And that blind flash can either be the make it or break it for your team if they get value out of that level of utility. We're going to be jumping straight down into the game, ladies and gentlemen, and I honestly do love the HUD. It's been a while, man. It's been the longest time. This HUD gives us all the information. We're prepped. We are ready. We are going to be jumping straight down over into the game, and the game of Icebox will just start to heat up.
Oh boy. Really can't, I just cannot wait to see what's up in stores between Team Alter Ego and Bleed Esports. Especially Crazy Guy with the Saw will give ample amount of information in the first round itself. Look at Adrian getting all the way towards the mid side, with the Viper's Wall being, with the Viper's Smoke, which will block the entire way from the mid side. Bleed make a decision to push in all the way towards the tunnels aside. And if Adrian King has no idea about this, maybe they will now, right now, with the trap that's been laid around from the chamber side. Adrian King knows this. He'll just patiently fall back and wait for them to make a move.
You just can't do something like that. The position was good, but Kush again, this guy on the chamber is just an absolute deadly force and a unit to behold. But Rita, he's gonna try to maybe turn things around, but Kush again, he's on for an ace. He got a 4K over towards yellow. Well, everything was happening over onto tube. The man's on for an ace, and you gotta give it to him. Look at the HP of the Viper, and success to Kush. Give this man a high five and give him a raise as well. Alter Ego, they need him to get this all done. Beautiful 5K to boot and an ace to start us off for this best of one.
What a way to start things off for Team Alter Ego. An ace for Kush. And I gotta say, for Bleed, starting in the start of the round itself, once the trap that had been laid from the Chamber's trap was being detected, they had no other choice but to move forward. And once the gunfights were being made, you could say that Alter Ego had control of that entire situation. Adrian, once again, early use of the suppression knife to give some info, and it will catch Sova. That's actually a good one, mainly because the amount of information that he can gain and Agent
no,
King.
Darion.
Oh boy, Darion. Should have been careful from the mid side, especially when Sova has been suppressed. No info, no intel gathering, and with that one player being picked out, it'll be difficult for Bleed to come back.
Especially with Delb holding from the top end with that Marshall. It'd be a dangerous play by him, but no one's really peeking him. No one's really given a lot of information away, but losing that chamber early on nullifies a lot of map control that you could have gained. The chamber just is a constant nuisance. Just hold still for a second. Yep, that's the kill, Juicy. He's gonna get sent back to Jesus. Adele, he's just relishing in the fact that he got the fiercest kill of his life. One more frag and that's it. That's all that they need to stabilize and get this round for themselves.
Yeah, they still got to worry about the mid place. The place where Huxley is holding down to. For Bleed, they're even much more worried about the flank as well. Since they're losing a lot of time, they have no other choice but to move forward. With only sheriffs in hand and 2 of the players already being picked out, they have to wait for the wall to dissipate. And when that's done, they have to go in for the push. They have to go in for the commitment. The problem is Ultragear is currently the one who has the advantage. Delby gets one more with the Marshal. And it will be Agent King who will end things off, giving the lead for Team Ultragear 2-0, favoring for the defenders.
I love the fact that Delb really did not go in for the shot unless he could guarantee the kill there. A lot of players with a Marshal, they're like, yeah, I'm going to hit this shot. They take the shot, they miss. And at that moment, Juicy could have easily turned around 180. It's like, sorry, not 180, 45-degree angle, flicked him in the head, and just sent him down. And if that kill went through for Bleed, they would have had an open A side to take over. At the end of the day, Bleed, they did a pretty good job. They got 2 kills. They were able to stabilize a little bit. Maybe if they had the spike on that, it's guaranteed success for Eagle. Didn't really happen as planned, but at the end of the day, they did the damage, they got the information, and they have an idea of how the members of Ultragear are starting to play this. But will the execution be proper from them? It seems to be so. Noxy takes a backseat, and Darion opens up the round for them with Juicy following suit.
Yeah, well, there goes your 2 Sentinels. And now Bleed, they can just easily push in towards the B side. Still have to worry about the controller Vipers, so they need to make sure. And Darion, he might be able to find one. Information's been given.
Oh my god! Poppin swing the man to hell.
The long-range headshot from the Sheriff. That was unexpected, but in the end, you still got to be careful though. Bleed is already taking control from the B, which means a post plant will be confirmed. And it always depends on Juicy. If he finds one more player, if he finds out Huxley, it'll be more than enough to control the situation, and there you go. It's just Delby who needs to figure out a way to bring things back. 1 kill will be given, but in the end it will be a refrag. And Bleed, they will finally open up their account by winning their attack round in round number 3.
Absolutely gorgeous all around. Shots were clean, and they had the map control that they wanted. And again, it was that first early pick over onto Noxy that really opened up the fact that, hey, there's a good chance the B side's a little bit weaker than what it used to be. Because if they're aggressively pushing on A, that means the B players, they're going to be a little bit too far between now, aren't they? Okay, let's slow things down. Let's start going for a slow take over onto B. And their guess was perfectly spot on. All of the B players, they were playing very defensively with only 1 player holding from yellow. The yellow player died out instantly to Juicy, and they had the entirety of the side. Because why would you play aggressive on A with only 1 player unless you have a game plan of 3 players on A where they will start pushing up aggressively, leaving mid completely open, or with 1 player holding there, the B side will only have 1. Bleed, they read the map beautifully, and Ultragear, they kind of fell into their own trap. The slow methodical play from Bleed worked out, and this timeout coming in from Ultragear could be the thing that they need to try and stabilize again and get their mentality straight, because this particular round that they did give away could just snowball out of control if they're not careful.
Yeah, like you said, aggressive, it always depends on the adaptations that these teams who are about to make on a map like Icebox. Although once they do have the advantage, especially with winning their pistol rounds and also winning the next round specifically, still got to make sure that whatever strategies that Bleed or Ultragear will put aside needs to make sure that it should be placed to perfection. Round number 4, with the timeout coming to an end and Ultragear using their timeout, will make sure that whatever problems that's been laid around from Bleed, will make sure to nullify it. Once again, we'll be able to see the suppression knife. Not now. Yeah, there you go. Suppression knife being used, information being given, and Crazy Guy, he knows exactly what happened, right? This is I believe this is the 4th time you see the suppression knife, and that is the main reason why you see the Sova playing a bit too behind, making sure that he doesn't get caught off, and make sure that Bleed would give less amount of information from Ultragear.
They gotta work their way up though soon enough, because in this current situation, things don't look as proper as you would have hoped. But Noxy holding down the corner, maybe a bit too dangerous. He doesn't really have a fallback attempt. If he misses the shot, he needs to get a kill. He's gonna get scared. He doesn't want to swing that. And if he did, that was a freebie for him to find. That kill would have been crucial, but now Juicy, he's the danger man holding from the top end of the top rope. One more kill, Adrian, you gotta fight it, buddy. Even though he gets nothing. The Viper shuts down another. And Huxley, it's all up to you. How are you gonna live this? How are you gonna try to open things up? Because Kush, he's been good. He's been amazing. But JH is just way faster. Gets another one for himself. And the Viper, the lone wolf, also gonna die alone as well. Relta's gonna be the one to send him back to his grave. Lead. Right up, back on the board with an equalization.
Round number 5. And I like the way how Bleed just pushed in, right? Once you realize that there is an AWP being in play, they have no other choice but to push forward or, you know, just move it on a different side. And with Bleed applying that pressure, you know, not being on pillars aside, not making sure that, you know, none of the attackers are currently gaining those high ground potential. All 4 players from Bleed Esports, they just made their aggressive push from A, removed the vital players off from Ultragear's side, and ensure none of those retaliations would be performed from the defensive side. So a job well done from Bleed, as they will succeed in this equalizer 2-2. And now you could see how patiently as that, you know, as they're waiting it out, see whether if one of the players from Ultragear are making in for a push. Let's not forget, this is an eco round, so especially when you know it's an eco round, you'd expect to see at least 1 or 2 defenders going for a very risky push. And now with Kush being detected from the Owl drone, only 2 pings will be given. And now with the information being known, Bleed will make sure that the player from the side of Ultragear will be removed out and proceed to the side.
Looking to maybe get a push-up over from the front end of this, but not in this scenario. They get the information and they're showing so much respect. I love this about Bleed. They understand that even in this round where they have eco weaponry, there's a good chance we might die. So let's play it slow, let's play it steady, let's play it together as a team. Actually, he immediately runs his way around to try and maybe set up a crossfire with his buddies. This crossfire is beautiful with only 30 seconds left. They can't even go in for this aggressive push. They're all stuck. They can't even go to B. The wall's blocking them. They need to run all the way from A main. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, but Retla's already in. You might be able to find a pick or 2, especially from Del B. Oh, there it goes.
Goodbye.
10 seconds left, and Noxy 2 kills with the Sheriff. And now Bleed, they're slowly starting to lose a lot of time. Ultragear, my goodness, what a way to win that Thrifty round. Jesus, Juicy. 3 kills, and still for Ultragear, I've got to admit, the amount of denials that you saw from mid, the wall, the fragment, the snake bite, forcing Bleed to push all the way from A long is such an amazing way for Ultragear to win this round. My goodness, what a way for Ultragear to win this important round out. They'll be here to put themselves back in the lead here, aggressive 3-2.
We're just in a land of 8 gods, honestly speaking. Delp got the insane shot of his life. Then came Juicy with the spray transfer of his career. The guys are just on fire. Their mechanical skill is unmatched, and possibly this is going to be another showcase of it. Kush comes in for the backup. Jay on the receiving end of the to the force, and the French rifle holding strong with KO on the other end of this. They're just impossible to get through. They know the positions. They know exactly what they need to do to try and get this one around, but in this 3 versus 5 situation, close to impossible to try and equalize this out. It's all up to Juicy and the Blade Storm, and maybe, just maybe, his 1 kill will open things up.
Yeah. Looks like they're currently in a man disadvantage for Bleed. Got to figure out a way. Noxy remove Juicy. He won't be having any problems at all, which leads to only 2 players left for Bleed to bring this back up. And Kush will make sure none of those attempts will be made from Bleed's side. A good defense, a good defensive hold. Also, an amazing way to ensure none of those aggressive plays would be present from the side of Bleed. And now, since with them having a bit of problems in their economy, they don't have to worry about it at all, especially when you have Darion with the 2 Force. And the Vandal will be given to Beast either from JH or from Retla. So all in all, for Alter Ego, this is looking very good from them, especially with them having Null Command and the Resurrect being in play for them.
We gotta figure out a scenario for this as well. Juicy. Again, he's that game changer that Bleed have on their side. If he starts to hit those shots, if he starts to find those frags, it's close to impossible to try and deny him. Push up over from one end though. They're trying to work the map just a little bit, trying to see if any of the members of AE get a bit too overconfident, start swinging out of corners. They have the lead, so this is a good call from them. They want map control, they want to play aggressive, but no. Look at the members of Alter Ego. They're showing so much discipline in this case, and they're not giving up a single bit of space for it. Kusto getting forced off the yellow angle, now needs to dry peek into, at the bare minimum, 4 players. One has an operator on the side. Here comes a flash, here comes a swing, but Darion's just way quicker than Viper. It's just so crucial for it all. Adrian tries to close things out and open it up, but the equalization that they hoped they would have is now non-existent. The revive comes in and the plan to boot. Bleed, they have the site for themselves. Wait, no, they don't.
They don't have it. Oh no, that's not good from Bleed's side. They have to commit for this. They'll do it as of now, especially with the help of the Viper's Pet. They will commit for a post plan. Now Huxley is gonna make sure that he doesn't get caught off in that crossfire. With this Viper Pit being so crucial for Bleed, this will be a difficult choice for Alter Ego to win this round. So the only choice of action is to fall back and save their weaponry, and I believe that's exactly what they're going to do. Save their weapons. I've got to say for Bleed, the read on that flashbang was so well done. You know, the timing to remove Kush off from that yellow boxes was so crucial for Bleed to get the opening pick. Pushing all the way from the B side. Well, we will see Bleed secure this round on attack, 4-3.
Standard. Perfectly done as well at the end of the day. That push coming in from Alter Ego was just a little bit too dicey as well on the mid side. He could have played it a bit more defensive, but Bleed just had a better read on the round. Push, giving up the angle. He should have just played it very much defensively. You cannot re-peek under any circumstance over onto B main when you know you're just funneling yourself in. You tried to re-peek from yellow. I understand you had a flash in hand, but even if you had the flash, it wouldn't work. The 2 Force is ready, and there's no way you're gonna get away from it. Darion just slapped him out of the sky at Crazy Eye.
Too far. Trap destroyed.
Bye.
Yep. Surprise attack, says Alter Ego, as Aiden King continues to do his same. The first, the second won't be delayed because Ratla and Darion are still present. 2 kills. Right. He removes LB and Kush. All needs to find one more, and Noxy takes care of that situation. And it's Ratla needs to deal with this 1v2. Only having a Vandal in hand, you still got to worry about the opting Battle Sage Noxy. All the way from the yellow side, gets taken out. 1v1, still has a chance for it to succeed. Now it's the Battle of the Vipers. Huxley and Retla. Oh boy, Huxley.
He knows.
No, he doesn't. Oh, he gets it. Oh, jeez. Oh man, it always comes to those minor moments, especially when you saw the Viper's wall being put to good use and not being able to detect exactly where he was. Man, both of them had no idea their exact location, but in the end, it will be Retla who will cluster this 1v2. An important one of that as well, Aggressive.
Absolutely disgusting. Retla, what were these shots? I honestly believe that Retla was just dead. The man looked away in the worst possible time, and the timing could just have completely gone haywire. And in this scenario, Bleed, they're now back on the map, baby. 4-4 on the scorecards, and slowly but surely they're working their way up. Noxy holding from the top end of this, does get spotted out by the recon bolt, and now his position is compromised. He cannot stay here. They need to try and get in a much more defensive position. The crossfires are good, but still, it's not optimum. One small misstep, one small misplay now with the Viper wall going down. Things could be going horribly wrong. And Noxy, he has no one to bail him out.
No more slow ops, no more of the flashes. They could rely on flashes, though. There is one from Aiden King's side, but Noxy,
this.
He's going in for this push. Oh, there is one player holding the crossfire angle, and Noxy decides to fall back. It's a good idea. Null command will be used from Aiden King. No more utilities, which means Bleed has to wait for more than 5 or 6 seconds, and Noxy will be able to do this. One peek, there you go. Important one, because there goes Retla. Immediate refag will come in from JH. Now with a span of 35 seconds, Bleed needs to figure out a way to push in towards the side. They've wasted a lot. AE knows exactly where the execute's been happening. And for the defenders, all they've got to do is just wait. JH, not going to waste any time at all with the post plant, and Del B is not going to go in for the denial either. Leon is watching their back, making sure none of those would arrive. And Juicy will get one. All he needs to do is find 4 more players from Bleed, and for Ultragear, it's not happening because Juicy will find one. Crazy Guy gets the other to remove Kush. And just like that, we will see Bleed just stay strong on that side, no matter how many difficulties that they would find out from Ultragear's end. Null command was being used. They even used the walls to make sure that none of the players from Bleed could make their attempt to push in towards the site. But in the end, it always came down to that patience, and patience really did reward Bleed Esports, Bleed the win that they require.
Yep. That was just pristine Bleed. The fact that they're showing this much discipline here is what's really surprising. The level of discipline that they have is not something that is common, and Bleed, they're making sure that the members of Ultragear need to be disciplined as well. One small misplay and one small misstep in your play can be punished drastically by a team that is showcasing this much. No! Actually, missed a couple of the most crucial shots, and okay, Noxy, disgusting flick to try and shut down another one, and the trades are still going back and forth. Somehow the members of Ultragear are regardlessly finding this, and Kush, the game changer of all of this, is going to try to save it out, but again, Red Blood, the clutch minister for the side of Bleed. Make sure he makes his opponents feel the hurt and feel the pain. And even though this was an eco round, god damn was this close. Ultragear, they're on fire.
They definitely are aggressive. And it always just comes down to that one play. That is, in fact, Retla, who did clutch out twice in this matchup, aggressive. 2 times have we witnessed Retla succeed in this clutch. An important one for Bleed, especially knowing that those 2 rounds were eco rounds. The first eco round that Bleed had to go in with the push, they respected the teammate. They ensured that, yes, there will be a lot of utility being dumped out on one particular place, so we've got to be careful. And guess what happened at that moment? They wasted a lot of time. They only had 30 seconds. They went in for a full-on push all the way towards mid. There was one that was Retla all the way deep within the sights on A. And guess what happened? Denials happened everywhere. The fragment was in, the walls were present, and also you even had the snake bite to deny any further push that is going to happen from the mid site. And once Ultragear had that control, the main problem that Bleed had was that they didn't had enough time to figure out a way. And if you make that comparison in this previous round, they didn't waste a single time at all. They were in the A site. They didn't thought about going back. They didn't thought about focusing on the roam clearing. All they had to do was just focus on this side. They know that most of the utilities has been used. Null command has already been used out in the middle of the round. And now since everything is clear, they're free for the push. They went for it. They got the kill.
It's just the way that Bleed is playing through so many of these rounds. It's just, I don't know. How do you put it? It's beautiful to look at. It's like I'm seeing art in motion. They're drawing the painting and we are witnessing it come out in front of our eyes. It's forming right here and there. This is one form of art that I would love to witness over and over again. Bleed, what's the game plan here this time? How are you going to try and paint this picture? Because for now, the members of Ultragear, they're opting for a much more default heavy position with mid control being their primary focus. They have everyone set up. Kush is over on the back end of the A side. Again, playing very aggressive on this end. Position's already known. The Hunter's View is going to force him off the corner. And Kush He had no idea where to look. The Hunter Spirit just causing even more problems. Juicy gets the shutdown kill and Bleed. They have the advantage and possibly the entire play for themselves as well. Adrian's gonna get spotted out, and that's gonna be huge. That's gonna be massive for them to find, and with the plant going out as well. Crazy guy with another. Delb getting shut down. It's rough. The members of Bleed, they don't have the side. They can't really do anything with it, but look at Darion. He's all the way on the A side. He's just chilling there. This is my property now.
Oh boy, this is smart. This is smart from Bleed. They thought about planning from the B side, and once they realized that the Viper was present, Adrian King is still present. This might be a bit problematic, with Darion giving good amount of info on A side's whereabouts.
Oh, Juicy.
And now Ultragear knows this. All 4 players are just running in, and Juicy is just right from behind. This is so good coming from Bleed's side, but you gotta focus on the side too, because it's 1v2. J-Head gets it. 9 seconds left. It's a 2v1. Rettler needs to get it. Adrian King denies it. There goes Juicy. It's 1v1. Rettler gets it again. 3 times the clutch, and Bleed gets away with yet another win on attack, 7-4. And boy, oh boy, the plays that we've seen from Bleed was just really great, man.
Dude, it's just... I can't. You can't tell me that this is not scripted. The way that Rettler is just getting clutch after clutch, round after round, single-handedly keeping the hopes and dreams alive for the members of Bleed. Good God, this man is on fire. And then Juicy with the flank, that was just pristine. You have to give him credit for that. That push all the way from the B side, he just booked it. He became Usain Bolt, run it out with his knife. He just dashed as well to make sure he had the preparation for that play. And now the A side hit is coming in. And this is one of the main reasons why I always say that Sova is a must-have on this particular map. Normally, defenders can never go in for aggressive pushes if you have a Sova on the top end of this. Here is where the problems will start to be even more dramatic. That's going to be another kill coming in from the top side of this. And already the defenders are looking at a rough patch and a rough spot. How do you come on back from this here, Baba? Because losing out on your Sage early on, yeah, that's going to hurt quite a lot.
Yeah, there's only one aggressive plays. Adrian King, oh boy, sees Darion. He's got to be careful. Should be best to hold his ground, wait for Bleed to make their move. And with the entirety of mid control still being on the side of Alter Ego, Darion just makes sure that none of that would happen. Jeez, Juicy comes back again. Oh jeez. Delby will make sure none of those plays would happen, and Rettler still gets taken out. It's 1v3. Delby needs to figure out a way, and it's not gonna happen. Crazy guy comes back with the refrag. And Bleed, they'll make sure that this round would be theirs as well. Huge lead by winning 8 rounds on attack. And for Alter Ego, slowly losing their grasp in map Icebox. They've made so much plays. They've made so much, counter strats that have been placed around from both of these teams, especially from the Viper Spit that we did get to see and the flanks that we've seen from Juicy. Everything is just placed to perfection. And now, with the first half coming into an end, 8-4 being the scoreline, we will be swapping the rounds. Bleed will be on defense, and Alter Ego, with having a decent score of the first half, will be the one proceeding with the attack.
Let's just see how this one pans out. They do have a 2-minute tactical time to just try and figure stuff out with each other, of course. This is one of the main reasons why we have this tactical timeout between both of these teams. When you go in for the round swap, you know the emotions are going to be running high. The team that is losing, they're going to start being a little bit questionable. What exactly we are doing wrong? What exactly is happening to our squad? And I do believe that these two players, they're going to be the one to really have the weight of the entire team on top of them. When it comes down to the first initial half, man, Delb and Juicy, they're just at each other's throats. It's impossible to not talk about these two. Delb with his insane Blade Storm just came in clutch so often. He single-handedly turned rounds on its head just by him having one single ultimate in his hand. And then there's Juicy. This guy's just been on fire. Look at it. 358 ACS, 15 kills, 1.3 KD, and a 1.3 kills per round, and a 2.0 KD. Yeah, Delb is not having the same level of impact. That's because he's getting shut down. But even when he's getting shut down, he's still running away with kills. So both of these players, both of the Jet players in particular, are trying to carry the weight of their team. But for Bleed, Juicy has an easier time because he has a lot of setup on his side. while Delb needs to do it by himself. They need to play more together as a squad because currently Alter Ego, their teamwork and synergy is just almost non-existent still.
Well, since we will see Alter Ego be on attack in the second half, might be able to see that carry out as well. When it comes to teamwork, we did get to see how great they were when it comes to coordination when there was an eco round. Winning one of their thrifties did deliver a huge impact for them, winning most of their rounds as well. And talking about after round 7, when we did get to see Bleed win a total of 6 rounds back to back, it was always about the Sentinels, right? You saw Kush from the yellow boxes time and time and again. You see Bleed focus on that one particular player just to get access on the B side. There was a lot of utilities committed to that one particular player. But for now, as you focus on the second half, pistol round is present. And with the Alter Ego being the ones on attack, I believe one of the player, Kush, will be watching the backside, making sure that none of the players on side of Bleed will make any thinkings of going in for a flank. And the mid place will be covered as well. So the main problem of it all is for Alter Ego, they're the ones on attack. They have to make it. They are the ones who who have to make a decision to push in towards the site. And Crazy Guy, my goodness,
God,
he's
no!
deep
Don't do
within
this.
the site. Don't tell me he's gonna get a kill. Oh,
I
he
told
does.
you.
Gets away to safety.
This
No
guy's actually
trade-offs.
crazy. This guy's actually crazy. His name is perfect for him. Who pushes like that from there? No one. Unless you have some information to make this play happen. He just casually walks in and kills Haxley. That's massive. You know why as well? Because that's your Viper gone in early round.
Poison's off.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at that. Retla and J Hedge
Spike
all the way
denied.
from the backside. They'll just clean out everything. A and mid, everything is theirs, and now it's just Del B and Kush who needs to figure out a way to bring this back. And they've got to forget about mid. JH is present, so does Retla. He's just casually just being so patient from the B side. And once they figured out an opening, well, Alter Ego, they just lost control of it. Once they lost mid, they even lost the site on A. And once they were forced a decision to go in for a side execute on B, well, it was a 2v4 and Bleed just, my god, they just absolutely destroyed them.
It's monumental the way that Bleed is setting themselves up for victory. Again, Retla, he's being a perfect anchor. We're gonna sound like broken records at this point, but you have to give credit where credit is due because Retla's just insane on his own right. Again, much more of a slower pace here on this particular round. Nothing really out of the ordinary just yet, but the members of Alter Ego, they're giving out too much space and they're waiting for Bleed to maybe go in for over-aggressive peaks, but this is not really working. Oh, beautiful tap coming in from Delv to send Crazy Guy back down to hell. He gets one more frag to boot, and with this frag, they're gonna be able to set themselves up for victory. They have information that the Sova was playing from mid, so the players have to be on A side aggressively. They need to understand which positions could they play. If the Sova was playing on mid, that means the aggressive players will be close by. Yep, the KO Knives is gonna catch them. They need to run. They're gonna give up the side. They're gonna pick up the Bulldog, and now opting for this retake. How will they play this? All towards the back of side. They have it.
Okay. Yeah, as I was about to say, Juicy was already in that place, swapping from the Marshal to the Spectre. Jesus, what was that? 2 kills. And just like that, Bleed just casually waits it out. I mean, I just saw, like, they had good long-range weapons, and once they realized that the players on side of Alter Ego were making that push, they, went back to the mid place, got their weapon upgrades from Marshal to Spectres, and we also had a Bulldog from the Sage. And once they returned back, they were like, wait, weren't we supposed to wait for post-plant? Well, never mind, we can just remove them out, no worries.
Oh, damn, there's no way you do something like this and go walk away with it. Man, what does JH even do? He's not even giving them a chance to showcase what they can really do. Oh, that's rough, that's tough, but still, Kush. He's there to equalize things out. Finally shutting down these aggressive plays coming in from Bleed. They're gonna need to run. They need to respect Kush. Gain the space. He killed out the player. You have to give him the space that he deserves. They're going to give up on this A side push, knowing that there could be a hard push going over towards the B side, considering that they were very aggressive on A. Again, they're using a lot of the strategies being done by the members of Bleed pretty well, but they're trying to copy a strategy that was used already against you. The reads are going to be present. The read will be there, and Darion maybe a bit too daring on the... Still gets away with the kill. Ow!
Boy, JH has got to be careful on that, but knowing that the weapon diff is in the hands of Ultragear, it will be difficult. And now it's Rattler who needs to deal with this 1v4. Just usually fall back. Having the op in hand means it will be a save.
30 seconds left.
They'll just make sure that the weapon would not go in the hands of Ultragear.
Yeah, they just gotta save that weaponry for as much as they can. 10 and 5 on the scorecards, and yep, Rattler. Maybe a bit of an early swing there. Let's catch him out, but on this 5 and 10 scoreline, they're looking quite clean, they're looking quite fly, but again, Bleed, they made a lot of mistakes early on. They played it a bit too aggressive, and they paid the ultimate price for it with their own lives. They need to show respect to their opposition because the members of Alter Ego, the way that their entire default is set up, they're waiting for the members of Bleed to make those mistakes. They want to punish them, and after the punish, they will start to take over us.
Three more rounds left for Bleed to succeed this matchup against Ultragear and Darion. My goodness, daring as he is! Oh, but he gets caught out, especially while he was trying to teleport back. Unfortunate. This will give Ultragear the advantage they require to push in from the side itself. With the Sentinel gone, things will be even much more difficult for Bleed, but you still have Juicy. Oh! Headshot. There goes the Jet. And now, you could say that man count is restored.
It's not looking that good for them now, is it? Members of Alter Ego slowly but surely working their way up. And yep, that's JH. Not really holding the angle that he wants to. Gets caught out with his pants down. And with the entirety of the A side now empty and Kush already holding down the lines. Not really a position that you really want to be in when you are on the side of Bleed, because now opting for this retake, they do have a wall to play around with, but that first initial kill will be the most crucial part, and Kush is not going to give it up that easy.
One enemy remaining.
Not gonna give up just yet. Post plant and Juicy. You have to find this opening. Oh, not gonna happen though. Noxy will make sure that it would not happen. And for Ultragear, they are slowly gaining the win on attack. 6-10. Winning 2 rounds of attack back to back. And when it comes to the KDA, we'll see Juicy have a total of 19 kills. And with Delby having 14. You do get to see the way how Ultragear proceeds with their push, right? We have 4 players on the side of Ultragear who usually make that push. And then you have the Lurker, aka the Chamber. Once they found out an opening, once they got the entire clearance from the A, they just went for a good push. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, yeah, round 2.
Second attempt from Juicy. Oh, he was about to get a kill, but just patiently fall back. Make sure that he doesn't get caught off as well. Or else if he does, then it would be even much more problems for Bleed on defense.
Round 3. Oh yeah, round 3 is perfect for Darion. Wait, did Darion only have 1 bullet? Wait a minute.
He only has 1.
He only put 2 bullets and he got a kill with it. That's sad.
Player standing.
That has got to hurt for them. Especially this is the eco round after all for Bleed. So they're making sure that they would get good amount of value from this weaponry. And Darion, only having 2 bullets with the headhunters, he has finally managed to find 1. Now the biggest difference is if he gets 1 more, that's a good value from it. 150 creds for 1 use of headhunter. So if he gets 1 more, then that's 100 creds the value. Although it's post plant, Team Ultragear already they have the biggest advantage in this post plant. It always depends on how great it can happen, but nah, won't be there. Nox will be there. Nice try from Bleed. They currently still have the lead, but when it comes to a map like Icebox, you'd always expect these kinds of situations, right? Always in the second half, there's bound to be some difficulties to the team who currently has advantage in the first half. We've seen this, situation before, right?
Yep. This happens in more times than one, especially when a certain team gets a bit too comfortable in the position that they already are in. They start making a lot more mistakes. They start to just fall into that rhythm of, oh, we're going to do the same thing over and over again. That's when you start losing out on so many of your rounds. And this is one of the main reasons why Bleed is now taking this time. Taking this time out was the most important part of the entire game for them. And if they didn't take this time out, I do believe they would have still been stuck in that loop. They need to mentally reset themselves, go in for a completely different strategy because you're playing on the defensive side. Why are you taking so many unnecessary duels? You don't need to do that. They understand that as well, but they need to force themselves into that mentality being like, why are we doing this? Let's just slow it down. Play together as a squad, play for the trades because Alter Ego, they're just waiting for us to make the mistakes. And if we don't make the mistakes in Alter Ego, they have nothing against us. Slow and steady wins the race here, and for Bleed, they need to reset. While on Alter Ego's end, they need to also change up their strategies now that Bleed has taken this time pause. Either go in for a fast rush because your slow burn strategies could just not work here, or maybe they're going to risk it, but taking a risk here on a 7 and 10 scoreline is a pretty bad idea. Better opting to switch out your strategies than go in for the same strat again where Bleed could just play the time and take you out as well.
Yeah, the first thing that Bleed needs to be careful has to be the lurkers, right? How many times have we seen Kush succeed in removing the sentinels from the A side? We've seen Kush remove that, you could say, for more than 2 to 3 rounds, right? Especially once Alter Ego finds the information saying that, guys, the whole A side is free, we can just push in, we can just proceed for post plant. That's exactly what Alter Ego has been doing for particularly most of the time. So for Bleed, I think it would be better, just like you said, to establish crossfire angles and make sure that they get this good trade-offs. Jerion, on the other hand, might be able to get the shot. Beautifully done. TP's back, and also will be able to get his anchor back too. By removing Kush, they don't have to worry about lurks, and now Bleed just focus on Okay, I think I spoke too soon while Huxley gets to, pick out my suspicions. Yeah, Caster's Curse it is. For Huxley, he has his eyes from mid. Blocking the read! The read! Oh, the read was so perfect.
Read like an open book.
Too. Yep, the read was just perfect from Bleed.
Remember what I said? If the members of Alter Ego went in for a slow burn strategy again, they're taking a massive risk because Bleed just took the pause. I'm just going to lean back and say that I was perfectly on point. Look at this setup. Look at the play. That slow burn strategy is now working against them because the members of Bleed, they're not taking a lot of risks. They're playing based upon trades. They're playing based upon the setups, and that's exactly what's happening. Hey, you should have opted to go in for a fast rush. Why go in for the same strategy again? And Alter Ego, they're dying because of it. 7 and 11. They just dropped. You just did not go in for the same strat again.
And this timeout was crucial for Bleed. And look at that read from Darion. My goodness. 2 kills from the Sentinel and 2 kills from Juicy. It just works. It just works, when you have 2 AWP players who are just focusing on both A as well as the B side. Oh man. What can Alter Ego do now in this situation? They've got to focus on 2 AWPers, and Juicy almost getting the shot out. Mainly, if that smoke wasn't present, he could have got that shot, but an early Hunter's Fury would be used from the Sova, which will unfortunately won't be able to deal some damage, I believe, but it will be used from the heals nonetheless. But all in all, an early use of it will guarantee Alter Ego from knowing that the Hunter's Fury won't be available for plant. So they've got to make sure that they remove Darion all the way from the yellow place. I've got to say, this play from the Jet might be able to help them a lot from Alter Ego. The off is still present. He can't be able to use the TP, so he's got to make his shots count. Missed opportunity. And now Noxy is making sure that Darion would not get away from the yellow boxes. Meanwhile, we see Noxy get one, removing JH out of the equation. And now the plant will be in from Alter Ego. This is looking good from them. And now Bleed, they've got to hurry up.
Wait. He got the kill onto Jay. What? That's another pickup as well over from the other end of this. It's very bad for them to try and turn things around from this. Once Viper Spit alone can be the biggest dangerous play of them all. Crazy Guy over from the back end of yellow. Their position's already revealed. It's all up to Noxy to maybe find a kill. Doesn't really get much done here. The Viper Spit still very much online, but still holding down the fort. It will be the members of Bleed. They're still fighting it all. The timing is everything, and they're not able to get much done. Adrian on the back end of this does find one, does find the secondary. Juicy, right click to the body. That's all that he needs. The timing is not enough, though. He is now out of time, and the members of Alter Ego, they survived to fight for another day. 8 and 11, and that was a little bit too close for comfort. If they had any idea where the player was, it would have been done for, but Adrian played the time perfectly. Held down the positions beautifully as well. The time is ticked away, slipping from the fingers of Bleed. That round could have been theirs, but they spent a bit too much time because of the Viper Spit to try and clear everything out.
Bleed is currently still in the danger zone, as they haven't secured a match point yet. And for Alter Ego, they are just slowly coming back. They almost have a chance to equalize the score count too in the second half. Now, the way how the Sova has been playing as of now, Crazy Guy still from mid. The mid control is crucial for the defenders. If they lose that control and if Alter Ego use that to their advantage, it will be difficult. But now as you see some change of roles, especially most of the time you'd see the Chamber play from the yellow boxes, and now it's Retla who's been doing the work. Darion all the way from the mid side. With the Tour de Force in hand, he might be able to deny or delay removing Huxley out. And if he gets this important pick, this will be huge. Now they still have to focus on the side itself, especially for Alter Ego. B-side it is. Smoke's been placed out. There's even some patience. No information has been given as of now. And with the help of the recon darts, they'll be able to find one. Now let's see what Bleed will do after this.
Oh, this is bad. Retla, he's stuck in no man's land. He has no way of getting out, but still he wants a kill. Doesn't really find out much. Delve and Noxy, fast rush, and the execution is perfect. They get the site for themselves, and without the Viper for a retake, you are pretty much done and dusted. Optimum plan would be to opt to go in for a save. They don't really have a lot of weaponry to boot, and look at Kush. Oh no. They have no idea. Never mind, they have an idea.
Now they do. JH, that's the thing, right? Every single time you see Alter Ego, Kush is always in the luck. And Huxley, oh, that's a huge drop though. With Juicy gone, no more of the op plays would be given from Bleed. And now with Darion's Tour de Force, it can only be used once. And with Bleed losing a lot of economy in this round will be even much more problematic. Look at that, Alter Ego just making sure that none of the players from Bleed would survive in this post plant. So the only player who's still alive would be Darion. Save his Vandals as of now. And for Alter Ego, boy oh boy, they are slowly racking up the lead here. Aggressive 9 to 11. The way how they're playing as of now, the main problem for Bleed is to make sure that the lurkers have been taken care of. Kush has been doing it countless amount of times. I mean, and he has succeeded more around 3 to 4 kills with that lurk. And Bleed, they have to be careful on that one particular moment, especially once they go in for, the rotate back towards the side, right?
9 and 11 on the scorecards. This is where the plays are just going to be a little bit more dicey as well, because now emotions are going to be running high and you're going to make a lot of mistakes. And goddamn Crazy Guy, beautiful tap over onto one to shut down one particular instance of that play. But now Juicy, he needs to find the skill. If he doesn't, it's kinda over. Actually, again, he's just beautiful with a JH. Another incredible tap with the Sheriff, opening things out perfectly. One more tap is all that they need. But Adrian, playing it smart, playing it slow. He has the timing, he has everything. And this one duel over on the top end of Kitchen is going to pretty much set the pacing for the entire round. He's still going to be able to find the frag. And they need to clear him out. Otherwise, this is down bad. Flash in hand, possibly an ult. Doesn't really go for it. And yep, they know they're royally screwed. The Viper alone single-handedly can't really do much. Redclaw stuck between an impossible situation. And Adrian, a tap to the face is all that he needs to clean things up. If Crazy Guy got that kill onto Adrian, this round was all done and dusted. There was nothing else they needed to win this. But that kitchen hold coming in from Adrian was just pristine. Immaculate to the core. And ice cold like this particular map. Adrian, 17 and 15 on the scorecards. You might be saying, yeah, it's a KO. But this one KO alone, not just in kills, but in the form of map control, is causing Bleed a multitude of problems.
This is concerning coming in from Bleed's end. The way how Ultragear have been playing this countless amount of times, removing the important players, the aggressive attempt that they've made all towards the kitchen side really did succeed. And if they didn't succeed that post plant, then it could have, went in for flavor for Bleed if that happened. But we can't talk a lot about the past. We have to just focus on the present. And now with Ultragear, who are just currently slowly gaining up, racking up their leads on attack, you got to be careful on certain locations. Good usage of those suppression knife, catching good amount of agents though. Chat has been suppressed, and even on the previous round, we did get to see Viper being suppressed too. So those suppression knife are really working out a lot from AE's favor. Pop flash will be given. That would give enough amount of time for Del B to come back from the yellow stairs, but immediately gets denied from Crazy Guy. My goodness, the denial was so strong that it forced them to fall back, and the trap has been laid from Derion. Good shot to remove Noxy. Still don't have the default. Okay, Kush and Aiden King, both of them. Mistakes are so important, and Kush might be able to find it. No, Crazy Guy left.
Do they know?
1v2. What exactly is happening? 24 seconds left, and it's a 2v1. And with that ball not being given, they heard it. Oh boy!
He's on 1 HP. The call's given. He has nowhere else to plant.
10 seconds.
Oh, this is bad.
Spike planted.
Oh no! I thought.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Crazy Guy's laughing. I'm very surprised that shock dart didn't hit, but again, the lineup wasn't as proper, but goddamn was that a little bit too close for comfort as well. Bleed. You're making mistakes here, buddy. You just can't be doing stuff like this. You need to make sure you read into the situation properly, otherwise stuff like this will happen constantly. But Crazy Guy coming in clutch, carrying the team on his back for that one. He's doing it all, and remember what I said in my analysis? Crazy Guy, he's that unsung hero for the members of Bleed that we don't really talk about quite often, but he shows his impact throughout the game, over and over.
This clutch from Crazy Guy will cost a lot for Ultragear. They almost had that moment, It was a 2v1. The only difference was Adrian was so low on HP. He only had 5 HP left at that moment. This timeout, it needs to be an important one of that too. Oh boy, was it a very chaotic fight though, all the way from the A side. This time, if you focus on this round, Bleed, they've only got to secure 1 round on defense. And with the help of Adrian King's Null Command and Bladestorm, it will be even much more difficult for them to proceed. And I'm thinking at this moment that Ultragear might go in for a heavy aggro push, maybe from the A side itself, Just go in for a heavy push, no info, no nothing. Just use the Null Command, pop flashes, and it would be just one big, hefty gunfight that could have a lot of problems from Alta's end, unless and until if they could, get their trade-offs right, and also make sure that the crossfire angles that have been placed from Ultragear's end could work out for them.
Yep. Ultragear, it's their opportunity to finally turn things around in their favor. Last pause that they had, they have nothing more to play around with. No more slowdowns, no more resets. It's your do or die. It's either you get this, or you're gonna take a pretty hefty hit when it comes down to your record.
Out of my way.
You just don't want to deal with something like that. Push again, working its way from the back end of this. Bleed! Oh, no! Yep, I knew this was gonna happen. This is pretty bad, but still, they're gonna be able to equalize things out and still survive for it all. Jay has his resurrection available. The defenders have everything under control. All these corners, all these angles, and with the resurrection alive as well. The members of Bleed, they had it under control. They just rushed in knowing that they had the resurrection up. And the single Sage alone, JH, you can see it in the eyes of this man. He was happy with it. He just read them like an open book, and that play was absolutely pristine. this kill coming in right at the very end was just perfect. I was very afraid for a second, being like, hey, they're playing it a bit too aggressive. What's the game plan here? And then I witnessed, oh, wait, they have a Sage Resurrection available. And that Sage Res came in perfectly. Even if they lost out on one of their members, doesn't matter what happened to them. They would still be able to equalize the man count at the end of the day, and that's exactly what they did. And then Crazy Guy, man. Oh. The entirety of Alter Ego thought that, hey, the A side's empty, we can just rush in from mid, right? Crazy Guy's like, nope, I'm right there waiting for you. And that opportunity that you gave him, he just took a mile out of you. Perfectly done from Bleed, but for Alter Ego, it was a good try, but their strategies at the very end became a bit too predictable because they were not adapting.
Yeah, you still got to give props to Alter Ego, especially on the first half while they were on defense, right? I still got to highlight a lot, especially the way how they've carefully used their utilities right perfectly from the mid side itself. The good amount of denials, which really did force Bleed to to fall back, and also we get to take a look at that in the highlights itself. Most of the gunfights that we'd seen from Alter Ego, the shots from the sheriffs was just so good. The accurate headshots that we did get to witness from Del B and Kush was just really good. And even on the second half, while Alter Ego was on attack, the way how Kush ended up winning most of his gunfights solely from his lurk, catching defenders off guard every single time where Alter Ego thinks that they might be able to go in for a quick rotate, just to realize that the whole A side is empty. Good information had been relayed from Alter Ego's end, but Bleed, they already got a lot of information thanks to Crazy Guy, the Sova. Once you have the Owl drone and the Recon, which gives you ample amount of perfect pinpoint accuracy when it comes to information, it is very difficult for Alter Ego to come back at that certain situations. But I got to say, there are some memorable moments that I got to say from both Juicy as well as Kush. I mean, that ace from the first round was just so good.
Yeah, and they are the superstar players for Alter Ego, and the way that Kush is just able to take control of the map is something that you always need to watch. But for Bleed, they just had a better understanding of what the members of Alter Ego would. And I do believe that's the experience factor coming into play. Alter Ego, I needed them to switch out their strats, but the strat switch just never happened. They went in for the same play over and over again, and I don't understand why. I think, Baba, you can also back me up on this. Tell me honestly, was there any drastic change in their strategies at all? If they lose a round, they go back to their same old default strat of us playing slow together. Maybe they're gonna push, and if we get the kill, then what if we can do? We find it. We get around. But is that something you can constantly rely on? No.
To be honest, Aggressive, I could watch for you on that too. For Alter Ego, while they were on attack, it was predictable, I gotta say. So, I mean, we'll also take a look at the match summary itself, with the MVP being Juicy. My goodness, Juicy kills as he does. 22 kills and 3 first blood kills. And on the side of Alter Ego, we have Agent King. Good usage of those suppression knives. The flashbangs was just so useful for, for the flashes to proceed with those kills. Beautifully done. 19 kills, and he did get eventually the first kills as well. To continue the conversation that we are about to have here, Aggressive, for Alter Ego, yes, it was very predictable on the attack side, mainly because they want to play it safe. I mean, they know that they're going up against Bleed, and even if they do attempt to go in for a full-on rush from the side, they always have some denial abilities that Bleed could just immediately remove them out of the equation. So they wanted to try and play it safe, and because of that, having that risk involvement from Alter Ego's side was reduced drastically. And since when they started playing a lot more passively, when they started playing a lot defensively, it did ended up favoring for Bleed instead, because they just won when it comes to mind games, right?
Yeah, it's panned out properly for them. It did not really bode well for Alter Ego at all, but I guess it happens. Again, you don't need to feel as sad for Alter Ego, because it was just the best of one, and considering our setting, there are multiple more matches that they are going to need to play. Tons of more opportunities for Alter Ego to showcase themselves at the end of the day, and tons more opportunities for them to go back to the drawing board and figure out a lot more strategies. But for us, we're going to need to head on down over into short little break, because we have another game waiting for you in just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to hit the like, hit the subscribe, and hit that notification down below, and also check out all the things down below in the description from our sponsors as we come on back after a short little break. a couple of words from our sponsors as well. Bye-bye.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force to oblige to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no. We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
Those cravens backstab me, deceive me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah. 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Hold down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Ultragear presents the TEC Challenger Series for the VCT off-season, powered by Amazon India, with our GPU partners being Zotac gaming partners being Intel Memory, and storage partners being Crucial, laptop partners being Asus, and of course our broadcast partner, none other than Loco. Your boy Aggressive is back on the hot seat with my main man Baba Gusta on my side, and after that banger of a fourth game where Bleed just came out of absolutely nowhere almost. Initially, we believed that Ultragear, they had a pretty good chance, they had an opportunity, but a 1-2 uppercut punch coming in from Bleed, and their adaptations were just so much more frequent in comparison to Ultragear, and that's what gave the members of Bleed just an edge that Ultragear had no way of trying to even get themselves out of. They needed to adapt, they needed to learn, they needed to evolve, and it just did not happen for them whatsoever. And I'm really hoping this is not going to be the case here in this particular game as well between both of these teams, because I'm really excited for this one. What about you, Mom?
Yeah, especially with an amazing match that happened in the previous. Now we got to focus on the final match, which is going to happen for today's date, and it will be Team Fancy United Esports who would go up against Team Estar Esports. Although we didn't get to see a lot from Estar Esports' end on day one, we're going to see that presence shown on day two itself. Now talk about Team Fancy United Esports. When they went up against Revenant Esports, they went further beyond. 5 overtimes, 17-15, favoring for Revenant Esports. I've got to say, the way how Revenant Esports have been performing both on day 1 and day 2, showing their presence known on the group stages, they are yet to taste defeat. But focusing on the task at hand, focusing on the match as of now, it's Fancy United Esports. With them losing one of the matches, they can still come back and ensure that they could put their put their match back up on track to ensure that they would have at least some fighting chance. And knowing that Estar Esports will also do the same, they'll make sure to give it all they've got. And I've got to say, this final match will be an interesting one to be looking at, Aggressive.
Yeah, that's for certain. Again, when it comes down to both of these teams, we don't really have the vastest amount of information, but for Fancy, we know for a fact that their squad houses a couple of superstars that we always need to keep our eyes on, especially after what we have seen from them in their qualifier matches. As we head on down over on towards the player spotlight and the reveals for the side of Estar, see what they have in store for us. Because I'm excited for Estar in particular. Again, Fancy, they already have a team in particular that we know and love. But for Estar, man, they just have those household names that we always grew up to. Like in the Valorant scene, honestly, tell me, who hasn't heard of Cortez, Dominic, Sami, Zizwi, and Micro? Like, tell me in a way that this cannot be the biggest super team that you have never seen. Zizwi and Sami on the same squad, Star Fragger on one end, and one of the most cracked out initiator players in the entirety of SCA.
Hence the name Estar Esports, because, I mean, all 5 players you can see from their
All-star
end are
players.
yeah, they're literally all-star players. It's just that, instead of all, we have E-Star. But all in all, we have a power play players being present from the side itself. And now let's just focus on the side of Team Fancy United Esports. They also have some great first-star players too from their end too. But yeah, talk about the maps itself. We've seen a lot of Ascents being brought out from most of the teams, right? The previous matchup, we saw Icebox being brought out. So now I got to ask you a question here, Aggressive, and also with the showing the teams on the side of Team Fancy United Esports, what do you think the map would be between these two teams here? Would it be the same thing like Bind, Ascent, Icebox, or would it be a different map?
We just have to wait and see, honestly. But at the same time, Fancy, their team's gonna be on board. Killer, Nizi, Suka, Yassine, and of course Fico. All these members, they just have a read on the game that we just cannot even make fun of. And for Fancy United, they are here for one particular reason. They are a team that have proven themselves throughout the entirety of their SCA qualifiers. And to make it through the SCA qualifiers, it's not easy. The amount of cracked out players and the cracked out teams that they had to go through to try and reach this stage is insurmountable. And for us in particular, as casters, we need to wait and see how Estar really does stack up against this squad. As they head on down over to the map view screen, I'm expecting Ascent to be there. A bit too many Ascent matches, man. But
Yeah,
I
we're about to
think
find that
it
out.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is Ascent.
Why did I
Would you
jinx
look
it? Why
at
do
that?
why do I say this
Why?
anymore?
Here's the thing. We also, I mean, to be honest, even I also said the same thing, right? This is the fourth time we're going to see Ascent on all the matches that we've witnessed here for today's for
The
today day.
analyst desk is surviving.
Yeah,
We are not.
yeah. We are not 4 matches of Ascent, although on the bright side it's not 5. But you also had Icebox from the previous matchup. But for Fancy versus Estar, the map will be Ascent once again. And I'm not gonna lie, I seriously can't wait for Nizzy to make his play once again as the Jet, because when he went up against Revenant Esports, my God, where his shots were so good, especially with the executes on attack, both on attack as well as on defense. And now I'm quite curious to know what Estar Esports would bring to the sorry, what Estar Esports would bring to the table.
Yeah. Come on, we are all gonna get tongue tied a little bit here, considering
Yeah.
how incredible both of these teams can be. Plus, I'm really hyped up to see how this SCA and SA matchup team is gonna be playing with each other. I haven't really seen a lot of E-Star matches personally, so I think this is their debut. I do believe this could be their first match, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I believe so. Actually, yeah, it is.
Yeah,
the
it's their
first
debut
for-
match.
It's their debut match. Estar Esports, and for Fancy United, we saw them go up against Revenant Esports on yesterday. So this is their first match in the playoffs for Estar Esports. And let's not forget, like in the qualifiers, for the SA qualifiers, we only had 4 spots, right? And we had a total of 128 teams, and Estar Esports is one of them. To be having a spot qualifying for SA, and now they're going up against the best team in the Southeast Asia region, and that too, they're going up against Fancy United Esports. So there's a lot on the table here, and if they make this fantastic breakthrough, this can be a different storyline that we could talk about for centuries here, Aggressive.
That's for certain. Again, Estar Esports, a team that is not really known as well, but the fact that they have the superstars on their team could just be the make it or break it for them at the end of the day. But Fancy United, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt here because again, they have talent on their team that have showcased themselves in the past. They already know what they're capable of. The team play and synergy is pretty much dead on set without any form of problems. But for Estar, they're a brand new roster. They are just coming out of the qualifiers and they have qualified through. But is that enough? Can they really get their way through down properly? We don't know just yet. But I'm gonna ask you, Baba, a little bit, and I'm gonna rack your brain about this. What do you
Right.
think is the biggest strength for Fancy United?
For Fancy Esport, it always comes down to coordination, right? And especially when you have a star player like Nizzy, once you play around Nizzy, providing him the best amount of supports with flashes, the smokes, it always comes down to how well the team can coordinate and play together as a team. And Fancy United Esports has that. And now when it comes to Estar Esports, granted, just like you said, there are it's a new roster, and now with them being able to play together and making sure that every single strategies would work out together, there are bound to be some minor mistakes that Estar Esports needs to make sure that it does not happen on map percent, because if that happens right now with Fancy United Esports, and once they start to have difficulties in the first half, then recovering it would be even much more tougher for Estar Esports.
Yep, that's for certain there. And again, it really does depend on how the map of Ascent will be going for them. But from the statistics that we have on this particular team, it doesn't bode that well for Fancy United. They're going on Ascent with a 36% win rate.
Oh, jeez.
Ouch. That's gonna hurt quite a bit, but maybe the statistics are old. Maybe they have a couple of different matches that they've been playing on, but strategy wise, they do run a Phoenix and Jet based composition, so that's why I do believe their team composition is being hindered slightly because, again, we know how strong the composition can be. It was pioneered by Team Liquid in the past, but to get that same level of proficiency for that composition on this map, it's quite difficult because, again, the Phoenix needs to be very self sufficient. and the Phoenix needs to guarantee at the bare minimum of 1 kill per round if they really want to, hunker down and commit to a certain side. It's not easy to use the composition that Fancy United are running on a regular basis. So hopefully this 36% win rate is just a foreshadowing of what they did in the past, and not something that's gonna hinder them or try to haunt them here in the future for this particular matchup, because Estar on this map, we know they're gonna be incredible, because Zizby, I still remember casting one of our older tournaments here at the esports, because of course we have hundreds of tournaments pretty much running throughout the entire year, so make sure to hit the like and hit the subscribe down below if you don't want to miss out on any action down the line. But again, Zizby, I do believe I saw him drop about 30 kills on one particular map, and he was playing a Sova, and Ascent was one of them. This is his home pick. This is a map that he loves to play on. And then there's Sami, a star jet player that can single-handedly carry an entire game on a jet, on a chamber. Doesn't matter what you give him, he will still frag out of his mind. You have two players like this to deal with, and then you have the support of players like Cortez and Dominic. There's a lot to unravel here. And Micro as well. He's one of those X factors that we haven't really seen much of, but maybe that is one X factor that could just push the members of Estar over the edge to victory, while Fancy could just be the one to bite the dust here. Possibly because, again, Fancy, a team that has known a lot more success here in the past, but on Ascent, things don't look that good for them on the statistical side.
Well, if I have to be the devil's advocate as aggressive, talk about the match that I have to talk about from when they went up against Revenant Esports. It went all the way to 5 overtimes, and Nizzy had a total of 37 kills while he was playing as the Jet. It was all by himself, and of course, while he was on the B side, he still had some minor supports, but he didn't had enough crossfire angles that could help him protect a lot of angles. But in the end, Nizzy, as a solo player, he did eventually get those important frags that it did help Fancy United Esports a lot of situations. But like you said, when you see them have the agent composition of bringing both the duelist of Jet and the player from Yes I Can, who was playing as the Phoenix at that time, sure, it's a bit difficult to go out with that strategy. But once, if that clicks perfectly, if that works out well, I mean, we actually did get to see that when Yes I Can and the Jet from the side of Fancy United Esports just pressure so much from the mid side while they were on defense. They love going aggressive, and the aggressiveness does help Fancy United Esports win a lot of rounds. But there are some certain moments where you are forced to be defensive, where you are forced to be a bit passive. In that certain moments, it is difficult for Fancy United Esports to bring it back. So unless and until if they change their agents, they still have to stick with them being aggressive. And that is the main thing that Fancy United Esports needs to be very afraid of. So let's take a look at the agent select itself and see what kind of agents that we might be able to see from Fancy United. Again, we might see a double duelist comp once again from Nizzy and Yes I Can. And also on the side of Estar Esports, well, can't wait to see what is going to happen on Map Ascent.
Yeah, the agent selections being as telegraphed as we would have hoped it to be, but for the members of Fancy United, I don't know how I feel about this composition. Again, I know that this composition has its strengths and weaknesses, but unless you have a pretty high win rate with this set composition and a set play in mind, it really does not bode well for you. The agent selections favoring the members of Estar just a little bit more here in this situation, because it's a much more tried and tested composition. But again, when a composition is well tested and well rounded, that means that it has a lot of counterplay as well, because you have gone up against it a lot more frequently. But for Fancy United's case, you have that element of surprise, because if Estar are not mentally prepared for what they're going up against, it could just come to bite them in the butt. Whereas Ascent could be one of their biggest losses, even though, honestly, in my opinion, it could be their strongest map.
Yeah, it can be. After all, we just have to wait for the match to begin and see which team would it favor to on Map Ascent. This time, we're not going to see Nizzy bring in the Jet this time. I know I just said Jet being picked up from Nizzy, and Yes I Can from the Phoenix, but instead, there were some changes in the agents. And instead of bringing the Jet, we will see a double Initiators comp from Suka and Killers, bring in the Fade and the KO. And also, we have a chamber being picked out from Nizzy. So you could say that they have strong hold in the first half, being the ones on defense. They'll have a strong fortification from the site itself. Now talking about Estar Esports, when you have star players like Sammy and Zizby, well, we're going to see what exactly is going to happen right now. With the first round being in place, smokes already being used from the mid side, and on a map like Ascent, you always expect an aggressive push from mid, and when you have a stronger sentinel like Nizzy, it'll be tough to crack that place. So they've got to go full throttle from the B side itself.
Yep. They gotta work their way in immediate, and now with this push-up coming in from the side, already we can see Sami in a good position. Here comes the flash as well. The bounce though is maybe a bit too dicey. Killer doesn't really get much done, but oh, this is bad. Look at where the attackers' positions are. This has gone from bad to worse in just a couple of seconds here, and if they are not careful, they could just get easily caught off here. Especially in this scenario, look at Zizby. They're all in towards the site, and they're gonna drop their bodies because of it. You don't have to worry about anything. They're just gonna fall in towards the side, and they're gonna collapse on top of them. Unless we see the most perfect and most immaculate trades coming in from the side of Estar, they're just completely done for here.
They have to time it right, and still we see Fancy United just holding on, making sure that they would provide enough amount of pressure, but it will be Cortez who gets the best of it. 2 kills with a classic. He's hoping to find the third, and Ficio doesn't have enough time left. He might be able to do this clutch 1v1. Can happen, not enough time. And Estar will get away with this win. Ficio, great attempt, but in the end, it will be Estar Esports who will end up getting this win. You saw all 5 of the players from Estar Esports just hunkered down from the side, right? There were no flank watches being watched. There was no lineups. It was just pure gunplay that Fancy United had to deal with. And in the end result itself shows that Estar Esports will end up getting their attack win.
So instead he wins the race, and for the side of Fancy United, they did it pretty good. Vietnamese squad just completely ran in towards the side, and they nearly collapsed on top of the players. But at the end of the day, the players on towards the back end of the side was just pretty difficult to get it clear of. But still, I will have to say this was a pretty good round. They got a couple of ultimate points out of it. They still were able to shut down any of the players, not allowing them to carry over those ghosts, so they have to force in for a complete buy. It's going to stabilize the economy at the end of the day for the members of Fancy United as they keep it under wraps. And with this eco round maybe looking to be a detriment. Okay, that's a full-on rush, full-on push, but still they get the trades regardless. Perfectly done at the end of the day. And Nizzy, all up to you, buddy, but okay, Sami pushes in through the smoke and slaps him in the face and sends him back down to earth. Good kill as Estar. Okay, their aggression knows no bound. First 2 rounds were clean, but now is where they need to switch up their strategies. They went in fast, they went in hard for the last particular couple of rounds, but it's just not gonna pan out well if they do it again.
Yeah, I still gotta give kudos for Yes I Can. Knowing that the Jet would proceed with the smoke and the dash. Also, a bit of a good fact from Estar Esports, they have players from 4 different countries. India, Bangladesh, and
Philippines.
The other sides too. Yeah, Philippines too. Yeah, again. Yeah, like as we proceed to round number 3 itself from Estar Esports, this is a good lead coming in from the winning round number 1 and 2. Fancy United Esports, especially Fixtures' performance has been absolutely phenomenal in the pistol round itself. Now, round number 3, this is where Fancy needs to figure out a way to bring this back. And if they can't figure out a way to destroy Sammy, then it will be even much more tougher for them to, proceed forward in the next future rounds.
Looks to be a place where they easily get things under wraps for themselves, but this current situation, TSP has the headhunter in hand, looking for that first engagement and that first kill, but it's not going to get it just yet. Slow and steady wins the race, not making any noise, and I love this about this squad. They're making sure that they wait things out, and they're playing down the clock beautifully for it. A lot of information gained and a lot of utility being traded out from each other, but not really a lot of space. Oh my god, Sami! How does he get away with something like this? The space coming in as well! Good god, man! Too many players, too many fights! And Micro? Okay, sure. They just... That's just a confused Unga Bunga round that we don't talk about. because they just walked in. Sami got the biggest kill of his entire career, and then the crossfire was just gorgeous. Zspeed, though, kind of missed out on a bit too many shots that he really should not have missed out on.
Yeah, the spray commitment, though, from Killers was just phenomenally done. 3 kills, and immediately once they read out exactly what, Estar Esports were doing at that moment, denying that huge push really did give Fancy United the win that they required. But now the only question is they've got to make sure that they keep this consistent. And look at that. This is the Fancy United special. All 4 defenders all the way from mid. And it will start off with Yes I Can, starting off with his initial pick. With Cortez being down, the attackers now realize that the whole mid side has been compromised. Now they'll just make sure to apply a lot of pressures from the A side, but guess where Fancy United is? They're already in that place. And now the attackers, with them gaining control on post plant, Fancy United, this might be the round where they could bring this back.
Clearly. Even if they do get a hand in this play, it's not gonna bode that well for him if they don't do this properly. Sami, yep, his position is now compromised and he just needs to live through this. Too many problems, too many angles, and Yassine and his squad just bum rush their way in. The site's been taken over, baby, and Fancy United, they are under control. Plus, not only are they under control, but look at their ultimates. Each of them are 1 point away. The way that they are constantly taking control of the map and also taking control of the ultimate points from time to time and spreading out the points across each other. It's just perfect. You've seen, he's 1 point away from having that run it back. And that run it back alone will open up so many different opportunities for the members of Fancy United to play aggressive, play defensive, and even play for retakes. While for the side of Estar, their ults are not looking that quite pretty. They don't have strong enough ultimate to brute force their way in towards the side, like the members of Fancy United.
Yeah, even Sammy already expanded his use of Blade Storm, so he's got to wait for yet another more rounds to make sure that he could rack up a lot of kills and get his ability back. But you also be careful of Ficio because he's all the way from that surprise element, and that element will be so crucial. Look at that. Look how Fancy United has been playing so patiently, finding the greatest weakness for Estar, and now they're making sure that they pay for it.
Doesn't look that good for them for now, but Fancy United, how are you going to play this one out all the way towards the back? No real information from either one of these teams. A 1-for-1 trade, but the run it back is now started, but still not the play that they wanted to try and find. They now need to worry about 2 different fronts. They are expecting a push to come in from A short, but there's no one there. They're all trying to funnel in from one particular sideline, and this could go from bad to worse in just a couple of seconds. Beautiful usage of the 0 point, but it's just not going to be enough. Angles being held all across, and Nizzy, man. They put this guy on the spotlight here before in the pre-show, right, Baba?
Mm-hmm.
And he's here to deliver. Just look at that crispy aim and those taps. One more time. I'm going to roll it back. Come on, give it to me. Oh.
Oof.
Chef's kiss.
That
is gorgeous.
It's just 3 kills, and Nizzy, he just shows how easy it is to click heads. While I do it, it's like my bullets just go all over the place. Ooh, man. And look at the ult that's been available for Fancy United. They have the Tour de Force, they even have the Null command. My god, Nizzy is actually feeling hungry right from the mid place. The amount of good control that you have from Fancy United.
What?
And boy, oh boy.
What?
The wall bang from Nizzy is going to put Estar Esports on a bit of a bother, and Seasby needs to be kept from Yes I Can, and he will, especially with the smoke being dissipating at the wrong time. It's going to put Fancy United in a bit of a spot, in a bit of a bother, but for Estar Esports, getting control on mid is very crucial. And with Killer S removing Dominic out, there goes the controller, and also they have confirmation on Spike. Ficho gets one more, giving much more control on the A side. And now with the confirmation of the Spike itself, they just got to focus on the two of the players, CSB and Cortez. And this clearly shows that Fancy United has such good control from mid. You can see how many players are stacked from that position. And once Estar realizes that no one is on either of these 2 sides, they immediately win on retakes. That's how great Fancy United have been playing this for most of their maps on Ascent.
30 seconds
Honestly, I do believe that their Ascent strategy has taken a completely different turn. I did not see them performing this well, considering how much map control that they were taking early on in the round. And I love that about them. Again, this composition is really difficult to play when you don't have map control. And they're like, oh, you want map control? We'll showcase to you exactly what map control means. Look at the level of play that they have under their arsenal. Just those raw pushes from mid, from A short, from A main, from B main. They have the entire map as their real estate. Just like the meme goes, it's free real estate, and they are taking each and every bit of it. And the members of Estar, they have no way of answering. How do they answer even? If they try to take a fight against them, they need to get the perfect read for it now, won't they? But the read is almost impossible if your opposition is switching up from a very fast-paced playstyle into a slow-paced playstyle in just a couple of seconds. This is where a pause is very much necessary for you to reset your team mentality, and I'm really hoping that Estar, they take a pause either in this round or in the next.
Estar needs to figure out a way to ensure that the whole map control should be in their end. Once again, yes, I can, hoping for a peek. And also, this is an eco round coming in from Estar Esports' end, so they've got to be more careful. For Fancy United, knowing that it's an eco round, they'll just, you know, casually wait for the attackers to make their play. And this 2-stack will be even much more important. Pop flash from the KO, and to follow it up, here comes Prowler. Yes, I can! Dangerous plays! 3 kills! And with it, it is Killers who will get the frag off from Cortez. Dominic will be worrying about what exactly happened at that moment. The power of a Prowler and the Flash. And yes, I can. Using the Prowler as more of like a mini smoke, ends up getting 3 kills without being able to worry about the entire man count that EST was presented to themselves. There were 4 players in that place, and yes, I can was like, it's in the name itself. It's yes, I can. Killers, on the other hand, will finally find the kill from Dominic, and with it, we will see Fancy United get one more lead in on defense.
Just look at this guy. He nearly got a triple kill if someone didn't steal that player away from him. And yep, this is the pause. We kind of expected this to happen now, didn't we? They need to take a pause here to just stabilize. You cannot try and do anything else other than that. Now, let's just talk about what exactly is going wrong for the members of Estar. You know for a fact that the members of Fancy United, they're taking very aggressive duels against you. So how do you try and counteract that? You need to play a little bit further back from the choke points and maybe give up that level of map control, because consider something. Fancy United, they're using a lot of utility to gain that map control, yes? Now, they don't have that utility to hold on to that level of control while you still have your own utility to play around with. Use your own utility to retake back that certain sideline, get maybe 1 or 2 kills where you trade each other out, where you would be the one to go in for the much more optimum trades because you're the ones peeking in. They need to take that risk. Do not take the fight. Do not try to stop them from taking that map control away, because if you try to do that, considering the sheer amount of utility that they're already using, you're pretty much running into a waiting trap. That's an ambush that they have set up for you. Give up the space, let them take it, then retaliate with your own utility. Think of it as if you're taking a portion of the map, which is a site. How much utility would you expend to take over a site? That is how much you need to spend at the bare minimum to take that level of the map away from them, so that you can both play on even playing fields where possibly the members of Estar, they're going to be the ones to win out on the duels and also on the trades.
Yeah, it's like fighting utility with utility. The more utility you have in the later games, the more promising hold that you could have on attack. And for Fancy United, even though they have great control from mid, they don't usually use a lot of utilities from their end, right? They just use it on post plant if Estar succeeds in going in for a plant on either on A side or on B. So they have good control on utility usage. If it is heavily required, they could maybe use a flashes or 2, but more than that, Fancy United, they are very conservative when it comes to utility usage. And now with Estar Esports, knowing on what kind of strategies that they've gone on for the past first half, I'm pretty sure with the timeout being taken, they'll make sure to find some other ways to proceed. Maybe a huge rush could happen, you know, have that good surprise element, but from the side of yes, I can, all the way from mid-tops end, As you can see, there's two players, both Yes I Can
Oh,
and
this
the
is bad.
Omen, and this is
Why?
so good. This is looking good from Fancy United's end, but a retaliation will be made nonetheless, mainly because they had control on mid top 2. This time, Estar, they have the control on mid, but do they have the entirety control from that particular place at all? That's the biggest question here, Aggressive.
It's pretty bad here. But in this scenario, what's the game plan for them? They already have the control that they wanted. They have the positions that they were playing for. Now, it's all about the setup. It's all about that first initial duel and this engagement. Playing it slow and steady here for their entirety of their squad. But in my eyes, this 2 versus 3 is still very much possible. You're looking at Nizzy still being alive. Utsuka still having each and every bit of his utility available. The Prowlers are there, the Fade Eye is present, and also he has a Nightmare to throw in towards the side. And with this, the wave could just be coming, but they're not going to be risking it anytime soon. They need 1 kill to equalize things down. Nizzy's good for 1. One of the positions already revealed. They know the spots. They know everything under control. And Cortez ties out. And Nizzy, 1 more kill here for you, buddy. Knows the position, and Dominic's not going to give anything away. Nizzy's going to be opting to go in for a save, maybe for a kill. Doesn't really happen. Dominic, dead for rights, I do believe, but Nizzy's only the one to survive. And at the end of the day, I do believe that Fancy United, they're going to be more than happy about this, but I love this play coming in from Estar. They spread themselves out, they allow the map control to be taken away, and then they opted to go in for a push, understanding that, hey, if they want to utilize the map for themselves, if they are going to be the ones to push, let's delay our own push and then push in together. They got the optimum trades. They got the 3 versus 2 that they wanted. They took over the side, maybe, let's say, the much more scrappier way. They won the round regardless, but even with this win, the economy is going to take a massive hit. And I do believe that looking at the buys, yeah, you can see that as well. The eco is not looking that good.
Yeah, this time Estar did really get good control from mid side. All they gotta do is just make sure that they're being consistent about it. All drone will be given to give some vital information from the mid side. Now, knowing that the whole place has been abundant, they'll make sure to make good use of it in that particular spot. They will make sure to close down the doors, especially from Fancy's side. Now, the players from Fancy United a bit being, split apart. 2 playing on the B side, the other 2 playing on A. And now, for Estar, knowing that they've didn't use any abilities as of now, one of the Prowlers will be used as well to give some vital information. Now, with the help of Null Command, they'll make sure to get a lot of kills as best as possible. The push will happen right from the market side. Smokes will be given, and Nizzy just finds a way through it. And so does Yes I Can. The rest will be able to find a good opening or 2, and this will be huge.
Oh, look at that
2
control.
kills. And just like that, Fancy United, they'll just calmly hold their ground off. A flawless round win on defense.
That's just a mow down, man. Do we talk about it here? How disconnected this push was. No one was outside of B main. They started rushing in from market altogether, not really clearing out the site properly. Not really clearing out the site properly by taking 2v1 engagements. The utility was not that optimum coming in from Estar. What just happened?
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh my! What? Yo, you just did not do that. Normally it's a jet pushing like that, but instead it's gonna be, what, an Omen? Hello? For them, the most optimum plays come in and all around. And for the members of Estar, how do you really want to play this? How do you really want to try and reconcile on this particular round? Because once again, you are dead for rights because you don't have the weaponry to try and take this one over. Again, that last round in particular that they lost it. If they were able to keep their weaponry and keep their guns, they would have been able to buy in 1 more consecutive round here. They would not have to go in for an eco. Things don't look that good for them here at the end of the day, but I do believe they can try and stabilize a bit further. Looking at the positions that Fancy United have, they can just wait. They can just chill. The members of Estar, they need to be the ones to make the mistakes. They need to be the one to push in towards the side. But it's just not going to be working out in their favor if they're not careful. Micro has a flash in hand, but look at the timing of all the utility. It's all present, it's all perfect. Holding it down the lines, hold down the spray, and just survive. It's going to be Nizzy with a triple kill coming in all the way from heaven. He sends back the members of Estar down to hell. 7-3, ladies and gentlemen, as the replay comes in. And good God, was this push absolutely pristine. Gotta love it when you see it, because god damn, the members of Fancy United, they have the map of a set down to the T. They're not giving up a single bit of space or any form of room on this particular map as well. This is how it's meant to be as well, because the way that it all pans out, I do have to say that Fancy United, they're looking quite clean, but level that they are on is something that we did not expect. Again, 36% win rate on paper, but it doesn't seem as though they are a team that has a 36% win rate. They have so many set plays that the members of Estar, they're not able to calibrate to properly. But look at the full-on and utter retake coming in from the other side of this. This retake will be perfect for them as well, considering they have the Nightmare, they have the 2 to Force ready as well to try and get their way in with the Sniper Rifle if they want to. But not in this scenario. They're just waiting for the team members to get into place and get in position. And Baba, I think they're ready for the stake, and they're gonna go in for the hit in 3, 2, 1.
Yep, there we go. Suka already using his Nightfall. So does the gunfires, which has been taken around from Estar Esports' end. They're holding on. They're fortifying the hold as well. Making sure none of the players would make their pay, but you still got to worry about Nizzy. His shots are so pristine. A second from the Vandal. And Cortez finally removing Nizzy out. It's just Cortez left in a 1v2. Can he succeed? No, it does not. Fancy United.
Does he have time?
I believe he does.
Barely,
He still has time. Killer S will have good time with a second. Just 1 second and 1.34
Last
milliseconds.
round in the half.
And boy, oh boy, do we get to see Fancy United make some incredible plays, though. 8-3 might end the whole first half on a 9-3 scoreline, which could be a possibility, especially if you take a look at the economy from the side of Estar Esports. Not a lot. Bulldogs, Vandals, and only pistols from Dominic. He still yet has to, get some weaponry, but this broken buy will ensure Fancy United to get more control in the situation. But all in all, for Estar, they still have some good utilities that they could put themselves in a major advantage. But in order for that to happen, they need to make sure that they remove the vital player, and that vital player is Nizzy, who's been still dealing a lot of damage.
How many times has he killed people through smokes? But again, Estar, why are you pushing in from A main altogether instead of trying to take some mid control or A short control? What is happening, Estar? These are rookie level mistakes that we don't expect from superstar teams like you. The players know this as well, but they're not taking any action on it. It's a tragedy and a travesty as well. And look at the level of map control members of Fancy United have. They're not showing any form of respect. They're in their spawn.
Look at the info. They have such good info. Fancy United, they're like, look, we have mid control. We even have the spawn. We know exactly where Estar is. And all they've got to do is just keep continuously use that spray. And Vicio will do exactly that. Finds one, gets the second. And Nizzy will also be there from the heaven side and ensure none of the players from Estar would make that attempt for a push on A. And that too, it's through the smokes that we did get to witness both Fisho and Nizzy, who will just casually get those kills without facing any repercussions, nor any flashes that's been put towards side from the side of the attackers.
This doesn't make any sense now, does it here? Estar, they're just stagnating themselves outside of A main. No map control whatsoever. Does that make any sense to you? Do my words even make any sense considering what kind of players we're talking about?
And at this point itself, if you take a look at the scoreboard itself, Nizzy has a total of 20 kills. 20. When he went up against Team Revenant, his KDA was around 37. If I have the information right. I think it's not 37. I believe it was 36 while he was playing as the Jet. No, it was 37. 37 while he was playing as the Jet. His initial frag outs and the sheer amount of plays that we see from his bundle plays is just insane. And from the side of Estar, I've got to say, they've had a very great start in the first half, especially the way how Sammy proceeded with the push while, he was doing his smoke and dash attempt to close off the market doors. But once they started to lose control of that situation, especially when we come towards round number 5 or round number 6, the part where we see Fancy United just push in towards mid, the whole mid on the map ascent, it's their domain. So no matter if the players on the side of players on the side of Team Estar Esports decide to go on A side or on B, they're technically cornered. So the only chance that they have is just they just have to make themselves a turtle hold. You even saw all 5 players from the side of Estar Esports were on the A side. None of them were outside. None of them were holding out from the A halls. They know that they have a huge mankind advantage. So if they had to do it, they have to make sure that they are closer together, make sure that they would end up on trades, make sure that they end up winning majority of the gunfights. And also, we'll get to take a look at the head-to-head of the players itself between two Estar Esports and also from the side of Fancy United. Nizzy, 407 ACS. Would you look at that?
7 KD.
Jesus.
The man is maybe just tone it down a little bit. Come on, give them a little bit of a chance, Sami, on the other hand, he's having a pretty rough game. He's trying to do what he can for his squad, but it's just not working. What really is going on internally for the side of Estar, because their squad just doesn't feel on that level here. And if this is what's going to happen on their own defensive side as well, I am extremely worried. Because Estar, this is their debut match over here in the playoffs, so it's either go big or go home. You need to make sure you send your mark here early on, because if you don't do it early, if you do it later, you could just be in for a world of hurt at the end of the day.
Where are you?
They're just taking it nice and slow. They just don't want to give their positionings just yet. But if they make enough amount of distractions from this B side, maybe force at least 1 or 2 players from the side of Estar Esports to, maybe put their whole attention towards that side, maybe they could do that to their advantage. But all in all, you could see that they're making that quick rotate back all the way to the B side. So this is exactly what their plan is. And with the Omen, Ficio, who's been just making sure that the distraction would work out well in their hands, and I believe he's doing that exactly. Playing this very stealthily, as on the B side, they're making their main attempt to go in for the push, and Zsb misses one, misses the second. He does not miss. He still gets a lot of shot, but the retaliation will be so huge from Fancy. Look at that. 1 kill, and it's Nizzy who takes the initial frag.
Yeah, just look at the way that they're mowing them down, though. That's perfect, because now Estar, they do have the 1-for-1 trade. They have an idea of what they really want to do. But look at Fancy United's post-plan positioning. This is the level of positioning that I wanted to come in from them previously on the roundups that they had. And this post-plans will just be better for them to hold on to. Things don't look that good, though, over from the sidelines. Right, the classic straight to the face. That's going to be 1. That's going to be 2. 1 by 1. They drop. And their bodies paint the entire floor with their blood. 10-3 as Estar just fell flat when it came down to that retake. They were so confused, holding from inside. They were all waiting in the lobby of the site. They didn't have a game plan set before they went in for the retake. And Fancy United, their post-plan positioning was just pristine. They had no idea of what they were going up against here.
The mark was so good from the Horn. The Prowler just, denying line of sight from Sammy really did hurt a lot on that post plant. As you can see, 2 of the shorties will be invested from both Sammy and Cortez. Mainly it will be very powerful on close range, and I think this could help them a lot. Mainly because for the side of Fancy, they don't have any agents related to giving good info. So the only info that they can get is via normal peeks, maybe a quick peeks to get some vital information. But when it comes to the gun advantage, it still favors for Fancy. So I believe that's exactly what's going to happen. It's all theirs. Post-plan it is once again, and Estar. Oh boy, with only pistols in hand, this will be a difficult one.
sees. You gotta guarantee a kill, and yup, he got it. 1 bullet and a dream, and he makes sure he gets the kill as well because of it. Killer, he's not stuck between a rock and a hard place. Maybe this rock is perfect for him. He doesn't care. Baba, pinch me.
How can I pinch you? If I have to, you can. I just have to like.
I don't care. Take a plane or do something because that is a dream play right there. What did the killer just do?
Oh man, 3 kills just like that with the Vandal, and he was just 4 HP aggressive.
Exactly. This
You know
is
what?
why pinch me. That's a dream play. That does
You know
not
what?
happen.
I'll do exactly that. All right. Tomorrow I'll take a flight, come to your place, and pinch you.
Sure. Why not?
11-3. Fancy. My goodness, what a way to get this huge lead. 11-3, and they're currently 2 rounds away of winning this matchup up against Team Estar Esports. But all in all, for the defense, it will be even much more tougher. The way how Fancy have been asserting their dominance towards that particular place will be even more tougher for Estar to be able to defend at that particular moment. Good usage of the high ground potential from Z's piece to find one, but it's too much when it comes to the man count itself from the attackers. They're just bundled up from the place itself, having good usage of utilities. And Izzy, oh boy, not being able to find one of the players might be able to put a lot of problems towards Fancy's and the flashes. Z's P, gotta be careful. Fisher and Suka just entirely cleans it out. Match point it is at 12-3. There's no response being made yet from Estar Esports.
Don't know what to say now, man. Again, early advantage going in the favor of Estar, but they were just not able to capitalize on top of it. Their positions were just not that good. The crossfires are not set properly. There's no way that they can get themselves out of the positions that they get stuck in. And the members of Estar just falling flat because they're not really playing off of each other. And I understand that they're a brand new squad. This is bound to happen, but you can't go in for plays like this and get away with it as well. Cortez, he's just giving stuff away now. Nizzy gets another one. The entire the B side is theirs, and on this 12-3 scoreline, weaponry pretty much non-existent for the members of Estar. They're at the edge now. And I think it's pretty much all but over at this point.
Face your fear!
Maybe they have a little bit of fight left in them, but considering the ultimates on the other side and how much they have to worry about, this retake is almost close to impossible.
Especially you can see how gone this round is. Look at that. My goodness. 3 kills quickly, and a great win on the second half too from the side of Fancy United. My goodness, what a performance do we get to see from Nizzy and Ficio. The good placement of the smokes, the variety control that you see from the mid place was more than enough for Fancy United to secure a win up against Estar Esports. Although from the side of Estar, although they had a really great start in the first half, eventually it started to drop down a lot once the future rounds came into play. So, boy, that's definitely going to hurt for them. But for Fancy United, my God, what a performance from Nizzy, man.
Yep. It's honestly just... I don't know how to say it. Nizzy just had those days. Like, remember, Baba, whenever we played together? We meet that one particular player that plays better than each and every Radiant that we've ever casted.
Yeah.
That one player, we just say that he's having the best day of his life. He's gaming. And for today, Nizzy was just having the best game ever. You just don't do that on a consistent basis. And if Nizzy does that, he's the best player in the world. Doesn't matter who tells me what. Nizzy is just incredible. The guy just could not do any wrong through smokes, through flashes, through anything. If you throw the kitchen sink at the man, he's going to pick up that sink and throw it back at you.
Or maybe he just might fix it.
Yeah, you never really know. Because that's what Fancy United just did. They gave like no two damns of what was happening throughout the game. They were playing their own beautiful matchup. But at the same time, Estar, they were just becoming very predictable. Where was the pauses? Where was the team coming together as a squad where they would have taken a pause, trying to understand what was going wrong for them strategically? They took the pause, but they didn't adapt to any of it. Yeah, this round that they won in particular was because the members of Fancy United made that mistake of not sending any of the players out from mid, allowing all of the members coming in from a from the side of top mid to just walk away with the victory. You just cannot let stuff like this happen on a regular basis because it just won't pan out well for you. And then look that shot coming in from Nizzy. Just, I don't know, how do you even talk about this guy? 42% headshot percentage. 43, sorry, forget the decimal.
24 kills. My goodness.
The man had a 50% headshot percentage nearly. Baba, 50%. 12 of his kills were only headshots.
I've got to say, for Estar Esports, just like you said, this is their first debut, right? So maybe the pressure got to them a lot. Maybe they started to have a lot of problems, especially on the later rounds, where when it comes to the utility usage that the attack could have done, especially on the pistol rounds, they had necessary utilities, but when it comes to the counters, there wasn't a lot that Estar Esports could have done at that moment. And Fancy United Esports, they ended up winning preferably mostly on gunfight itself, right? The crossfire angles, the trade outs were working effortlessly from Fancy United, and the constant pressure that they were providing towards the opposition end was just too much for them to handle. So unfortunately for Estar, losing at that moment was just it was too much to take. But all in all, it's not just the end of it just yet. Estar Esports still have a lot of matches that needs to go out in the series. I mean, you still have more than 4 to 5 days, right? So Estar Esports still has a chance, but they've got to make sure that they would not make those same mistakes over and over again. And for Fans United getting this win, they'll be very happy about this.
And I come down over into the scoreboard to see everything one last time from a top-down view. Estar, I'm really hoping that they just get their mojo together, because this is not how a superstar team is supposed to play. Yeah, they haven't really played together for the longest time, but made a lot of rookie-level mistakes that you just cannot excuse, especially when you have so much talent on your team. Fancy United, though, on the other hand, goddamn, 24 kills on Dizzy. This guy was just on fire. But then, yes, I can. It's just, they made so much space for Nizzy to do what he does. We're always talking about the chamber player, but we're not talking about the people behind them. Killers, PCO, Yes I Can, and Suka just did God's work all around, utilizing their utility to make sure their squad will win no matter what happens. And Fancy United, they deserve this victory. They played flawlessly, and I loved each and every bit of their playstyle.
When it comes to being aggressive and being passive, gotta say, Fancy United, they have good balance between those two. 13-3, 24 kills, Tunisia, and also I got to admit, for Yes I Can, back when they were playing up against Revenant, they went all the way to 5 OTs, and Fancy United, they really did get caught off on certain difficulties. But now, when they went up against Estar Esports, they'll be pretty happy about this, right? 13-3, a good win at that too, and now I believe that's all 5 matches and that's it for today, folks. Yeah, that's all 5 matches done, and tomorrow matches will be even much more spicier, that is for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot more action awaiting for you, ladies and gentlemen. So hey, if you don't want to miss out on any of the action and of course any of the jazz, then you got to make sure to hit that like, hit the subscribe, and also hit that notification bell down below, because you got to consider something. The way that the entire tournament has been going, I'm just pleasantly surprised, because we've seen upsets, we've seen teams just completely bombard out of the entirety of the qualifiers phases. It's just surprises all around. But for the top 5 average kills in this entire tournament, Nizzy leading the charge is not really surprising, but Killers and Paradox going up on the fray as well. Now that is a bit more of, let's say, I don't know, it'd be a surprising one, but Nizzy's leading the charge by a massive margin. Look at that guy, 352 ACS, and the second one is 265. Hello? It's happening.
And he has done 230 kills. 2 matches, he has gained more than 30 kills. And that is his average kills till date, 30.5 on 2 matchups.
Yeah.
Man, that is
30 kills per match.
Rossi, on the other hand, top 4, 21 average kills. And also, I mean, he's still racking up, right? We still have more matches to go. So you might be able to see him rack up, make sure that he'll have more kills in the near future. But for now, talk about the average kills itself. Killers on second, Paradox on third place, securing 22 kills. And my God, Revenant Esports, they are looking as confident as before. Never have I ever expected a comeback like this, right?
Yeah,
The
especially from
plays,
Revenant.
Yeah.
We have known the Revenant roster for how long? It's been almost, what, 3-4 months where they picked up this new roster with the recent addition of Bad Love. The team just looks completely different. They're outshining franchise players and even Velocity in a lot of these different cases. And if this is what Revenant are capable of doing to take down a team like Xerxia, they're monsters in this tournament. And the members of Fancy United, they need to make sure they set up a game plan down the line when they face off against them later. Yeah, they took a loss, but Revenant, they could easily take the loss as well, because it seems the Fancy United could be their kryptonite. In this case, they cemented themselves to be another incredible squad for the map of Send in particular. 13-3 victory. Now that is a message that you're sending out to each and every team in this entire tournament. Then make sure to look out for us, because we are hunting you down.
Yep. We can't wait to see what kind of plays that we will be having for the next future matchups. And gotta say, these two matches that we casted alongside, with me and Aggressive, it's been an amazing one, right? The first match that we, the fourth match that we've had from between Fancy United Esports versus Team Estar Esports, and then we have Ultragear versus Bleed, but Bleed didn't had any problems at all, securing their win out 13-10. A very close round on map Icebox, and now finally we see 13-3. Fancy United Esports securing their win, and yeah, that would be it for today's stream. All 5 matches done and dusted, amazing matches that we've had, numerous memorable plays that we've had on all these 5 matchups. But all in all, I've got to say, tomorrow's matchups will be even much more tensed, as we could see.
It's just going to be a lot more action down the line to try and see it out, but we still have a couple more screens that we really need to go through to try and paint an overall picture for how this tournament has been going. So let's head on down over towards the standings and see exactly which team is now performing the best, which team has won out on most of their matches, and which team is now leading the charge, with Bleed taking a 4-0, Revenant taking a 3-0, mind you, Fancy United taking 1-1, Xerxia taking a 1-2, which is very surprising. Franchise players on a 1-2 as well. Estar's taking the 0-1 as their debut match. Ultragear on 0-2, and Velocity also on 0-2 to still get themselves on the board. The bottom 3 will be getting up to the top soon enough, considering, hey, they just only played a couple of matches, but Bleed and Revenant, they are leading the charge for this entire tournament. And I do believe that if Revenant, they just take 2 more wins or even 1 more win, they're set to head from the playoffs over onto the main event.
Yep. The playoffs is their main goal, and with Bleed and Revenant almost securing their spot, top 3 and top 4, that will be a huge battle. And currently, with Fancy United Esports securing the lead, and Xerxia Esports, who have currently secured 4th place, Franchise, Estar, Alter, and Velocity Gaming will be having a tougher fight. And if they cannot gain that momentum, high likely chances that they might not get qualified for the playoffs itself. But gotta say, 4 wins to Bleed, dominating performance, and so does Revenant Esports, who has secured 3 matches in total. They are yet to taste defeat. Maybe, who knows, tomorrow there might be some major change that might happen in the future matches.
Yeah, these group stages are honestly getting even more hyped with a lot of upsets. And if you told me that this is how the entirety of the group stages were going to go, I swear to you not, I would not have believed you whatsoever. The playoffs are just going to get even more spicy as we move on down the line. Let's see who's going to be the ones to get qualified through for that one, because we still have a ton more action and a ton more matches for to go through. A lot of Valorant action for to be had, so you don't want to miss out on any of it. Make sure to hit that like, hit that subscribe, and also hit that notification bell. I need to sound like a broken record for this, because you don't want to miss out on the Challenger Series. Again, the biggest prize pool in the entirety of India when it comes down to Valorant tournaments. It's here, right here, and right now in front of your screens. Plus, you have this incredible graphics, incredible observers, and people on the back end who are making all of this possible. If they weren't there for us, we're just the casters. We're not doing all of this for you guys. We're just presenting a product to you all. And hey, they're doing an incredible job. And at the end of the day, that is all that we're here for good fun Valorant action. Just think of me sitting right beside you. Maybe you can beat me up. Maybe you can do whatever I want, whatever you guys want to be. But it's completely fine and dandy because this is what it is. We are here, part of the audience as well, giving you all of the action, having fun on the side. And in the Challenger Series, I'm pretty sure that this is the most fun I had in casting in quite a long time. And it was always possible because of our lovely sponsors that all of the links are going to be down below in the description, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure to check them out as well. But I do believe that that's pretty much it. A couple of more closing thoughts before we do head on off here, Baba.
Closing thoughts. I mean, I already talked more about the teams itself, so I've got to say a huge shout out to all of our sponsors: Amazon India, GPU partner Zotac Gaming, and of course our gaming partner Intel, memory and storage partner Crucial, laptop partner Asus, and of course our broadcast partner Loco for making this successful. You know, it would have been very difficult without these guys. So a huge shout out to them, and also huge shout out from the production team too, who've been doing an excellent job by making all these an amazing time for both the casters, and also it's always fun to be casting alongside with Aggressive, and also there were great memorable moments when Grace and Crema was casting too. So amazing time. I mean, I hope everyone on the audience side is also having a fun time in the Esports Club Challenger Series for Valorant. It's amazing, it's just we're growing, and the more we grow as a community, the more do we get to see these kinds of plays that could happen in the entire world. I mean, I just can't wait for that to happen. Aggressive.
Again, did we really ever think about a team like Fancy United now rising out of absolutely nowhere and just taking the entire scene by storm? We did not. Did we expect Revenant to come out of absolutely nowhere, suddenly build a super team, take down one of the best in Southeast Asia, and go toe-to-toe against a team like Bleed? Anything could happen here. And it all happens at the Esports Club for a reason.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, that would be it for our closing thoughts. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the stream for today. This would be me, Baba Gusta. With me, I have my co-caster Aggressive. And for now, we just have to bid goodbye. So we will see you on for tomorrow. Until then, take care and good night.
Happy gaming, everyone.
it's tattooed between our eyes. Stand and fight under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away, just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options: win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. There's a power that's underneath, and you can't see it till you believe. On the edge of infinity. Feel the rush under the lights on the higher stage. A part of your life they can't take away, just like the blood running through your veins. Everyone's watching through your eyes. There's only two options: win or die. Win or die. Win or die. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So reply, so reply. Ignite. It went from a spark to an open flame. Now destiny's calling out your name. So ignite, so ignite.
You know who it is, coming round again. We want a dose of this, right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blade, 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top, 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad gal, gal, gal. And when I start to talk that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown. You can go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. Go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. You ready for this? Let's go. See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you running it, I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We're so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down.
moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah.
Shutting it down, been in the grind, and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank, royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold, I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at, I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 멜로 모든 뼈 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it, true damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're waiting, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mines. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're waiting, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Hold on the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever.
यस यार, गेम क्या सुपर स्मूथ चल रहा है. Asus गेमिंग लैपटॉप, वो भी अमेजिंग डील के साथ. And I can pay आराम से with a 12-month no cost EMI. Crazy!
कहाँ से लिया?
Bro, JBL earbuds at 45% off. उसके ऊपर free Kindle and Audible subscriptions. Can you believe it? अब ये देख.
वो
शांति.
कहाँ से लिया? Sorry.
Hey, you! I'm tracking my run on this new smartwatch I got. Noise का 70% off.
Oh.
मैंने सोचा ऐसी डील पे मैं भी अपनी फिटनेस बढ़ा लूं. Seamless Bluetooth calling. Hey, I'm running towards you. Yeah. ये देख, I just got this Intel Evo laptop in exchange for my old one. 20,000 बच गए. बस 99 रुपीज में extended warranty. Plus 20% off भी मिल गया. Pretty sweet deal, right?
Totally feel you, bro. This iPad was always on my wish list. Got the latest one at a great deal and saved $8,000 in exchange for my old phone.
Hey, what's up?
सबको इतनी बढ़िया डील्स मिल रही हैं. ये सब कहाँ से लिया?
Amazon से लिया.
Amazon Great Indian Festival से.
Amazon Great Indian Festival पर मिलेंगे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पर जबरदस्त डील्स, नो कॉस्ट EMI, एक्सचेंज ऑफर और सेम डे डिलीवरी.
अब इंडिया बोलेगा Amazon से लिया.
Amazon से लिया.